Good day.
Are you the hunter or the prey? When memories fade and darkness surrounds you, find the strength inside.
Welcome to Summoner's Rift. "30 seconds until minions spawn.
I will make a difference here.
Minions have spawned.
Hold our ground. Attack them and theirs. Their skin is fashioned for survival, and honed by life. Survival is an instinct we all have. This place is beautiful. I'm going to say it. Feed the beast, albeit soon. Exploit their weakness. Exploit their mistakes. Void rule number 1. Don't die.
An enemy has been slain. An enemy has been slain. Double kill.
This world has changed. We decided. Forgiveness is hard. So hard. I like it.
Shut down. An ally has been slain. An enemy has been slain. An ally has been slain. Executed. An enemy has been slain. An ally has been slain. Double kill. An ally has been slain.
Oh, trees. How I missed them.
Killing spree.
I came back for the others who could not. Stay alert. Stay alert.
Shut down.
It's a good day for a hunt.
Enemy double kill. This suit hunts in the manner I choose. Feed the beast. A moving target lives longer. Killing spree.
Survival means next step. The poison. Monsters are everywhere. Vision can make all the difference. I'll be back. Exploit their mistakes. I came for the hunt, but I'll stay for the fruit. I return stronger than I left.
Turret plating will fall soon. Your turret has been destroyed.
Trees. How I miss them.
Your team has destroyed the turret.
That's enough for the moment. The hunt will resume.
An enemy has been slain. Enemy
Fight
rampage.
and flight. Doing now.
An ally has been slain. An ally has been slain.
I will not.
Your turret has been destroyed. Your turret has been destroyed.
Hold our ground. I came for the hunt. Stay for the fruit. That's three.
Shut down.
I need to gather my strength.
An ally has been
This
slain.
skin is fashioned for survival and honed for instinct. Survival is an instinct we all have. This is my purpose. Learn from it. I can make a difference here. place is beautiful. I'm going to save it.
Your turret has been destroyed.
This place is too beautiful to be destroyed by the wind. Exploit their weakness.
Enemy
They will
killing
come. We'll be
Enemy rampage.
Tell yourself you will live. Believe it, Kaiser, and you will have a chance. Void rule number 1. Don't die. This world is changing. We decide into what. Forgiveness is hard. It's so right.
Your turret has been
This is
destroyed.
the manner I choose. Survival means being stopped. The void is I will make a difference.
Your team has destroyed a turret.
I like it here. I just might stay.
An ally has been slain.
I'll be back for more. Oh, trees. How I missed them. I came back to uplift you. Stay alert. Stay aggressive.
An ally has been slain.
It's a
An
good day
ally
for
has
a
been
hunt.
slain. Enemy double kill.
That's enough for the moment. The hunt will resume. I was spared from Suit hunts in the manner I choose. Feed the beast, or be its meal. A moving target lives longer. Get up, stand firm, strike hard.
Enemy double kill. Ace. Your turret has been destroyed. Your inhibitor has been destroyed. Your turret has been destroyed. Your turret has been destroyed. Defeat.
would have brightened your day.
Are you the hunter or the prey?
I mean, I think you can contest it if you see the right opportunity. It's not essential. Second Dragon is something you can give away. It's really third where the pressure starts to come on, because if you give that one up, it's sole point, and every subsequent Dragon not only has to be contested but denied. Close, but
good read there, yeah.
But it's one of those things where, like, if you see the window, you should go for it. And, you know, Pompa aren't a team who are sitting there waiting to scale for a late game win condition. They have strength now that they can sort of rely on. It's just up until now they've kind of let Giants do their thing.
Yeah, both teams have been pretty tempered in the early game here. Giants are really the team that's had the neutral objective control, and really that was just because of Bruness's positioning on the map. But it doesn't look like Pompa were looking to opt into those particular plays either. They know that Dragon was there. They're probably tracking where Llama Bear was. They knew that the Rift Herald was going to be a target. They've opted out of these fights for now. And I'm guessing they're just looking for a better opportunity to set up around these neutral objectives. No major item spikes hit yet. We've had a lot of 10-minute item spikes in the in the European Masters so far. Just last game we had a 10-minute Blade of the Ring King, although Llama Bear smites that away there. We'll get that, and now popping the Rift Herald as Attila has moved back down with Adote. They're going to get a couple of plates out of this, maybe. They're not going to get the turret at this point in time, but some extra plates for Attila. They're going to try and funnel gold onto him with that cull as well.
You know that feeling?
Yeah, and he actually will be able to get that third one as well, so a ton of gold there picked up. Doesn't get the tower, as you said, but now they're actually looking for a play.
Yeah, Berka goes for the pull here. Immediately they isolate Adote. He will pull the box down, but unfortunately there was too much layered on top. First blood goes to Simivac.
That's a lot invested, though, just to get one kill. And Dragon's up in 40 seconds. I mean, Adote's still got 10 seconds left before he respawns already.
He burnt a lot, though. He did burn the box and the exhaust in that scenario.
Sure, but now someone needs to go answer top lane. The Antonio is taking plates.
And Simivac doesn't have teleport.
Yeah, Simivac has to go top lane, and then you just forfeited Dragon. It's gone.
Pretty has to be a little careful here as Chayak just going to force him out of the jungle. And you're right, maybe a little bit too early on the execution there from Pompa. But you take a kill where you get it, right? It's always nice. But that second dragon, like you said, maybe not overly worth it. Maybe they didn't want to go for a full-on skirmish.
You don't have to contest it, but I think that shows that they're definitely capable of making plays.
Minions have
And if you do that
spawned.
same play, you know, 40 seconds, 45 seconds later, you get the dragon as well. But in this situation, you actually trade down in terms of gold because of the extra plates that the Antonio got and the CS you're missing out on. And then you also lose out on this dragon because Simnivac has to go top lane, isn't able to do anything in response. And you can see top, they're now down to 2 plates. That is a massive hit to have on the back of a play that you made, that you were like, okay, this is going to go good for us. Yeah, exactly.
Well, talk to me a little bit about obviously they have been avoiding these fights. They've been looking to stray away from the neutral objectives. They haven't played particularly well around the dragons and the Rift Herald. Obviously, intentionally opted out of that Rift Herald, but that second dragon play wasn't exactly set up well. What are they looking for to be able to fight? Like, what do I have to look at on my screen and read down the 10 fighters to say, okay, Pompa are comfortable?
Well, I think Azir is very big on sort of the 2-item spike. I think Jhin as well, 2-3 items is a strong spot for him. I think ultimately they're looking to lean towards that when the volley bears are a little less relevant and they can use that range advantage to set up well. And ultimately, I feel like this is just a situation where they're not properly playing around the windows. And I don't think Pompa are playing in competition who should be so. I think this is a bit of a mistake, but Giants aren't going to give you any breathing room. I think they've been very good at finding these windows and finding these opportunities. When the ult did come in from Simnivac, you know, they actually didn't submit. He instantly looked to challenge on that tower.
One thing that has been going relatively well, though, is Chayak's priority in the mid lane. Although he isn't a hugely amount ahead in CS, he has got a lot of pressure onto Pretty and has taken 2 plates for himself here. A bit of extra gold in the back pocket. It's a 2,000 gold lead right now, which is a pretty significant gold lead for 12 minutes into the game, but it hasn't really come from anything other than just those plates that have been taken down. Pompa need to have a game plan. You know, when you give up that much gold in the early game, you need to have a point in the game where you turn around and say, all right, now's our time. This is when we're looking to strike. We're looking to get back at this point. Because if you just let these dragons go over, if you let the pink waves go over, there has to be some kind of retaliation or some kind of plan when it comes to trying to execute to find your way back in. And right now, I'm struggling to see what that is, but as you said, it might be around those 2 items. It might be like the 3rd or the 4th dragon that you're looking to see Pompa.
Well, I expect to see them contest the 3rd dragon. I think it's dangerous to give that one over, because then from then on, it's not just that you have to contest every dragon, it's you have to deny it. Because if you start a fight and Giants smite the dragon away, you have a good chance to just lose the fight on the back of that. Even if you win it, they've still got that soul permanent in their pocket, so I'm hoping Pompa look to contest that one. For now, though, Vanessa might be caught out.
Oh, he gets hooked in by Adote. The box comes down, the flash will come through to save him. Simnivac ults on top, Standing United keeping Bruness alive. But a lot of damage was done with that invade there. Some pretty important summoners burn around that second rift.
And this feels like Pompa just kind of meandering through this game at the moment. Giants giving them no room to breathe, challenging, burning this Shen ultimate, and it seems like a little thing, it doesn't seem like a massive factor. But when this team is already behind, losing your playmaking tools is because that's not just the Shen ult, it's also the having to reset and being flashless now.
But it's also their cross-map ability, because Shen teleporting in isn't quite so good. You know, with the Antonio, as a little shockwave comes through onto Chayak, he will dive away to his own turret. But with the Antonio, he just needs to click his button and his impact is felt across the map. And that should be the same as Shen, but when you lose Stand United, that instant cross-map ability is kind of muted at the moment. He's not going to have the same kind of immediate impact that you would have. Although you see that he's going in on the Antonio. Bruness is there, but Antonio's spidey senses are tingling.
I just think it's not looking in the right areas. You see Bruness once again looking to try and punish the gangplank. What are you really going to get out of that? Because ultimately we saw the Blitzcrank pick, and I was hyped for it. I said, yes, challenge the Thresh, look to win at the 2v2, bring the jungler down, and really all we've seen is them opting away from this 2v2, trying to lean to other areas.
Look at the completed items for Attila, by the way. Has really been funneled with the plates, completed cull. He is very strong and is a little bit above what Deathless is able to output right now. And obviously Lucian spikes a little earlier into the game. He's a bit more a mobile mid-game skirmisher, whereas Jhin obviously has that scaling potential. Third dragon being set up for here. It is going to be the Ocean Soul, of course, a very, very important Drake win condition. And you can see Pompa are starting to posture around it. Antonio, his Spidey sense is not working this time around. 4 members from Pompa heading down as he pops that ultimate. Will flash away. Shen gets the taunt. They need to capitalize quickly. And they will. Chaya takes the kill.
And it's good to get that kill off the board. This is better timing, but Antonio is again going to respawn in time for Dragon. And with the low HP bars of Pompa, they're going to have to reset. So better timed, still not optimal here. Giants will be able to take control of the area and just wait for the gangplank to come back up before this Dragon does spawn. And we've got a replay there. Not perfect here. Pirk, I like that he gets some range use a knockup, but then he comes before the flash. The taunt flash comes in to follow, but ultimately it does lean a lot of tower hit to take him. They lose a lot of HP, and that's why people do have to go for that reset.
Jhin ultimate HP never going to be hugely impactful. They're trying to ward away Giants, but they're not scared. They'll take this mid lane tier 1. They got a huge amount out of that off the reset. That reset was more impactful than maybe he'd even predicted with the use of that Rift Herald, and now they've got that setup for that third Dragon 2, and it doesn't even look like Pompa in
Yeah, it's just these timings. You just need to be sharp on these timings when you're looking to contest this Dragon. They're going to fish for something, but the Dragon's already gone.
Shen is on the other side of the map, that teleport being the only thing available for him. Pompa are posturing. They're posturing around mid. I don't think they can afford to take this fight right now. Go and get the kill. I don't think you want to... Oh, okay. He actually ults out. I thought he was going for it right there, but he does back off. I think they're happy with that Ocean Soul. They don't want to take any damage.
Absolutely. I completely agree with Lombert's position there. Yes, you could ult in and stop the fight. But you have the game. You know, this situation, Sydney Pack does have the Stand United in his pocket. You're not, even if you win the team fight, it's a risk. So if you take the easy one, you opt out of the fight, you've already got the third Dragon, you have to play this to go later on. But now, here comes looking for more.
Though pretty just safe enough to clear this wave out. In goes the engage this time round, though, as he gets pulled in by Dote. They're going to give his life up here. Attila will take the kill. And now Antonio, he wants more. Chayek will dive over the wall, straight towards his red side jungle, and Giants will take a single kill.
And they just negate the play. This is Pompa again looking for something aggressive and not being rewarded. And I'm now looking at the game state where Giants are really far ahead.
We're going to have a very early Ocean Soul on the cards, around 22 minutes. And obviously, if you are this far ahead in items and you're kind of ahead of the curve in terms of spikes, it's going to make it that much harder for Pompa to actually get on the map and try to execute here. What do Pompa, or like, what can Pompa do from this position? Like, is this a case of you just have to contest Soul, hope you get the right setup?
I mean, we've seen these plays they were doing, the ones that I said were too early. Those, but not too early.
Not too early.
That is literally what you need to do here, is find a pick leading into the objective, because you have good tools for picks. You have a Blitzcrank, you have a Chasm with a Shen on top, you have a Jhin who can follow up on such a long distance. Just kind of a bit better. If you're killing someone with TP 50 seconds before the objective spawns, you essentially didn't kill them. They'll be back into
Talk about Giants a little bit. I want to celebrate this game in particular, the way they've played so far. It has looked clinical. You know, they've been very neutral objective focused. They've not taken unnecessary risks. They're just looking to get the win in the bag. They know a win here puts them in a really good spot in this group. If they can continue that form, continue the prowess that we've expected from them. You know, they are, again, putting the SLO in a strong position, living up to the power of the region of Spain. And again, contesting Misfits Premier. You lose here, you suddenly lose that ability to contest Misfits. You win here, you can still contest them for that first seed.
Yeah, it makes it very difficult if you go to the bottom of the group, because it's every single team you have to climb above to really look first. But I agree, Giants have played this one well. They haven't overstepped, and that's the critical thing about Llama Bear jumping away. He knows they don't need to opt into this. They don't need to give any free chances to Pompa. They will play this one by the book because they are in such a good position now. They're starting to aggressively set up some vision around Baron. Pompa might be caught out.
Oh, that is a nice hook onto Attila, who's forced to flush away here as Brunet's trying his best to take him down. He's taken so low, but they won't get Attila. Pretty picks up Brunet, and suddenly Giants start to peel back. Doty does go down to Chayek from the back right now. Sydney is 1v3, trying his best to execute another great pull. Beautiful play as Deathless picks up the kill, and the blood is on the field. And Pompa can smell it. They are looking for Antonio. Another dive in with the soldiers. The taunt is there, and suddenly Pompa execute on the fight.
And the key thing with the Blitzcrank is that the game is never over, because one hook can always just turn it in your favor, and that's exactly what happened there. Pirk find a great one into Attila. After he dashed, he had no mobility available to get away other than the flash. We'll see that once more. So he actually dashes to dodge this and ends up getting caught regardless. And then he's so low on the back of this, it's instantly a bad fight for Giants. We're talking about the restraint. This was not restrained. They opted into this fight after already losing one member and one being cut out the fight. And this is where Pompa can start to use that long-range advantage. You can see that Giants struggling to step up here, but pretty finally does to get damage. He's in up range, taken down, and allows to clean up the Pompa.
You were just talking about how you hadn't seen Giants take unnecessary risks. They weren't making any crazy map plays, they weren't overstepping, but this time they were 4 people in the enemy red side jungle. Maybe they just overestimated their strength. Maybe they just felt that if they opted into a 4v4, but then you've got to remember Shen can join much quicker than Gangplank can. Shen can immediately impact the fight, and obviously Gangplank will do that, but maybe this was just Giants overestimating.
I think on top of that, the estimation, it's trying to save a failed play. You know, you go for that aggressive engage, your AD carry gets caught out on super low HP, just say, cool, we lost the play, let's back away from this one, we'll fight another day, but instead, they opt into it, they give over a ton of gold.
Chayek, who has silently been scaling up this game. Look at those items. Double needlessly. Probably the most power punch, like the biggest. What's the word I'm looking for? Bang for your buck. There you go. Bang for your buck. That's what I'm looking for. Bang for your buck in terms of just pure damage output for this game.
I mean, a Rabadon's would be nice to have right now. This is a critical moment and the fight is opening up.
Jin ultimate to start things off. Simi looks at the torn but doesn't land. Immediately Llama Bear taken low. He gets blown out of the water, but it's traded 1-for-1. At the end of the day, the big tank already pushed into the ground. The shockwave will land on the Chayek. The major damage source goes down, and then Tilla picks up the kill. It is now 3 versus 4. But Brunes is still there. The hook onto Attila once more, and Pierre cannot finish off the kill. It is no jungler versus jungler. Brunes needs to be zoned away from this dragon because the steal is on the cards, and Giants know it. They're going to focus this down. Brunette's forced away. They cannot take the Drake, and Purple will die right at the end. Ocean Soul straight over to Giants.
A little bit messy there, honestly, from the side of Pompa, and it was Giants' execution in the end that came out ahead. Despite the fact Llama Bear came down, they did not flinch, they held up, and they managed to secure that dragon.
Blade kill onto Perka. Giants is not yet up, but Brunes is there. He's understanding what's going on.
This is risky.
This does feel risky. This does feel risky.
I mean, we have the Channel ready to come in. We've already seen Chayek TP. It's only the Blitz plan that's not up and ability for the fight. Yes, just Ocean Soul. Just throw away that lead shot.
A little bit hairy for Giants, and they know it. Oh, the shockwave onto Simi, forced to flash away, and again, Chayek is now the smart target here for Giants. But again, they are going to back off. Not to take any risks, but they don't need to. Giants will take away from Baron. You can see now, Pompa just trying to at least pick off some damage on this mid lane too.
Yeah, it's just dangerous to go for. You already got the Ocean Soul. You can back away. You still have that in your pocket. It was just a bit of an overstep there from Giants, but they don't get the money. They ultimately have this in their pocket. They have the goal lead. They are in a good spot right now for this game. And although we're seeing some life from Pompa, it's not quite enough to keep them relevant.
Stop it where we are. 4K gold lead coming up to 25 minutes into the game. It's not running away from Pompa. This is not insurmountable for them. Rabadon's, as you said, has just now been completed. That is a good damage spike here for Chayek in this mid lane. And looking at the Dusk Blade that's been completed, we're working towards yet more crits. Just talk to me about the state of the game in terms of items. Is it still massively Giants favored, or are there avenues that Pompa could use?
So in terms of items, the Azir is strong. You know, the Jhin has just hit his 200 spike. That's a decent spot. That is the range advantage that's being taken with the carry. Ocean Soul, and the only person that execution is Brunes. And even with that, the healing is so significant. That is what I'm currently afraid of right now. And we can see that Giants can confident. They know they have this backing them up. They know that really it's Pompa who has to be able to challenge them on this Baron. And they're in a rough spot on the back of that Soul being in their pocket.
Attila's looking pretty spicy right now as well. The SHB you can see. He's got Legion Tab Eyes too, just because he knows how much of a singular threat that Brunes could be to him in these team fight situations. He's pretty happy with the damage output that he's got regardless. They're going to set up around this Baron once more. They will start it up, and now Pompa will look to respond.
I mean, the sustain makes it very easy for them to start this one up. They have a tank to soak the damage. They want this fight opted into, and they're looking.
Nice pull here. Immediately there is the stopwatch coming out from Perka as he's trying to buy some time and
This
flashes
one
out.
lives on me.
Chayek going to be the target. Another hook, 2 in a row, and Perka will go down. But Chayek strong. He's looking to punish with those soldiers. Not enough damage though, and you can see Pompa are very realistic about their executions.
And I see a lot of damage going down onto Giant. What mid the Ocean Soul is to let them stay back up. As I'm saying this, Giant is getting a lot down. Giants are still fishing for this, so they know it's a 4v5.
Just dive away though. That will see the mid lane tier 1 taken here. Simi back just very aggressive here, Simi. By himself, you can see now from his diving in, immediately exhausted. Simi back goes down. The Rambo player from Pompa will fall, and now Chayek and Deathless running for the hills. And when I say hills, I mean the river. They're trying to get out of this situation. Deathless probably going to be the sacrificial lamb here. Just pop that speed. Will be able to dive away from his blue side jungle. Running him down here. Chayek will join. He's still a winning chance.
And again, it's the Ocean Soul really kicking in. It's the item advantage on top of that, but it just feels all that damage that Pompa was getting down there is negated to a degree. They're able to sustain up, they stay together as a unit, and they just pick targets down. Giants know what they need to do in this game.
That one little mishap in the red side jungle was the only real major error that Giants have made in terms of putting a foot wrong in this game. Because other than that, they've looked very calculated. They've obviously looked to play massively around these neutral objective timings. They've had the better rotations. They've set up for these individual plays much better than Pompa. This is the Giants that we expected. The second team lets those carries wait. And you know, and again, we're comparing them to Misfits. Misfits looks very good. I mean, it was a little bit messy against the WLG, but they are 2-0 right now. But Giants are kind of contemptible. That's what we want to see from them, to be able to contest Misfits.
It's what we need to see. They can look to contest Misfits. And as you said, there was a little bit of mess coming out from Misfits, but ultimately, they still took the win.
Next game, by the way, as you can see up on your screen, going to be an absolute banger.
I like this.
Mouse versus Fnatic Rising. I cannot wait for that game. But in the meantime, we're still going to keep our eyes on this Giants game. It's still not 100% won, but the gold lead is starting to expand that little bit further. The expectations right now are that Giants are in the driving seat.
Let's try to talk about what Pompa need to do, and I think I'm looking at these backline carries, I'm looking at the likes of this Orianna, this Lucian, even this GP, and I think they need to pick one of them. I think they need a numbers advantage to come out ahead here, and they need to utilize that Kha'Zix bit. So we're waiting to see someone overstep from the side of Giants. Pompa need to try and isolate them, whether it's by the Blitz Punch or it's by the Kha'Zix, because they have to fight 30 seconds on this Elder Dragon. You give that up, and I feel like the game is just going to be over.
That is the proverbial nail in the coffin alongside that Ocean Soul realistically here. Pompa have been trying. I mean, I've got to give them credit. They've been looking for these opportunities. It just hasn't quite been set up in the rest. Chayek is continuing to go from strength to strength here, but he's still sitting on the same 2 items that he had around 2 minutes ago, so no major power increase for this player right now. And same thing with Deathless. He's only picked up an extra critical cloak, so not quite bursting with power compared to the item that we're seeing inside of Attila, and even Gangplank looking pretty spicy right now with that dead stun. So this will be the other running stuff that you can see it tense around the
Finesse on the flank.
For a potential steal here. Here comes the Jhin ultimate, popping shields, trying to force that Banshees out immediately, and Brunes just spying his opportunity, maybe looking to isolate on the backline, maybe just looking for his opportunity for the steal. That's an immediate pull here, but the wrong target as Lava then jumps in. That's the shockwave on top of Perka taken very low. Brunes absolutely blasted out of the fight, and now Simi back to be second on the chopping board. Taken very low though, managing to escape the guillotine of Giants. The Dragon still
Giants just unfolding there. They see the Kha'Zix coming, they group together, destroying about anyone close. Pompa's still trying to slow them down.
They're going to teleport straight back in here. Looking to a nice pull straight onto Deathless, who's exhausted out of the fight. He can do nothing at this point in time. Chayek just tickling with those soldiers at this point in time. Really feels like he can do nothing to stop this. As now Simi back pulled straight in. Dote on this thresh has been monstrous, and Simi back finally his hit will be locked off. He was due it, he delayed it, but unfortunately will fall. And Giants take the Elder Dragon.
They have choice now. They can head straight towards Baron. They can look to push mid. Looks like, as we've seen in this game, they're going to dot the I's and cross the T's. They're going straight to that Baron. They don't want to risk going for a push in the base. But you can see in Dote and the Antonio, they are playing into it. They are not going to let this Kha'Zix get anywhere near this objective.
Honestly, Giants firing.
finding the game plan and execution. And then it was on Pomper to really step up in response.
The back row from Pomper just wasn't there. It just wasn't there, and I think, you know, they didn't set up correctly. The timings were off. They just weren't on the page that they needed to be to contest Giants at the right place.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think it's unfortunate because I think the draft gave them tools and they just struggled. They still have a chance. Whenever there's a Blitzcrank, there's still always a chance. They just need to grab the right target, take them out of fight, and that is your moment. For now, with the Elder and the Baron, I think you just need to give a little bit of room over the Giants in this situation. That's not the one. That's not the one. The volley there.
I'm really scraping the end of the barrel, and the barrels are not a good look right now.
Look at himself. He just got ulted.
I know, it's disgusting. They're going to get the inhibitor, maybe even confident enough to push into the Nexus turret right now. They are super strong, really keep on the camera.
We decide into one.
You need a hook and a key target. That is your only hope, not the volley bear. We just saw Pirka hook the volley bear. That is not the one you want to be going for. Someone else, ideally.
They're going for it right now. You can see they're just taking down these turrets when they drop them through. And Lava Man taking low. He will be popped up straight away, but the damage just pushed too much. You cannot stop Attila. You cannot stop Pretty. All that Giants come back swinging in that second game of the European Masters. The SLO will get on the board for the second time with both countries.
Well, eventually, it's actually
I hate it when they do this. Take the Nexus voice.
take their time. Oh, hook comes in, and nothing happens.
What a way to end the game. Oh, nothing happens. Vodafone Giants will take that win. Macro-orientated, they gain their advantages from start to finish.
I think it's really different things that I would really like to see, because there's a lot of teams that do things with that.
Absolutely, and honestly, Vodafone Giants redeeming themselves from yesterday too, putting themselves back in that contention spot along with WLG for Misfits Premier. We are going to go to a quick break. When we're back, we'll break down that game a bit further.
That's enough for a moment. The hunt will resume. Anger is useless to me. A wound that will only continue to fester. Their skin is fashioned for survival, and bona fide inside. Clumsy girl.
Shut down.
Survival is an instinct we all have.
Welcome back, everybody. The SLO with Vodafone Giants gets on the board again here in the European Masters. And honestly, that was one of those games where, apart from a little fumble in the red side jungle, didn't feel like Vodafone Giants gave much breathing room for Pompa.
Yeah, it felt like Pompa had a couple of moments where they found plays, but it was really right play, wrong time, because the execution was just off in terms of what I set up for a dragon, and go for and this is another instance where they actually get a really nice play off. This is a good skirmish for them, and it looks like they come out favorably, and this was my moment where I was like, this is them getting back in the game, but it didn't really amount to enough.
And again, they weren't able to capitalize on it with anything. And that's something that you mentioned quite a lot throughout the game, is that it just wasn't, the wrong time was the most important part. Like, whenever they made a good play, you couldn't convert it into anything. It was a kill for the sake of a kill. And they actually ended up hurting themselves more than they helped themselves in the first place.
I mean, there were moments, quite a few, where they were upping kills, but down in gold and dragons substantially. And that kind of just ended up to a point where the Giants were going to come ahead. And this is that desperation moment where they have to fight the Elder Dragon. He was so far behind, they were dealing with the Ocean Soul, and you can see Giant, he's doing so much work, getting this damage down, it just doesn't matter. The healing of the Ocean Soul, just negating whatever he offers, and in the end, you have to fight the Elder Dragon.
They were there first, they never had the vision established, they were never in control of those objectives, and that really played into the power of the Giants' composition.
Particularly when you have a Kha'Zix as well, you want to be hiding in a brush there first, especially when you have a Shen to give you that safety net, or a Blitzcrank. All these champions are great when you have control of the vision. I think ultimately that's what gave the success to the side of Giants, is that control is consistent across the game.
Yeah, and again, there were moments in the early game where we thought, good play, but it's still a miniature dragon, and you can't do anything with it. And by the time they did that, they had to reset because of HP, and they couldn't get onto the map, they couldn't explore vision control, and it was just too difficult for them. And honestly, Giants just looked very clinical, very clean, very clinical. One little fumble, but regardless, just looked like a very solid team.
Yeah, and I think, honestly, compare that to the game we saw Misfits Premier have, which was actually a little bit off against WLG. It was actually, there was a lot of mistakes in that one, and it was a game where I was looking at it, I'm like, okay, this game's over. But it wasn't. There was a Baron steal, which, you know, sometimes it's 50, but ultimately, it was just poor setup for Misfits. And I think, looking at that and looking at this game, I think Giants have a real challenge to top this week.
And I think actually Giants, having played Misfits already, will come into that better prepared, because when they played Misfits, it looked like they looked like Pompa, where they just did nothing and they weren't able to actually get on the map. But this time around, you know, you've seen the more aggressive drafts that we can see from them, with the Lucian in the bot lane, you know, Alberto in the Fresh being a bit more a playmaker. It looked more impressive than Giants. And we've always talked about the strength of the SLO. They've been consistently the best regions in Europe for quite some time, but they've apart from the first year of the European Masters, they've just been like serial top 40. They haven't quite managed to get the glory of the win, and again, they're searching for that. They're looking for the team that will carry them back to European Masters glory.
And I think, honestly, for both regions we just had in that game, for both Poland and Spain, they are both really safe. Obviously, you know, Spain offers something the greatest sort of chance for Poland to get that win, and I still think I have to praise the fact that these are a lot of, you know, this is their opportunity to show themselves, and I don't think that was a bad game from them, even though it did look like they were at times doing nothing. I think they showed that they had an understanding of how to be proactive, just not when. So hopefully we do get to see them bounce back, because I think ultimately for us to start off with losses, I'm hoping we see them pull a win later in this in the groups.
Absolutely, they come from an incredible team like the Ultra League, deserving of that third seed. Now after the break, we have got a certified banger: Fnatic Rising versus Miles.
I just might stay.
Enemy rampage.
7.
Your turret has been destroyed.
It's a good day.
Shut down. Ace. Your inhibitor has been destroyed.
I came for the hunt. Stay for the fruit. I came back for the utmost good of that. Forgiveness is hard. So can hurt. I return stronger than ever.
It's banger time. We've got Valve versus Fnatic right now. I've been hyped for this matchup all day. It is Fnatic coming in as arguably the underdogs, but I really do like it as a test for them here versus Valve. So this is the real test for Fnatic.
I mean, I think it's a honestly, because I think it's a whole situation where number one team in LC and obviously history has always been that outlier. They've been the team who've exceeded expectations for the region, and even if we're ignoring sort of the results at E-Masters, it's always been also trying to talk about and how they even managed to get past the C team. So it's hard to call. I think it is very close, and it's really going to come down to the plan coming into the game and the execution.
Absolutely, and I think, you know, when I look back and think, you know, think of Fnatic, that they have always come into the European Masters a little bit like LDLC used to be, with super high expectations, a lot of chatter behind the scenes, like you said, in terms of the scrim power of this team, but haven't quite executed. And Maus, they've got leaders obsessed, already European Masters champions. I don't need to tell you about the playstyle of Leader. He's probably the most unique mid laner in our entire tournament for good reason. This guy's a bloody monster.
Yeah, and I'm just keen to see a lot of matchups in this situation. I think bot lane's interesting. I want to see Jessica and Promise Q because they've really had a lot of moments with Sean and Pop-Off. In fact, I'm just going to say it. Mouse are the Pop-Off team.
They are the Pop-Off team.
They are the Pop-Off team. And there are so many players. I mean, you normally hone in on the bot mid lane, but Tolkien has been tearing up a storm, particularly in playoffs in the Prime League.
They're targeting Magi out a little bit with this this Galio ban here. He's very good at influencing the map. It's a quite safe pick in the mid lane. They're already getting rid of leaders Akali. You know, Akali kind of floating back into the meta a little bit as of late. We saw Ronaldo play it to good effect yesterday in the 1-3-1. And I actually want to kind of expand on that pop-off point. I got some stats from some of our casters. I think it was Gulbug specifically.
Yep.
Mouse have an average kill participation across the team of about 60%. You think, oh, 60%, that's good. It's the lowest in the league. Like this team, they solo kill. They are individual players, and then they like, accumulate that into a win just through solo prowess, whereas Fnatic are much more team-oriented.
Yeah, that is a complete contrast. I mean, it's not even just the way that Fnatic plays on the map, it's also in team fights. They are like one organism moving together, whereas Mao's prefer these split fights where, you know, you have the backline dive coming out from leader, they're splitting things up, you have Peel for Jessica on the front line, and it's been left open.
It's been left open. I mean, is it a bait for Fnatic? Like, obviously, we see the Kalista locked in, so already there's a bit of, like you said, you're excited about the bot lane. You're already expecting to see a lot of pressure go down with a Kalista. It's Bravado's Taric, though. You just lock it in.
And also, in this situation, it's also denying away a strong combo, because Taric isn't really played too much by people other than Bravado, but when it is, it's usually with that Kalista, so it works in tandem in two sort of opportunities. But I'm a little bit concerned about how they're going to apply this bot lane pressure. I think ultimately for Maddie, there's options here. We could potentially see things like the Ashe come up. I think they're going to leave that for now and actually toying with the Nocturne.
But also it denies it from Obsess.
Yeah.
Obsess is a big Nocturne player, so...
And also, I just want to highlight this. Nocturne Taric is really dirty.
That's nutty.
That is really dirty because you put the ult down, he flies in. It's that guaranteed engage. And if I'm playing Kalista into this, I'm not going to be having a good time.
I'm going to make an analogy for this draft. It's like a fist fight already. We've got a fist fighting draft before we even get into the game, which is absolutely insane. I'm very excited to see. We actually criticize Bravado sometimes, you know, as a player that maybe struggles with champion, or at least effective champion pool. He maybe struggles with effective champion pool, but I can tell you one pick he's damn effective on. It is his renowned Taric, so they're very happy to lock that in. And like you said, going to immediately go for that. This is very common for Maus, by the way. Regardless of top lane matchup, Tolkien, who I think's been an excellent player in the top lane, he will just blind Urgot on blue 3 every time.
Yes, and that's a great point. And I'm just they're locking in. They're locking in the Karthus, so
Matty for sure.
99% sure.
But it could be Magi.
It could be Flexes coming in here, but for now we'll assume it's Maddie. He did play that in the NLC. He can pair that up with the Taric. It makes it a very hard bot lane to engage on. You see a set, you see a Kalista. This to me is we want to go in. You see a Taric and a Karthus. This is try it. And it's interesting to see how this draft has developed. I think Mao's going very much what we expected. A lot of curveballs from Fnatic, in all honesty.
I feel a bit of a dichotomy between Nocturne and Karthus, though. You know, Nocturne's more aggressive. He's looking to get into the backline. That's the only dichotomy. Obviously, you always follow Karthus' ultimate, right? So you always on one person.
It's dive buddies, except the Karthus doesn't even need to be anywhere near. And also, if the enemy team tries to counter dive, Karthus is honestly chilling. So it's not like you have a vulnerable AD carry you have to worry about. You have a Karthus who, honestly, if he goes down, it can often work out more favorably. Now, in the second rotation, do you see the Fiddlesticks banned out? And then we see the Shen. So I think the Shen is the really one that I want to highlight. I would not want to see a Shen as well with this composition. That would literally just be everything in the kitchen sink on the back of this Nocturne.
So I think what you're seeing from Fnatic is quite clearly they're respecting the flexibility of set here, support even to leader in the mid lane if he absolutely wanted it in that matchup. It also denies it away from Magi Felix, who's had some excellent set performances in the NLC. So Lilia and Fiddlesticks banned here. It's
all my light ones would have brightened your day.
Taken away for Fnatic Rising. They are now going to get their pick. They've already got their bot lane locked in, so it's probably it's okay. All right. It's Fnatic locking in vain.
Or is it Pride locking in vain? You know, he's been playing a lot of Lucian top recently. This could be another flex. And the thing is, you know, we can have Nocturne mid, we can have Nocturne top. In theory, yes, jungle's a more common one, but there's still a lot of... The only thing I'm certain of is his Taric support. That is the only thing I'm firmly putting down on paper is its Taric support. And we have actually seen Leader play a lot of Silas. I like this because there are some choice ults on that enemy team. I think the Cosmic Radiance and the Requiem both really good options for the Silas. Now, Requiem doesn't quite kick as much if you don't have Dark Harvest, but still a really nice one to get your hands on.
We'll see what Obsess is going to be. Well, we assume Obsess because of the mid league. Silas mid, Lister bot lane with Tolkien taking that. I was only sure. I was sure it was likely going to be obviously the Urgot in the top lane, but we have the final pick here for Fnatic. This has been like a wild draft.
It's been a roller coaster, honestly, and we'll get to see what the final pick is, which is.
I can't even guess. That's the problem.
We'll just wait and see. We can't really say. It's going to be the Renekton, so we'll have Renekton top, Taric bottom. Oh, is it Renekton? Let's just see. Let's see how it pans out. I think there might be some Renekton to actually challenge the Silas. And then it is Vayne top.
It's actually
Vayne into Nirgot's actually a really good matchup because you can actually keep him at bay consistently. If he tries to dash on you, you can condemn, and you just shred him. You absolutely shred him. They still have the defensive bot lane. They have a good matchup mid, good matchup top, which they need for Dan to flourish on this Nocturne.
Can I just talk about the evolution of Pride for a moment? So, in the NLC, I don't know if any of you probably didn't.
Put all my lights on for the
In the
brighten
NLC,
your day.
Pride was. He started off as being more of a role player top lane, and then
A bit underwhelming as well.
A bit underwhelming top lane, and suddenly has become more and more of a carry, playing Lucian twice and absolutely smurfing on it in the NLC finals. And now he's on Vayne, and after that Neil performance from yesterday too.
I think he's still a role player, but he's gone from being like, okay, we need a tank here, to okay, what do we need here? And Pride's like, I'll do anything. I'll do anything. You want to play Karma top? I'll do it. You want to play Vayne top? I'll do it. It's insane to see, honestly, this transition, because I was hyped up Tolkien coming into this. I'm like, this guy has really been a driving force, but Pride, by all means, has to give so much credit. Rise up to this point on Fnatic Rising has been huge.
Now, obviously, I'm excited about this draft. I'm excited to see Fnatic rising quite clearly. You know, I can afford to be a little bit biased, but I do want to set the expectations that I do think Mao's come in just based on that dominant performance from yesterday, the 19-minute win, the quickest win in the European Masters so far. Mao's do come in as a very strong contender here. You know, if anything, if I was going to give it a percentage,
Put all my lights on for the brighten your
45
day.
Mouse, because I feel like ever so slightly, I've just seen how dominant Mouse have been, especially from that playoffs run in the lower bracket of the Prime League.
Which is fair, but after seeing the draft, I'm actually weighing towards Fnatic Rising. I think they have good answers across the map. And really, you look at champions on the side of Mouse, you look at the set, you look at the Callister, you know, these champions that want momentum, want to get going. There's a lot of Fnatic Rising that will shut that down, and I'm concerned if this goes late, Mouse don't necessarily have
Yeah, I definitely agree with that. But Mouse is not a team that generally likes to go late. They're a team that generally tends to take
We had 10 minutes of nothing last game, just passive farming. We are not seeing this game.
I'm excited to see Magi Felix on this Renekton as well. It's something that actually we saw Leader struggle with in his Viscous Premier outing when we saw Genax playing it for, I think it was for SK when they matched up against Mouse. Oh my goodness, Magi Felix.
Level 1. He just W'd him.
Are you the hunter?
This is actually the lane matchup that I was really excited about because Leader quite known for his flashy 1v1s. He's known for his assassin play, his ability to just skill check his opponents time and time again. You're skill checking one of the best mid laners outside of the LEC. And that is going to be the test for Leader here. Can you get that kind of advantage? Can you just be that much better than the likes of Magic?
Especially this matchup as well. And I think something you said, not here on broadcast, but you're saying you feel like Magic Felix role is going to be to negate Leader. When I think of negating, I think, oh yeah, Orianna, Azir. I don't think Renekton. I think this is him really saying, I want to shut him down more than anything. I want to be able to challenge this person and also facilitate Dan, because that's something I wanted to hone in on. Dan is so good in this meta where farming junglers are king, and he often needs that priority from teammates to set himself up for that, and here he's going to have it.
And just to set some context for Magi Felix, if anyone doesn't realize, we're a little bit careful here, he does get taken down fairly low by Leader. He actually has 5 accounts in Challenger, and they're all on the separate roles. So he's even had that top lane Renekton experience, just to throw in there when he plays the Renekton in the mid lane. Not hugely relevant, but
you know, it's a nice little tidbit. It's one of those nice little facts you like to throw in just to keep things fresh and spicy. We do see A little bit of pressure shown there by Obsessed in the mid lane, clears out that ward, and a big wave on the side of leader does allow him to crash that in. He should actually be able to recall if he wants here and get a little bit of an item advantage on Magifelix. Remember, he also has TP, so obviously the combat summoner favors Magifelix, but in terms of getting those resets, getting an item lead, it is in leader's side.
So we are seeing the bot lane take priority here, Jessica and Promiscu, and that's one of the things that I did want to talk about. If there has been an area of Fnatic Rising that has been a little bit lackluster maybe at times, it has been X-Fnatic provided. Oh my word, Pride taking Tolkien very low here. One more ore attack could be it. The shield keeps him alive and Pride taken down.
The minions look like he's so low.
Oh, goodness me, but he's obviously going for it. I don't even know if the wave's in a great spot for him right here. He's probably going to have to teleport directly back to lane.
It's tense. It's tense. I'm hyped. I'm already hyped. We said we were hyped coming into this game, but there's a lot of tense moments, and that should bounce back.
He should be fine, yeah.
Yeah, so, I mean, it means that potentially they can look for an opportunity where they punish him, but realistically, I think this is very much just being isolated lane matchups, because right now, Dan is just farming. And that is really what he's focused on this Nocturne, is getting to that level 6 as soon as possible, because then you can facilitate those strong laners on the back of that. You know, Pride does want to overstep. If he does want to try and contest, you can back that up. Now, Pride does TP in and start pushing the wave. At least potentially Obsessed can find a route in to look to punish him, Tom.
Look at the bot lane CS discrepancy right here. I mean, Jessica really taking hold of that 2v2 with Promiscu on the Bard. That is the one sore spot of the map at this point in time. And that is where you're expecting Fnatic to have to play super far back, but you're also expecting, you know, Mouse to be... We're expecting bot lane guys to provide a massive...
I agree, we're expecting the pressure and to translate that, but when you say bot lane die, and I see Tara carve this, I'm a little bit concerned.
Yeah.
You know, they have the exhaust as well. It's dangerous. You know, we'll have to see if potentially they can bring it out, but for now, I was talking about the item advantage. The double Doran's Vanilla is actually able to trade effectively with Magifelix there. And considering, you know, this was picked for Magifelix to sort of go ham in the lane, he's actually in a little bit of a sore spot. He has to stay to catch this wave or he'll fall behind. He's getting
Put all my lifetimes would have brightened your
the
day.
Ignite as well, and he picked for lane.
Yeah.
And you know, going up against the teleport leader who's going to retain a bit of utility throughout this game. We see Bravado and X-Mati here just trying to bite back a little. They're down 17 CS at this point in time, so really is hugely in favor. And that bot lane priority has allowed Obsessed to go for this Dragon 3. Dan, not too keen on contesting again, just looking to power farm, like you said.
Yeah, I don't think you're too concerned. The second is what you can give away. Again, there's a lot of scaling elements on Fnatic Rising that comfortable leaning on. But also, just there's a little bit of a mid lane discrepancy. That lean from Obsessed to get the lead with a favorable reset has put him in a good spot where he's actually able to contest his priority against Magifelix.
You're right, Magic just taking a bit behind ever so slightly. You can see those dives in on to leader. Has that ultimate available. Leader,
just losing that trade again.
He's just king of the 1v1s. Now, actually, Dan is level 6. He's going to go straight in onto leader. The teleport and the ignite, rather the flash and the igniter there. Magifelix forced away because he is being babysat. Down by Obsessed. Lots of damage and forces the flash out of Magifelix to return. And actually, the 2v2 really won out by Mouse here.
I mean, Magi was just so low, and then he ends up overstaying that scenario, and Obsessed is there. He's floating, he's there in position to assist. Promiscu even moving up because of the priority bot lane. Ultimately, that felt like almost a desperational from Dan. Oh, my mid lane is struggling when he shouldn't be. I'll do something to help out, but Mouse is already ready and waiting.
And we asked that question of leader versus Magifelix, like, who comes out on top? Right now, it's leader.
Yeah, absolutely. And the thing is, the Sylas is going to scale up, is going to be a threat. Now, looking towards Pride in the top lane, I'm thinking Vayne, a pretty good answer. If you can maneuver well in the team fights, Sylas is going to struggle to deal with you. But now he's pretty much just been farming away.
Yeah, hasn't really got many more advantages versus Tolkien here, especially post-6. I guess you have to be a little bit worried about taking those extended trades, especially with the ultimate. But you can see Pride here. You said just able to outrange Urgot for the most part, beat him back.
Are you the hunter or the prey?
Yeah. You do your thing, I'll do mine. And as much as obviously Vayne does come online extremely heavily in the late stage of the game, you get a big mid-game spike from the Ava. You know, when you're hitting those sort of level 13 points, that's a very big spike for him. There's a lot of good item break points around that point, and he's going to be very relevant. Now,
what are we looking for as our next big pressure point? Is it going to be that Rift Herald? It doesn't look like we're expecting a swap here from Fnatic Rising, so I think they're just giving up these early objectives to begin with.
Yeah, I think you're not really in a great spot to contest this one because ultimately Maddie isn't even level 6 yet. You know, Bravado's not even close. You really want that Cosmic Radiance to be working with. I think you just sacrifice this one. You collect farm on your carries. You can even see bot and top lane, they're actually just freezing the wave now, just collecting the farm. So not even looking to necessarily contest the plates. They're just trying to get farm on their important members.
And when we have things like the global ultimates, when we have things like the Nocturne ult, you always like to see, whenever they're used, you get something out of it, because they're a fairly long cooldown in the early game. That first ultimate from Dan, it was not effective, and they're going straight onto MagiFelix, who does not have that flash available. Immediately dived on. There goes leader. First blood for Jeskla. MagiFelix is the punching bag, and it will be Mouse that take the first shot.
Really nice setup there. Now Pride could be in trouble.
Oh,
Ooh.
condemned away. Now Obsess going to be running in, but Pride able to get a great condemn off and just trade a bit of damage back.
Yeah, really nicely played. Honestly, with the flash as well, it's very hard to sort of respond to that as the Vayne, but that little delay is enough for you to find it. Now we can see, waiting for a while, the dash is all MagiFelix has to escape. Stun that perfectly from Promiscu.
There's a target, a little bit of a target painted on his head, and a 20 CS lead, even more for leader in the mid lane. If you were looking to contain, if you were looking to beat, it just hasn't worked in this early game for Fnatic Rising.
I mean, look at the items. You know, Blazing King feels awful until you finish it. Like, just having the Cutlass, it offers you staying sure, but you don't have a ton of fighting power. His leader already has that Seeker's Arm Guard stacking up, has that extra armor, which is super favorable, not just in this matchup, but also the fact that Dan is an AD jungler as well. So, leader is feeling great right now in this game.
Level discrepancies in the bot lane too. Jeskla and Promiscu have been in complete control here. Fnatic needs a win on the map right now, and it doesn't really feel like there are many good avenues to find one. Dan's been farming up though, I guess.
Yeah, I will say that's one thing, is that although he hasn't been able to crush leader in this matchup, MagiFelix did give space to Dan. They had to focus on the next problem first. Oh, look at the engage.
They don't have flash available here for leader. They're going to go in onto him. He takes a lot of sustain up. The fear will come through. MagiFelix will take the kill, and he will bite back on that Renekton.
Yeah, nicely chained the CC together, and also you saw Dan actually get quite low, taking the tower hit. He just moves out of range to reset the aggro, and ultimately leader can try, without the flash, without something like a stopwatch, it's hard to really outplay that. So a nice punish there from Fnatic Rising.
The Rift Herald dropped in that bot lane. They have taken a huge number of plays, and with Xmatic the only one responding here, he's going to have to be careful. Surely first turret goes down for free on the side of Mal's. Jeskla is going to get a whole bunch of gold thrown his way, and that Kalista is going to start to snowball more heavily.
I mean, that is ideal scenario for a Kalista. You're taking the first tower, you're getting the gold yourself. Yes, we haven't seen a ton of kills in the bot lane, but I'm looking at it with 5,000
gold lead. That is a 2,000 gold lead individually. The whole gold lead is just Jeskla.
Yeah. Literally. And that hits. That hits for Fnatic Rising, especially as this dragon's just going to go. So that's now 2 dragons from out. They have a gold lead on this Kalista, who's very relevant right now. And you really got to ask is when Fnatic Rising will contest this, because I'm looking towards that 3rd dragon at the point when it's going to be like, okay, we need to object to this now. We need to stop the chain to get the dragon before it gets close to soul. And this discrepancy between bot laners and concerned.
And you kind of mentioned that you were really looking forward toward that bot lane matchup. Like Jeskla and Promiscu are very strong as a duo. And Xmatic and Bravato have desires when it comes to dominance. And now by essentially the target, there goes the Twisted Fate, or rather, not the Twisted Fate, I got Tempered Fate. I'm thinking about the wrong thing. He deflanked.
That'd be a nice ult. If Bard just threw a Twisted Fate and then he just yeah, but I mean, it's one of those things
where, I think.
A little bit, in all honesty, especially if he stayed and just played the rest of the game. But you see Pride TP'd into defend. He's actually going to pair up with Bard here. So flips a little bit. It allows Maddie to farm up, and he's still having that 80 carry right now. Felix being pressured, should just be able to walk this one out. But ultimately, you can see how aggressive, how far they're pushing up, because they have to freedom to. Right now, Fnatic Rising aren't really able to do much to stop it. But they have just been farming up. You know, we've seen Pride pulling ahead in terms of farm, Dan doing so, and Maddie, who there was a big discrepancy for, has started to catch up. But
Matty, like you were hiding in the brush there, now you're going to flush away. I think you're just dead in this instance. He's going to get pulled back in by Tolkien. I don't know what you were doing there.
So usually when a play happens, I try and think, why did they do that? What was the plan? What were they looking to achieve? I don't know. I honestly have no idea. I don't know what you're expecting when you run through that play.
You're 2 levels down, you're a Karthus with not even a single completed item. I guess because Fnatic were rotating down, Dan did have that ultimate available, he just went a little bit too early.
Yeah, quite a bit too early. Looks really, really hard in all honesty, but it's trying to make it possible for our play. It fails, Tolkien gets a free kill, and then Mouse is just putting more pressure on this top side of the map. Taking this tower is going to put just like further ahead.
I think you're starting to see some of the weaknesses of this Fnatic draft, right? Outside of the combo of Magi, Felix, and Dan, where's your proactivity in the early game? Like, what can you actually, what plays can you make outside of looking for a skirmish that you can potentially go in your favor in the larger team fight scale? We're getting a. Do we really want to make Maddie feel bad twice?
Okay, so he kills his shield.
And then he just dies.
That's about it. I mean, it wasn't even close. And you could see the members on the minimap swarming down. Yeah. Just too early. Just way too early from Maddie. And I think he quickly realized that. He flashed away, but
like, yeah. The question is, like, what agency do Fnatic have with this draft? Like, apart from Magic Phoenix being decent earlier on, Rondo was knocked down pretty nicely. I feel like every other lane has absolutely zero agency.
But I mean, the thing is, top is fine to negate
monsters
the and then bot is something you can then lean on when you start to get pressure and lean towards that. But ultimately, we saw a situation where Magic Phoenix was struggling mid, Dan was just farming up. They didn't actually get him a lot of success from their initial plays, and so they weren't able to translate that pressure down and capitalize. I think, yes, there's in every draft there's going to be weaknesses. I mean, we could see a similar situation if Mouse had been proactive and Jessica fell behind. Mouse. I think Mouse, they were the proactive team. They hit their win condition with what they want to do, and now they've been able to capitalize. Their Calista is strong, is really relevant.
But how do you look like, I'm going to flip that to you. How do you be proactive as a Karthus tower? Like
it's not the Karthus tower though. You have Magic Phoenix stand, you have the strong 2v2 mid-jungle.
So you're supposed to come down and translate that bot.
And it should be hard to die from the bot. Tower, so they feel until they get the assistance. But unfortunately, that never happened. They never got that assistance from the mid-jungle, and eventually they just had to give up that tower and back away, which obviously kind of just spun things out of control. And now Mouse are taking a second Rift Herald, the Dragon's up in a minute. We're seeing a situation where they're 4k gold up. Mouse are looking good.
4k at 15 minutes into the game, and let's take stock right now. Kalista very far ahead, working with that zeal towards the Hurricane already, and only just some single items completed. Not even a Blaze of the Rune King yet for Pride either. The question to you is, like, if you take a stock of where we are now, how far do Fnatic have to get before they can even compete with Mouse?
I mean, it's not just how far, it's also, will it matter? Because I can sort of say, you know, this time in the game, but realistically we have Dragon in 30 seconds. Do I think they contest that? No. I mean, I just think you lose. Maybe they go for it, maybe they pull out a miracle team fight, but realistically, I see the cliffs on 2 items, I am very concerned. And then it's really, can they contest by the 4th Dragon? That has to be the big question, and I think the game continues here. I think it's going to be very difficult to do so.
This skin is fashioned for survival.
I don't know, it's a hard ask for Fnatic. I think execution in these team fight is going to be the king. I think that is the only way they make it back to this game, because they don't have time to sit back and skin.
Leader's going to drop the Rift Herald on the top side of the map for that 3rd Drake. If you do not respond to this, and that immediately goes in straight onto Jessica, and that's a great tempered fate. Sends ultimate straight back onto the mid lane tier 1, but the shutdown goes to Maddie. The ultimate coming in clutch for him on the card. There's then the Taric ultimate to buy some time to prevent this fight going much further as the invulnerability pays off dividends. And that's actually a pretty solid fight here for Fnatic Rising. A 1-for-1 just before the Dragon. You will take it.
Especially with how bad the Calista is, and if you look at the low HP bars, the Fnatic can actually find their way to this Dragon. They're still searching for a fight.
Vado just being aggressive on that Taric. Again, defending against this Dragon will be of the utmost importance, and it looks like Fnatic have got it right.
Yeah, I mean, good execution. They found the dive on the Jessica, and they do everything at it. They keep have Magic Phoenix flashing in, managing to find enough damage for the Karthus to clean up, but Mouse are not done.
That is going to be the ultimate coming in the turn from leader. Now Tolkien moving through, and they do enough to zone away. Fnatic are too slow to capitalize, and they get their 3rd Dragon.
Yeah, and I mean, if the end result from a positive play, taking out this Fed Calista, did you still lose the Dragon? You know, it's a good defensive play from Mouse on a how like that. We see the ult from the Bard coming in to stop Dan from getting the fear, even though he does finally get the end, and then the ult from the set to keep the Renekton locked up. It's not enough, you still see the Calista go down, but it's a lot invested just to get 1 kill, and then they have to back away in Cosmic Radiance just to keep themselves alive. So all of those ultimates really used by the side of Fnatic to just get that 1 kill, and it kind of left them without any steam.
The also lost the top lane tier 2 whilst that was going on to the Rift Tower.
Get up.
And it did charge that
Stand
middle
firm.
tower as well. So
Strike
a potential vulnerability. And that was one of the windows. That was one of the windows where Fnatic needed to find a successful fight, answer back, deny that soul win condition. They've missed it. I'm now looking at 4 minutes, and I'm concerned.
And look at what Maus are doing on the map. They're committing to a 1-3-1 tactic because they have the double teleport, and Fnatic will always be hamstrung by the Ignite on Renekton. They will always be hamstrung by the ability to have less influence across the map just due to summoning spells.
And you would be concerned if Renekton could smash Sylas into the ground, but he's so far behind, he can't do that in Pride.
Yeah.
I'm going.
And Mike's done. Leader, nearly 1v2.
Oh, he's trying to go for it, but won't be able to. Imagine Felix gets that final base attack through. So it's made 1-for-1 across the map. He's still on that tier 2.
One mistake now that we're playing this big tower as well. Fnatic, they do it straight evening kills across the map. And just only expanding further and further in favor of Fnatic.
Trying to get onto Bravado here. Promiscu has been so aggressive on this bar. Very, very impressive from that bot lane. Honestly, a great game from him so far. Hope he even takes that bot lane tier 2, and that gold lead is now opened into 6,000 in favor of Maus.
I mean, it is going to come down to that dragon fight. If you execute that fight perfectly, that is your way back in the game. Otherwise, they're going to see that 1v2, they dive in for him, and they manage to find the CC, but he actually buys a lot of time, and the dominance being stolen, giving a lot of extra HP to use. It's close in this situation, actually. They have just enough damage coming out from these two, and I think the critical thing was that initial CC very much delayed leader finding a win.
I think he's now picked up the Zonya's hourglass as well. Yeah, he's going to be a better target to actually speed up in these fights. Get on the way with the stopwatch. Now, that stopwatch feels like it's critical because this next dragon fight is probably going to be very influential for the outcome of the game. Now, with the stopwatch, he's going to be a target he buys time. Now, how to group focus targets and potentially have other team fights.
I think it's really hard. The thing is, Pride is at 2 items. You have a carry player around, but that's not the case. Bravado
Now being focused down, flashes across the wall here. Honestly, these aggressive journeys from Proxy have been fantastic. Now Leader trying to get straight onto Magic Felix, doesn't have the ultimate, so he doesn't have the ultimate to work with, but it may be too little too late for him as he's forced to pop it very early on, tries to get away, has to go flash, and will be taken down by Jessica. It just feels like Fnatic are completely helpless on their own side of the map right now. They have got no vision control, they have no idea where Maus are going, and they are just playing them.
I mean, Maus just seems so strong right now. They are just, considering this is a top team in NLC, Fnatic can typically do well in the EU Masters. Maus is crushing them, in all honesty. There's no other way to phrase it. They are crushing them in every sort of metric of the win.
Yeah, and it's not even like this classic Maus where they're just outskilling on the 1v1. They're beating Fnatic at the macro. They're beating Fnatic at those skirmishes and those team fights.
They're playing the map really well.
Exactly. There's going to be another aggressive journey from his Q going in. We'll miss the stun this time round, so Fnatic may have enough time to get out. They've actually stolen the Cosmic Radiance.
Survival means
An enemy
And
has
they're going to
been
pick up
slain.
Bravado, who will drop without that flash.
An ally has
Maus,
been slain.
beautiful play.
Just his ability to seek out these kills, and it is something we often saw from them in the Prime League, but sometimes it felt like a bit less structured, just sort of, see champion, kill champion. It feels very refined. It feels to me like Maus, that playoff run they had, and since then they've stepped up, and they look like a really formidable contender for the whole tournament, honestly.
And I came into this game, and I really wanted this to be the Titan of the NLC, the single remaining team. I know I'm crying a little bit inside too, but I really wanted it to be this really heavyweight matchup. You know, I was expecting Fnatic to finally live up to expectations. Maus have cut them off at the knees. They have really cut down expectations here because this does not even look good. But I think conversely, it really does set Maus up as a super strong team. Honestly, definitely the best team at this competition.
And I think it's telling that they swept the other teams who are EU Masters from the Prime League. They just flew through them. And I think they're looking at this. You've got to look at this. You're going to take this team fight. That Mountain Soul goes down on a Maus. I think it's just
Has been basically farming for the majority of this game, and there may be a situation where Pride becomes relevant here. They're going to go for the Dragon. It looks like Magic is going very aggressive now. Maddie's going to be the target. He stole the Carthus ultimate here. Comes the engage. Immediately they want to leader in the backline. He's going to Zonya's, and he will be So much time, but Pride's going. Pride's to the back line. He's still trying to chunk that guy down. And next time he's still got the shutdown. The fight is happening. He's flushed into the middle of the bloody fight. What an absolute monster. But Leader's still going. He has that sustain available. The damage is lacking right now as Dan drives in. Leader's still alive. The double kill there. And unfortunately, it is in vain as the triple kill with a monster from the Prime League. Leader will get the quadra. And Mao slammed down.
Huge fight coming out there from Mouse. Fnatic had so much momentum going forward. Pride was popping off, and I felt like this is it. This is the redemption. This is them getting back in. But they lost steam. Pride flashes forward, and Jesper is there to answer. Leader is there to clean up, and he's showing his prowess on this Silas. Not definitely a close fight from Mouse, but they managed to come out ahead.
It felt like Fnatic were on the cusp of potentially taking that fight. But honest,
Maddie?
Maddie?
An ally has been slain.
Passive utilization.
I feel like what? Alright. I'm going to go sit down back down on my seat here. Maus are going to capitalize on the customer.
Get a moment.
Let's end this game, guys. Put him out there in misery. As Maus pushing forward. You can never count Leader out in these fights. Proved it on the sole point. One will come through down that it is in vain as the Prime League champions take their second win in absolutely dominant fashion here in the European Masters.
There was
a moment where I felt like Fnatic found their way back in, but it didn't even last for the whole team fight. It's a problem.
I know, I was like, Pride, you madman! Oh, never mind.
Yeah.
But look, I think quite clearly we've seen how powerful Mouse are. They do look like top 3, at least in this competition. Like,
I mean, I'm just proud to say it. They're the team. They are, from what I've seen so far, based on performances, I think Mouse are huge. I think from now on, we'll be weighing up into the team of like, that was good. Was it Mouse? I just thought I was stating that at this point.
I think it's a fair statement, given what we've seen from the Prime League champions. Absolute beasts in every remark. I mean, Jeskler and Promiscu had an excellent game. The Leader show is back quite clearly, and Tolkien on that.
You know what I love the most? Is they're just so fun to watch as well.
I just, they play great League of Legends for a viewing experience.
Yeah, absolutely.
Guys, look, we need time to cool down here. When we're back, we will try and break down what an exciting game that was.
monsters are everywhere. Survival is an instinct we all have. This skin lives on me and hunts me. Trees. How I miss them.
An ally has been slain.
I came for the hunt. Stay for the food. Void rule number 1. Don't die. This dude hunts in the manner I choose. I'll be back. Hold our ground. Act enemies.
An ally has been slain.
Get up. Stand firm. Strike hard.
How do we even start to break this down? Do you think it was draft from the beginning, or do you think it was more execution in game?
I mean, you can definitely argue that maybe there were limited windows for Fnatic. I think you definitely said that but ultimately, I think there's a lot more than that. I think execution was what went in favor of Mouse. And you see moments like this where I'm asking, how did you find yourself in this situation?
This is like one of those that like the scratch reel. So you might be wondering how I got here.
Yeah, which kind of feels like this with Magic Felix on the tower, but he does manage to find Jesper, and there are moments like this. I mean, this is the one I want to highlight the most, because honestly, it felt like this fight, it could have gone in favor of Fnatic, because to start off well, the Cosmic Radiance utilized, you can see there was a game plan around this composition for Fnatic, and Pride starts to step up, but it's just not enough, because Leader manages to turn things around in this situation, the exhaust comes in, and that is really a gold lead. That is, more than anything, that is highlighted by the gold difference. Because if that was people gold in that situation, I think Fnatic would have taken that fight. And it's ultimately, they didn't have the pressure in the early game. Magic Felix wasn't able to put a clamp onto Leader. And it just ended up meaning he took up the game.
They were more iconic duo. Leader and smurfing on kids at European Like, this guy is absolutely insane.
Yeah.
Like, he's actually insane. And I think the strategy that Fnatic had in that game is we're not going to contain, we're going to beat. And
I mean, because we typically see things like Galio, we see the Azir, Orianna, those are picks that we expected from Magic Felix to answer Leader and stuff. But he went, you know, I'm not just going to answer him, I'm going to tumble him to the ground. And it didn't work out. I think after that nice movement from Obsess to get that good recall, to get the cheetah recall, the Leader, he didn't even walk back lane, but he put it TP'd in, he wanted to apply the pressure, and it put Magic Felix on the back foot long enough that it just meant the matchup's advantage. And once that happened, it felt like bot lane started really crumble. We knew it was going to be a bit of a sore spot having the Callista into the Carthus, because you could just apply pressure. It's a Taric as well. You know, we talked about how Rivardo's Taric great to him. You kind of just sit and watch the Callista though in the early phase, and it really meant that part was so reliant on that mid lane advantage that it kind of meant they were just waiting for a miracle team fight.
yeah, and I honestly felt, although we talked a lot about Leader, that I kind of want to move the story to Jesper, because he was the one that had the gold. He was the one that was in those lanes. I mean, he really was a powerful team fighter.
You can talk about the bot lane at all. Promiscu was a really good facilitator on the bot. And I think especially because typically you have a Callista, you think, okay, let's pair it up with something like Nautilus, Leona, Thresh, and they didn't opt to. They knew they had the strength of Callista and Riot. They were like, we want a big playmaker, and the bot was that. There's so many situations where they find picks, set of fights, and even the defensive play was really good as well. So I think a stellar game from definitely the bot side of the map for Mouse. It's not the top side did anything wrong. It's just the bot side was really the pop-offs on this roster. So
Yeah, I'm very much looking forward to see how Mouse progress in this tournament, but we have one more game today. It is going to be Intrepid Fox versus Gamers Origin. We'll see you soon.
This world is changing. We decide. I need to gather my strength. Survival means
An ally has been slain. Enemy killing
I can make a difference here. Feed the beast. Monsters are everywhere.
Shut down. An ally has been slain. Rampage.
That's 3. I like it. I just might stay. Exploit their weakness. I was spared for a reason.
An enemy is unstoppable. Enemy
Fight
double
double
kill.
Me now, I do not run.
An enemy has been slain. An ally has been slain.
Final game of the day coming your way. It is Intrepid Fox versus Gamers Origin. And
Moving
I
target
think
with
it's
no-
difficult to assess this one. I don't think Intrepid Fox come from a place of like insane strength. They obviously came from the play-ins. They're the second team coming from the GLL. They're a lot more scrappy, a lot more brawl heavy than We Love Gaming. And Gamers Origin are the second seed from the LFL. Our region is incredibly strong. It's difficult to assess the power level of Gamers Origin right now.
Yeah, I think it's definitely a tough one. I think in general, I came into this tournament thinking France are the region to beat, not just because they're reigning champions. I thought the teams looked extremely good, but it's been a bit hit or miss, in all honesty, so far in the stages. And I'm not sure, because I think even this match, I think is heavily favored towards missing.
Exploit them.
I'm not convinced that the region as a whole is as strong as they were in spring, and that is my concern.
And what you're telling me is that this needs to be dominant from Gamers Origin.
It has to be in terms of setting the story for France, but also from a point of view, if you lose this, you're actually in a really rough spot in the group.
Yeah, you don't want to go 0-2 down.
Yeah, I mean, that is really bad, in all honesty. That is like you have to win every game from then on to make sure things are in our hands. So a dangerous spot, but they are still heavy favorites. I can't sell it any other way. This team is heavy favorites for this, but they need a win. They absolutely need a win.
There are a couple of good players for Intrepid Fox, though, right? You know, we are looking like towards the jungle and the mid lane potentially. Top side of the map is quite, top side of the map is quite good for
I think LeBron is one they really play around, a big star player for them, and in this meta he can pick these sort of carry farming junglers, get really strong. He can also lean towards top lane. Bako is someone who will play these split pushes, and Shemek not always been the same player in top lane, does play carry,
don't want to oversell this. Like, this is definitely a Greece origin. But as we've seen from the GLL in general, they can surprise us. Greece has thrown some surprises our way already. WLG on the board, for instance. Again, they wouldn't be the first Greek team to qualify. I can't say it properly. Panathinaikos? Look,
I'll leave you.
You know that team that I'm talking about. Summer 2018, they actually qualified out of groups. So obviously looking to follow in the footsteps of them way back when. But it's the best chance that the GLL have got. With 2 teams in groups, this is one of the most represented European Masters that they've ever had.
Yeah, and statistically, the chance they make it out of groups is 50-50.
Double.
It's 50-50. They either do or they don't.
Exactly. There you go.
But speaking of draft, speaking of draft, we are now Punisher banned away from the Cassiopeia the Aurelia. That is going to be bog standard against him. And then we also see a ban thrown towards LeBron in that jungle pick. Gamer's Origin instantly picking up the Callisto for Smiley. Veteran player, a lot of experience. I think him and Hustle and Beast, I think it's probably one of the best duos I've seen him in. They've been playing together for quite a long time, and it has really shown in their performance in the bot lane.
Yeah, I mean, these guys have been a duo for as long as I can remember. They've got a lot of experience. They didn't have the best performance yesterday. It wasn't the height of these guys' careers, but you can see it out of Mouse's book, where they are just looking to play through bot lane dominance. But the Ashe is available, classically picked up to try and negate some of that early pressure that Callisto could put down through ranging and slowing down. And Intrepid Fox very happy to bot lane.
I mean, let's see what they take here. The options like Twisted Fate is the common pickup, try and deal with that pressure with Galio, or just go to something more safe, even a jungle frag from LeBron. I don't think we'll see support here. I expect to see that coming in the third pick as a counter, but just like I said, they're going to go for this denial with Thresh. There's strength to it. Thresh is strong in isolation, but it does mean that potentially seeking the ball for this especially the Nautilus has a decent matchup into him. I personally prefer leaning towards a counter pick, and they could have taken that third. We'll have to see how this does pan out. It does mean they have that safety element, though, for the Ashe.
You are always, I guess, scared of the Callisto Thresh lane. It's probably one of the more powerful combinations that can go down there. But like you said, it's not like there's no counterplay whatsoever. There is definitely options on the table. Blue Resource, something we haven't actually touched on, very experienced jungler, especially at the European Masters level. He's going to get his hands on Graves. And as you mentioned, the Nautilus is a very classic pickup when you don't use the hands from Thresh. Very happy to take that on the first side.
And it's a decent Thresh matchup because you can just engage onto him and beat him up. Nautilus is tankier. He is able to withstand more beating, so it means you don't have to necessarily target the AD carry. He's going to have that Lantern safety. It puts him in a spot where Gamer's Origin are very much still all gears as well at the moment. And we do see LeBron go for that Kha'Zix in the jungle, so a champion I would expect to see from him, very carry-oriented, and it is his signature pick. So if you can find momentum, if you can find space to sort of flourish, it can be devastating.
Yeah, and also it's kind of leaning into what you mentioned about LeBron, kind of a star player for this roster, expecting him to take the mantle of the carry. And again, on this Kha'Zix is definitely a hit to do that with. We're going to start to see mid lane chopped away at here with the Orianna going down the drain. I'm expecting maybe an Azir as well, and I'm looking to blind pick that here for Punisher. But we'll see what happens. Just trying to limit that pool.
The Malphite come out, it's something you can actually take into the Ashe specifically, but I guess Callisto is also sort of burdened by the fact that Malphite has that essential point-and-click CC. I think ultimately Intrepid Fox, I feel like the first 3 picks I'm kind of favouring Gamer's Origin, but Intrepid Fox have got the Kha'Zix they wanted, and now I feel like Red side is very favoured these last few, because they can go for a strong line, and then go for the counter pick in whichever lane. Banning away the Orianna and the Syndra, I get the vibe that potentially going for a mid lane here. I think Twisted Fate could actually be the pick they pull out in this scenario if it's not banned away, because both Orianna and Syndra are decent to that matchup.
They have the Corfu Punisher as well, which I know is very nice, so we do always keep an eye on that. I would be doing Fate Zero, one of those.
With potential carry, can use the split pressure. This is a great win condition for the team, especially when the enemy team has a Callisto. It kind of says you guys need to crush early, or we have multiple win conditions to lean into later on.
Very interesting. Now, I suppose in essence that is flexible.
Yeah.
So they're not giving away a huge amount here, but maybe Punisher taking a leaf out of Leader's book after the game yesterday, happy to move towards the side.
A lot of confidence to take that blind, and let's just see what Gamer's Origin answer with. if the expectation is potentially that goes top, you don't want to take a tank. Sylas actually sort of came back initially into the meta as a pick to answer these tanks in the top lane, because you steal like an Ornn's ultimate, but with AP ratios, you actually do more damage because you're building that AP. We do see Wukong coming in, so something we've seen sort of fall a little bit out of it, but still has a ton of team fighting power, great backline access, a lot of disruption, and also should be okay to match up against Sylas, especially in the extended trade. Sylas like to play.
Actually, this is something that really often doesn't get his hands on. So LeBron locked in here for Gamers Origin. That rounds out their competition as a whole. And what Intrepid Fox if they are going to be setting that Sylas mid or top.
Yeah, I think Sylas a little bit difficult actually into the LeBlanc matchup because you can just get chained down and bullied, but looks like they want to go for that potential split push that we're talking about. I think that's the right decision because you want that win condition from Bako, and obviously Jax, not quite as much as the Camille. I think when I look at the big split pushers, when there's like Camille, Jax, Fiora, in terms of team fighting power, Camille, it's that order, Camille, Jax, Fiora, so he can join them. He's not quite as good as having the Hextech ultimatum, but he can be that asset while also being an absolute monster in the side lane. So I think Intrepid Fox have given themselves win conditions, but Gamers Origin, I'm looking at that early game and it is looking destructive.
What are we expecting then? Set me up for what I'm expecting to see from both Gamers Origin and Intrepid Fox. Like, are we expecting bot lane dives very early on here?
I want to see a ton of aggression from Bluezo. I think you have a bot lane who are looking to challenge, you have a mid lane who's also looking to do so. Play with your priority, lean into that, set up potential ganks, and then just really make LeBron's life hell. We see Kha'Zix is sometimes just looking to farm up. Don't let that happen. And just keep the pace, and it's going to be similar to the mouse game in that we want to see this Clister propped up to be a monster in the mid game and give Intrepid Fox no room to breathe. You want to see bot lane tower down early, swap to top, and then suddenly Bako doesn't have a lane to farm in.
Well, hopefully that is what they can execute on. But in terms of Intrepid Fox, is this purely playing through the split push game? Where do Intrepid Fox need to pinpoint to try and get a win in this matchup? I
think they are going to be a little bit on the defensive in the early game. I don't think their tools are necessarily bad, especially when it comes to the bot lane, but it's just the matchup is a bit of a back foot. I think you want to be tracking Blue Resort and seeing what he's trying to do and either look to counter gank or avoid him. And that's really where the Kha'Zix can look to flourish in this situation.
And obviously, we talked a little bit about it beforehand, but the LFL have set expectations for themselves. The LFL are coming in as the defending champion regions. LDLC lost in an absolutely nutty game earlier in the day. And Gamers Origin, they want to redeem themselves from yesterday. You know, the LFL come in probably with the highest weight of expectations on their shoulders. And obviously, like right now, Misfits Premier, the first seed living up to that. But Gamers Origin LDLC just starting to struggle ever so slightly at the start of this. Whereas Greece, they came in, the GLL came in with little expectations. There wasn't much expected of WLG and Intrepid Fox, but so far WLG have started to bring that region hope. We know we're starting to see the Greek fans really rally around their two teams in this group stages. And, you know, Intrepid Fox, they really could look to strike the hammer here and make this group very interesting.
Absolutely could. And speaking of making things interesting, Gamers Origin look for the invade level 1. They are strong enough to do this. They've got good power in the champions. They're going to black out over.
The flash in straight away as well as LeBron is forced over the wall. Now Blue Resort is going to be pushed back. Should just secure the blue buff. LeBron getting in very aggressively in this. LeBron. Oh, he actually gets it. He smites away. First blood does go over to Blue Resort here. And they may even end up getting 2 as the flash comes through the wall. And I think Blue Resort will get that double kill comes through. And now the guy forced back under the tower. I don't think he'll go down, but I mean, you traded blue buff for first blood and another kill.
Yeah, I mean, LeBron went in, he wanted to deny the blue, get that experience for himself. I can kind of see the thought process, because even though he died in that scenario, he does actually get back on the map and he's able to get more. So I love this confidence. So look at Hustling, flashes over the blue, just straight in. I think the target selection was a bit off. When LeBron flashes away, Blue Resort should have switched to Kayuma, and then they would have probably just won out this entire play. But either way, LeBron is like, I'm getting that blue buff, and Intrepid Fox managed to turn it around onto the Nautilus. But imagine that same play if LeBron doesn't get the blue. Imagine if he missed the smite there. This would be disastrous for Intrepid Fox. So I kind of feel like they coin flipped that one a little bit, in all honesty, but Gamers Origin still coming out ahead.
Fancy moves on our HyperX replay there. Thank you very much, observers. I love having the LEC observers on hand here because they make some Smurf replays.
Yeah, it's cool to see. I love the angles, just, you know, switching it up, seeing from how many different viewpoints that was int. But
Got no chill, mate. He got absolutely no chill. Blue Resort, though, confident off the back of that earlier engage, just looking to put a bit of aggression down. But that's one of the benefits of Ashe.
He's 2-0, the Graves, already. I mean, I was talking about, I want to see Blue Resort aggressive. I want to see him challenging with these carries in the bottom mid he can really play through. This is a good start. This is by all means a good start. And already you can see bot lane, they got priority, mid lane, they got priority. Go are completely fine in this situation.
However, he will be spotted out in the blue side jungle here, so I'm expecting LeBron to respond and head towards the blue side jungle after taking that River Scuttler, and actually Blue Resort just looking to deny as many camps as possible. Hustling Beast jumping in, the aggression from the Intrepid Fox bot lane, looking to defend their blue side jungle, just not good right now. And Kioma taken very low. The pull comes through, but it's not really going to mean much here. Blue Resort and Hustling Beast will just exit that jungle, but again, it has given LeBron time to go and respond and clear some camps on that blue side of Go.
Yeah, and it means they're sort of trading across the map, and this here at Shemek, you can see, although there's going to be a wave crashing from Bako, there's a big CS lead. If Shemek gets denied this, he's going to really be hitting. So I actually want to see LeBron potentially looking to threaten a dive in this situation. That is a way that you can actually look to find success on the other side of the map. But ultimately, Go are really hurting the bot lane of Intrepid Fox right now, not really giving them any space at all.
And we said that was going to be a focus with this Kalista Thresh, just looking to put pressure down as much as possible. Unfortunately, the blue buff has now become the target for LeBron, so I don't think that on the cards. It's probably a little risky as well, with that Wukong being quite slippery in those dive scenarios, and Shemek will get away with farming under this turret for free.
Yeah, Shemek actually took a good trade there, which put him on the back foot, but, you know, Go have no chill. They are going to dive on the other side of the map. You can see Takui's actually moving over to assist, but look at this.
The teleport's coming through, I think. The guy just goes down here. They're going to take the second kill. This might be teleporting to your death here for Punisher, who's trying to at least clear the wave. It's a 2-for-1, but the kill goes over to Kioma, and you're not that worried about the Thresh getting
I just
killed.
love the sacrificial play from Hustling Beast. He knows that his life situation. He just walks in, no flash. He knows he is likely to die in this situation. He doesn't care. He roots the guy. Korok comes in very low. Kioma doing his best to ensure Hustling Beast dies. But at the end of the day, the AD carry dying is the pivotal thing here. It's 2-for-1 trade, but yeah, you denied all that farm in the tower, and I mean, look at the CS difference bot lane.
Oh my gosh. 18 to 42, and Ashe doesn't even get too much of a wave to bounce to, you know, like, this is pretty grim. You know, do you remember what we said? You know, we said, like, Kalista, Nautilus were expecting bot lane dives. You wanted to see bot lane aggression. Well, they're doing it, and it's working.
And it is working well, and this is the momentum we wanted to see, but the critical thing is it's not just the fact that we expected it. So incredibly strong on this Graves, and realistically, it's not giving much room for the Kazakhs to really do anything. Because if you show up to a skirmish, and the Graves is there, he will just pop you.
Just looking to...
I like clear win conditions, and then you just like replace them. Let's hit them over the head with a frying pan.
So many times.
So many times. And actually, Go really hitting here as well. They're not even opting to crash the wave and dive. They're actually, because it's pushing out towards them, they were just stalling it for a bit of time and denying even more farm here. And this is why such a big CS lead is built up. And Go know they can do whatever they want. If they want to shove it in, if they want to assist with Dragon, they can. If they want to deny, they can. I mean, that says it all. That literally says it all. That's how I would feel in this bot lane situation. It's not fun, and in fairness, I'm not going to put this on Gagai and Kioma. I'm not going to say this is purely their fault, because it was really the aggressive invade from Gamer's Origin, and then their translation from that is really punishing.
But all my
It's not being
lifetimes
necessarily
would
a
have brightened
2v2.
your day.
It's been a 3 or 4v2.
What I really like, though, is the pace setting of Gamer's Origin. Like, they came in level 1 to set the tempo, and they have not let off the gas when it comes to punishing that bot lane. And look at this, blue side jungle. This is not Kazakh's blue side jungle. They're basically vertical jungling at this point, and I would give credit to LeBron to understanding that, but they've lost so much pressure on bot.
But the big thing is, I mean, they have built up a massive CS advantage top lane, but I would like to see a little bit more in this situation. But critically, I mean, normally vertical jungling happens early, and then it's normally on the second rotation.
Are you the hunter?
It's
or the
still
prey?
going and going and going. And Go are just not letting up, and realistically, Intrepid Fox like, cool, you can have our bot side jungle, I guess we'll just leave it to you. And honestly, it's feeling pretty painful at the moment. And Gamer's Origin, you know, Herald spawning, they don't care. They are not swapping, they're not opting out of this 2v2.
Exactly, they're happy to continue to punish. And I think one of the questions that we have, you know, is like, okay, you're trading bot lane pressure for top lane pressure, and as you said, like Jax has been given a small advantage on this top side. Oh, they're just going in. I mean, they're just dead. Surely, if they get that Ren, maybe Ignite's going to do the work. He'll drag him back out with Fate's Cool, and Hustling Beast picks up the kill. Goodness me.
Smiley had flash. He could have flashed in and rendered, and he knew he didn't even need to.
No.
Just the absolute confidence. That hook, by the way, from Hustling was beautiful to find it. Kind of threaded the needle there. But it's just a bit of domination at this point. Punisher trying to find something.
That is aggressive, and Blue Resort picks up the kill. LeBron there, too little, too late. He's maybe going to look for Takui, but he will get it eventually. He'll take the kill back, but it is a lot of resources invested just to purely trade one kill.
Yeah, but, you know, by all means, I'd take it in terms of Intrepid Fox. A 1-for-1 when you're kind of getting smashed across the map is by all means a good thing, especially with how rough bot lane is looking. And we'll see that replay again. The guy thinks he's safe behind the minion.
Oh, that's a beautiful goal.
Starts the needle, and again, Smiley could have flashed in and Ren did take this kill. Knows he doesn't need to. Ignite is enough damage. Ult to take Hustling Beast out for the tower range. And it's just, you can see the synergy between these two. You can see the coordination. It's just the skill as well.
So close again. Oh my.
Scary times.
I know. I think, you know, what I really love is what you mentioned, that most teams by this time would have rotated to Rift Herald. They'd look to play advantages. I love the heads up from Gamers Origin to say, let's twist the knife.
Yeah.
Let's really make them bleed on that bottom side of the map. And Smiley and Hustling Beast are just in such a strong position. And now LeBron's reacted, but this is quite a late reaction for Rift Herald. It's been up for 1 minute, and now you've given time for Blue Resort to respond.
Yeah, and now actually the bot lane's gone for a reset. And we could see them potentially move in through mid and rotate up top. You can actually see Hustling Beast heading over, so don't even necessarily need to go all the way. They just need to be walking there, so if a fight does break out, they are guaranteed victory. And actually, you see, look at Smiley on the map. He's actually changed. He's like, it's done. It's taken. Yeah. You know, we walked in that direction. It's already gone down. I'm going to head bot. Hustling Beast will spend a little bit of time around the mid lane, but ultimately, no real contestation from Intrepid Fox. And one of my question marks has to be, you know, it came in the draft, they early prioritized that Thresh. It did mean that there was counter pick in terms of supports for Gamers Origin. They're able to choose the matchup after taking that really strong Kalista pick, and then on top of that, Punisher not picking a Roman champion. I mean,
it's a 10-minute Blade of the Ring King again, baby, and that is an easy kill for Smiley.
And it's like, maybe if Punisher had a pick that had more global pressure, but as I'm saying, there's more coming in.
They're going to try and stop that Lancing from coming through. LeBron, no way to escape here. Surely goes down. The invisibility will only keep you so safe. And honestly, this is absolute dominance. Brilliant hook from Hustling Beast again. I don't know how far they can follow up on this as Kioma gets dragged down. Hustling Beast really looking for it as they'll go for the flash. With the dragon spawning in a minute, the dominance from Gamers Origin is really feeling it.
I mean, this is brutal. This is really brutal. And Smiley just alone time with the turret, destroying it. I mean, the gold lead is pretty significant, basically everywhere but top. It's pretty significant. And on top of that, it's not just that, it's a level lead as well. We have a 2-level lead for Smiley over Gagai at this point.
Oh my word. And look, they're there again. They are there again. Gagai cannot step into lane. It is a 40 CS lead for XD Smiley.
Lewis are actually up to the block instead because with more gold.
Stay with me.
This doesn't feel great. It does not feel great. But I want to loop it back to what we set up at the start, you know, what we talked about. We wanted to see this from Gamers Origin. This needed to happen for the LFL to retain that fear that they're going to invoke as being one of the strongest regions in Europe. We expected this versus Intrepid Fox.
Yeah, because after the Misfits game earlier against WLG, I was a little bit hesitant on the hype train for the LFL, but this is the convincing sort of performance we expected. This is what we want to see, and I think it's very important that this was a convincing win for Gamers Origin in setting that standard. But also when we're looking at the groups, you know, they are 0-1, they're tied in score with Intrepid Fox. That's not where we expected them to be. They need to come out with this win, and the performance so far is very much setting up for it.
But quietly while this has been happening, obviously top side of the map has gone very heavily in favor of Bako. That CS advantage that you see in the bot lane, it's similar to the CS advantage that you're seeing for Bako in the top lane. He's frozen the lane, but the problem is he needs so much time to even activate his win condition, and now you can see Smiley's going to head up towards there as well to try and put a bit of pressure on him. You know, I don't know if Bako doing well is going to be good. Look, I was going to go into this, but honestly, Kioma's just dead, and there's not much more you can say about it. He doesn't have that flash available. Blue Resort picked it up. Nothing you can do there if you're in Intrepid Fox.
And it is a win condition. You know, if you get a later stage of the game, there is a wins, but you know, there's not many realities in which that comes true because there's just so much pressure from Gamers Origin. They're not letting them. It's not like they just one bot lane, let's go, let's chill for the next 10 minutes. You can see what they're doing here mid lane. Punisher you see how much damage from that Graves there?
Cross map, oh, it does actually
I
hit
return
onto Blue Result,
stronger
but it
than I
doesn't
left.
matter because the rest of the team has already done the work. Baco comes in, he's looking for it, but a lovely Cyclone to stop it from really connecting. The rest of the team should surely clean up. A second charge comes out. Baco forced back under that second tier turret. Trade 1 for 1 at the end of, oh, sorry, 2 for 2 at the end of the day, but you get so much more out of it in Gamer's Origin.
Yeah, they get 2 towers here. The gold lead is really low at this point. 6,000 lead at 13 minutes is absolutely monstrous. And it's going to head towards a second.
I want to see, yeah, they've taken 14 plates. If you get the turret, they've taken all 50.
Yeah. And it's a little bit of an overreach here. The tower's still not down. Austin Beast goes a bit too deep. When Chris is not there, obviously that safety net, and Black Oxy joins on a really nice TP. It gets a bit messy, but the end result is it's still Gamer's Origin far enough ahead that it doesn't matter. The Herald charges come through, and then it's just Intrepid Frost running away. And as we saw on the little picture, it is that third tower goes down. That is 15 plates.
15 plates for Gamer's Origin. Every single piece of extra gold straight off the map. That second dragon, like you said, being focused down. Smiley right now, you know, I'd be worried. I mean, LeBron's going in. They will have the isolation damage here as Punisher jumps in. Smiley, I don't think that flash is going to help you. And now Takui comes through and gets taken down very low. This is a good response from Intrepid Fox. He jumps in, and now they've isolated everybody on Gamer's Origin. A little bit of an overreach by the French team, and a double kill coming through from LeBron.
That's actually huge. They got a lot of shutdown gold from that, and a big oversight. Smiley, they put him in the side lane alone for a long time, and I think he kind of just got used to the fact that, oh, we're not being challenged, oh, the game's over. You know, I was comparing to that Misfits performance earlier where they were really far ahead and they got a little bit messy. After that play, it started to look a little bit similar. I mean, you don't want to be isolated as a Kalista, especially not against a Kha'Zix and that Silas as well. There's Degree opts into the play afterwards when you've already lost that AD carry, ends up going down as well, and it's just a very scattered play from the side of Gamer's Origin. This is clearly when you're in that mindset that the game is already over, but I'm glad to see that Intrepid Fox win in the mindset the game is over. They're in the mindset that we still have a chance of win condition, and Silence is starting to pick up a lot of gold on this top side of the map. When we're looking at Baco, when we're looking at LeBron and Punisher, there's a fair amount. Not quite as much as Gamer's Origin, obviously, but it's starting to pull something.
And you know, it's impressive that they can still look for those players and still actively seek avenues back into the game, because if I was in this game, I'd be like, oh, well, we've just lost 15 points. You know?
If you look at the schedule, be like, so who's on next game? But in honesty, I think you have to sort of weather the storm here. You have to sort of say, right, how do we win from here? That is the question you have to ask. You don't think about what happened in the game. You don't think about how the fact your bot lane got really punished. You think, how do we win from here? And I think the answer is finding those skirmishes, those picks where you have a numbers advantage is the way they can do so, especially with things like Kha'Zix, who is quite fed at this point. He's actually got a fair amount of items for too, but having that dust play finish is pretty significant.
Flash in on to the Silas. Punisher will go down. Nothing you can do about it if you're Intrepid Fox, and there'll be another turret falling in Gamer's Origin.
Feed the beast.
I mean, that's rough, because I just said that, you know, Intrepid Fox, one of the picks, Gamer's Origin, then answer back, and they also get a turret. So, still looking like a difficult game. But we've seen some life, just need to see a little bit more, but Gamer's Origin is going to keep stopping it down, going to head towards the Herald. At this point, there's only one tower outside the base of Intrepid Fox. That is a lot to have at this point in the game. Normally, the outer towers can go down fairly easily, but those inner ones that they can struggle with, they've only taken 2. And with Herald now in pocket, they could have 6 towers done pre-20 minutes, which is, it's not just significant in terms of gold, also in terms of map pressure. You don't think that the towers like a semi-safe haven you can rely on? With none of them outside your base, you could see a situation where Gamer's Origin just lock you into your base and you're never going to be able to contest those neutral objectives.
And also it kind of nullifies that win condition Jax. Like, if he's constantly under pressure, you can never split push properly, and there you go, exactly like you said, it Austin Beast. Jax is in there. Back off, and I don't think that's damage further.
That's the thing, you can run back to that inner tower. So that inner tower wasn't there, they kept chasing, potentially. And I think this is the last lane that he's sort of feeling semi-safe in, and they're instantly putting the pressure down onto it.
But you know, like we said, there was one avenue back into this game. It's probably through a side lane win condition, like at the very least, but Baco's never going to get the opportunity to push out. It's just never going to be in a situation where a Jack split push is going to be a relevant thing.
Trying to fish for something there from Intrepid Fox. I think this is gone, in all honesty. We do see them actually, 4 members that defend. The engage comes in though.
They are looking for it with Shemek on the back line. They're going to take Kiyomi very low. Surely goes down as Blue Resort's ultimate will find the execute. The rest of Intrepid Fox know they can't fight this. Smiley untouched. Hustling Beast just that forward-facing attack goes straight in onto Punisher. Baku taken low as well. He may not drop to the Ignite, but the damage is done. They will get the Inhibitor turret, and they're still going. As Hustling Beast is thrown in with the Fate's Call. The Inhibitor is the real target, though, and Gamers Origin or they won't.
Blue Resort still actually has the Herald available. They could have taken that Inhibitor, and I think the decision was made not to, because ultimately it's just feeding more farm potentially to this side of Intrepid Fox. So instead they opt to walk away, but they got the towers. That's even more than I expected. I was talking about having the 6 outer towers. They go for the 7, and they actually break the base here now. Intrepid Fox again fishing for something. Gamers Origin are also looking for it.
I feel like you're fishing for sharks right now if you're fishing. It's Intrepid Fox, and they fight, my friends. That is a huge engage coming through the first one. Back over to Punisher, and actually Smiley taken down. Maybe you want shark killers yourselves. Takui taken low. On the backside of the fight, though, you've still got Blue Resort. The triple kill, looking for the Quadra as Bako chasing down Takui. The Quadra kill! Can this be the second Graves Penta? He's looking for it. LeBron won't let it happen. He just dropped Rift Herald. Get the Penta, my man! Get the Penta! He's going for it. He gets the Penta kill! Another Graves Pentakill in the European Masters. Blue Resort takes it, and the Rift Herald gets it.
Blue Resort just huge in this game for minute 1, and we can see the replay of this. Honestly, the engage comes in with Gamers Origin, but it's a quick answer back from Intrepid Fox. They start to put damage on Hustling Beast and Bako. Beautiful flank here. What actually happens is he starts chasing Takui, and he goes for the code, and then Hustling Beast is just landing CC, and we see Blue Resort starting to take over this fight. The damage is there from the Graves. The sustained damage in these fights is there for the cleanup, and it's honestly just huge from him. He is so thin. He even had time to throw down the Rift Herald. And look at Takui. He could have actually killed LeBron there, and instead just opts to leave. The sheer swagger from placing the Herald down mid-fight, chasing your Penta. Just for the highlight reel.
I wonder if he's going to sweep me, you know. I wonder if he thought it was sweeping for the classics, and he was like, I'm going to
No. We don't fall for those storylines. He was clearly a power move.
It was clearly a power move. Absolutely. Gamers Origin in complete control. The scoreline of 18-10 may have you think otherwise, but this is nothing other than a Gamers Origin dominance. As they go in and again, the ultimate comes through. It's going to be Kiyomi, who's not had a good game. The bot lane has been severely punished by Gamers Origin, and they'll pick up the kill.
I need to gather my strength.
I'm just loving how much we're seeing teams challenge and look to pick these fights in these skirmishes, and Gamers Origin do a really good job of it. It's not like Intrepid Fox didn't have moments where they answered back. I think that's the thing to say, is that yes, this is overwhelmingly favored towards Gamers Origin right now, the stakes in this game, but there have been moments for Intrepid Fox. It is looking pretty dire right now with a 10k gold lead. He's fishing potentially to try and find something. I think LeBron and Punisher aren't willing to go alone. Ooh!
Survival means never stop.
It just disappeared! He's not even done. Takui looking for more here onto Punisher. And we're chasing him through that blue side jungle. Absolutely disgusting damage coming out of that LeBlanc here.
Stay alert. Stay aggressive.
Few things like a Fed LeBlanc. We actually saw the arrow coming in there. Few things like a Fed LeBlanc, especially one who's on this big spike with a double pen, the Oblivion Orb, and those Sork shoes. You've got a Mid-Dice as well, just in case you weren't strong enough. Kaom again throwing up that flag. It's feeling rough. It's feeling rough right now. Intrepid Fox, you know, we gave them a lot of alternative win conditions. Your base is being destroyed right now. It's now or never if you're going to take a fight. You have to go for it and hope for the best.
You could be my life coach with now or never. It's very clearly a never. Stick up inside, it's straight on the Blue Resort, looking for a flank here from LeBron. Isolation of the side, he doesn't get taken down, but doesn't die. Takui on a killing spree on that LeBlanc. It is desperation for Intrepid Fox. What does the Fox say? Well, absolutely nothing, because they're all dead as Gamers Origin push through the base. LFL back to their dominance, and they'll take this game, and they'll go 1-1 in their groups. We expected nothing less than the second seed from France, and they dispatch Intrepid Fox.
Pretty crushing victory, in all honesty. There was one little moment or two where it was like, maybe, but in all honesty, It was convincing. It was very convincing to me. Some doubts about this game was like, what I love seeing the host who was on after we had a great game. But Hustling Beast was just, he had no off button that game. He was like, I am going in. He's not a KDA player, I can say that for sure. He just does not care. He's like, I am engaging. I am going. And he found a lot of good engages, but I think just the whole team knew what the win was. And I think even Shemek obviously had a very good performance. He knew that all he needed to do was just not die.
Well, you mentioned it. Even before we went into draft, you were like, this is a bot lane party. Like, I'm expecting bot lane. And right off the get-go, level 1 it happened. And they continued. Like, tenderizing meat. They were just slapping and slapping. And honestly, it felt like they were never relenting. And it just gave them so many advantages.
And I love to see it, because sometimes I see a win condition and it's like, you know, teams play to it, they don't play to it. This is like the extremity. This is like, there is nothing but the win condition. It's all consuming. And it worked. And ultimately, the fact that they didn't let up, didn't give much space for him. I think, despite this looking very one-sided, this is, you know, our reigning region coming in. It is Gamers Origin, who was their second seed against Proxy. This was a favoured matchup for them. And I think we still have to sort of say that Proxy at least did have some moments.
Yes.
They did have some moments where we saw potentially where against maybe a weaker team or a team who didn't crush them so hard in the early game, there could have been some life, but unfortunately, it just wasn't.
Guys, that is it for the day. We are going to go to a quick break, and when we're back, we will look towards tomorrow to break down that game ever so slightly. We'll see you soon.
An ally has been slain. Enemy double kill.
I was spared for a reason.
An ally has been slain.
This is my purpose. Learn from it. They will fight. We'll be ready. It's fight or flight. Only now I do not know.
Shut down.
Feed the beast. That's one. This is helpful. Void rule number 1. Don't die.
Shut down.
2 down. A moving target lives longer.
we're winding down for the day here at the European Masters, day 2 of our group stages, and you just saw Gamers despair from Fox. I think it's the very visceral looking at what happened that game. Like you said, there was definitely some potential for Intrepid Fox, but honestly from the get-go.
And if we're talking dismemberment, they started by cutting off the legs because they looked straight to the bot lane.
Okay, you went graphic and then you've got it. I went graphic and you went even more graphic.
We're all in here, just like Gamers Origin in this game. They really hit. They really hit them hard from this level 1. LeBron tries to navigate the play as best he can. And honestly, this was one moment from many where we saw Gamers Origin go hard and to punish this bot lane to an extreme degree. And it was just great. These engages from Hustle and Beast, consistent throughout the game, always looking for them. And not only just set up Smiley for success, but also Blue, who, you know, we'll see this play once more, this penta kill, but it's just the fact that he is unchecked here, doing so much damage, cleaning up these team fights. There's no one really there to help.
Blue is as well. You know, we talked a little bit about him at the start of the game, where he's a very experienced European Masters jungler. The Rift Herald swag right at the end. You know, he actually does sweepers straight after.
The thing is, you also saw Decree sweep at the same time.
Yeah.
So my mind is telling me that he was going for the sweeper and he misclicked. But really, I wanted to be the swag point. I wanted to be the sending the message, the power move of throwing down the Herald.
This is the final fight that you saw here. At this point, like, the gold difference was just too difficult. Our hustle to be sport was like, my man, that dude.
Yeah, I mean, you say it's a final fight, a fight plays on two sides. That was them cleaning up a decisive game from Gamers Origin, but they still have fighting to do in their group. They're tied up with Fnatic Rising, and that will be a big match.
Yeah, once you have the first three there of them, the way that Malcolm was absolutely dismantled them earlier in the day, you know, Fnatic Rising are going to have to be a lot of hard work to make sure that the matchup. These are the groups, by the way. Samsung Morning Stars. That was the surprise today. That was LDLC that I think went down to Samsung in this game. They looked really good, and that's an interesting play. At the top. Group C, this is Premier taking the lead. With that win, Vodafone Giants have themselves back in the mix. Unfortunately, popped down to 0-2, and PC over the 3 team outsports the dominant team with Gamers Origin down 0-2. And to talk it on tomorrow, we have our schedule here. The day will be opened up with Fnatic Rising versus Intrepid Fox. Then we're going to have an absolute banger of Gamers Origin versus Mouse Sports. Following up Mobistar Riders versus loads of good games tomorrow, by the way. Mobistar Riders versus Gamer Legion, Ego Road versus Sup-Up, Schalke Evolution versus LDLC, which on paper should be a good matchup. And then Kinvisa versus Morningstar.
Yeah, and obviously Morningstar's heavy favourites after... Okay, maybe not, but
not as... I mean, realistically, Italy have done themselves proud.
Yeah.
Because this is... I mean, I think Outplayed made it out of the groups before. I think it was summer 2018. But we haven't seen much of Italy since that point. And Samsung Morningstars, that was the most interesting draft I think we've seen today, maybe barring the Fnatic.
It's a very similar roster for LDLC from last split when they won.
Yeah.
And it wasn't like it was like, oh, they got a fluky... They just crushed them. Yeah. They really had a convincing game where, you know, they drafted well, played the win conditions, and realistically, LDLC didn't. So, I mean, even if it doesn't go to them beating kicks, which would be great, I'd love that. But even if it doesn't get to that point, it's still a huge statement for the region, just that one win.
Absolutely. Now, as you may have seen on the screen, if you're just tuning in now, this action on this channel, Twitch.tv/. Lots of great games today. I thoroughly recommend. That is going to be it for this today at day 2. Join us back tomorrow at 6 p.m. CEST for day 3. See you then.
Vision can make all the difference. I can make the difference.
An enemy has been slain.
others to hold our ground, attack enemies. Survival movements. The void. Stay alert. I return stronger than I left.
Ally has been slain.
I came for the hunt. I need to get my strength. It's a good day for a hunt. This skin lives on me and hunts with me. This place is beautiful. I'm going to see.
An ally has been slain.
I came for the hunt. Monsters are everywhere. Forgiveness is hard. I like it here. I just might stay. Trees. How I miss them.
Has destroyed a turret.
learn from it. Fight with flight. Only now I do not run.
Shut down.
Feed the beast. Or be its meat.
An enemy has been slain. An ally has been slain.
Void rule number 1. Don't die. A moving target lives longer.
An enemy has been slain. An ally has been slain.
Exploit them. Survival is a I'll be back.
An ally
Get
has
up.
been slain.
Stand firm. Strike hard.
Enemy killing spree.
This skin is fashioned for survival and home. Trees. This world is changing. We decide into
An enemy is unstoppable.
exploit their mistakes. I will make it.
Enemy double kill.
It's a good day for a hunt.
You have slain an enemy.
9 lives taken.
Your team has destroyed a turret. Your turret has been destroyed.
I can make a difference.
Your inhibitor has been destroyed. Your team has destroyed a turret.
I came back for the others who could not. Hold our ground. Attack them and theirs. Survival means avoidance. Stay alert. Stay aggressive. I return stronger.
You have been slain. Your turret has been destroyed. Your turret has been destroyed. Enemy rampage. Defeat.
your day?
All the world on one arrow.
Time to bring some peace to a lawless land. Is one of you backing me up or what? Welcome to Summoner's Rift. The hydraulic compound bow does count
30
as a
seconds
modern
until
gear.
minions spawn.
devotion is fickle. Good aim gets results. Minions have spawned. Absolution. Now there's a funny word. Good has a way of winning out, even on the frontier. A fine day for atonement. Monsters all answer to a higher authority. A land Heaven's always watching. First love. An ally has been slain. An ally has been slain. All the west on one arrow. Overflown, and it will not stop pestering me. Virtues, let's ride. A mechanical angel for an age of gunslingers. How thoughtful. One hell for men and another hell for devils. Don't that beat all? me for any acts of divine retribution. An ally has been slain. Salvation requires a very fast draw. Might as well tidy up the place while I'm down here. There was good in every heart. Has it been ally has been slain. Enemy killing spree. The soul of the planet lives on. The hydraulic compound node does count as a modern miracle. Devotion is fickle. Good aim gets results. Absolution. Shut down. There's a fine word. An ally has been slain. Built by mankind to save them from their own evils. Good has a way of winning out, even on the frontier. Enemy rampage. A fine day for atonement. Shut down. I can outdraw anyone, mechanical or otherwise. Rise of heaven. How do you Ain't I a sight for sore eyes? Back, ye demons! Oh, hell, I don't have patience for this. Virtue to me! Men and monsters all answer to a higher authority. Eventually. A land awash in devils. One angel. Someone's always
Enemy
watching.
killing spree. Enemy double kill.
All the West on one arrow. This is a beautiful country.
An ally has been slain. An enemy has been slain.
No sin without
Is
witness.
unstoppable. Shut down.
A mechanical angel for an age of gunslingers.
An ally has been slain.
Gentlemen, I advise you to quit grabbing at me with your little demon claws. Ain't problem. One hell for men and another hell for devils. Don't that beat all?
An ally has been slain. Turret plating will soon fall.
Pardon me for any acts of divine retribution. Don't
An ally has been slain.
I never.
Your turret has been destroyed.
Might as well tidy up the place while I'm down here.
An ally has been
Sight
slain.
unseen.
Shut down.
There was
Shut
good in
down.
every heart. Heaven knows where
An
that
ally has been slain.
the soul of the prairie lives on.
Shut down.
The hydraulic compound bow does count as a modern miracle. Devotion is fickle. Good aim gets results.
Enemy killing spree.
built by
ally has been slain.
save them from their own evils. Hell has overflown, and it will not stop pestering me. Virtue, let's ride. Good has a way of winning out, even on the frontier.
Enemy killing spree.
A fine day for atonement. I can outdraw anyone, mechanical or otherwise.
Ally has been slain.
Ain't I a
An
sight for
ally
sore
has been
eyes?
slain. An enemy has been slain.
Men and monsters all answer to a higher authority. The land of
An enemy has been slain. An ally has been slain.
These sons of man are relentless in their cruelty.
Enemy killing spree.
Rejoice!
Your turret has been destroyed.
Heaven's always watching.
Enemy rampage. Enemy rampage.
Back, ye demons!
An enemy is unstoppable.
I don't have patience for this. Virtue to me! All the west on one arrow.
Your turret has been destroyed.
Beautiful country.
Shut down.
One hell for man and another hell for devils.
Killing spree.
I don't have all day.
Ace.
Pardon me for any act of divine retribution.
Your team has destroyed a turret.
Salvation requires a very fast draw.
Slain.
Might as well tidy up the place while I'm down here. We got something! There was good in every heart. Heaven knows where that went.
Ally has been slain. An ally has been slain. Enemy killing spree.
The hydraulic compound though does count as a modern miracle.
Your turret has been destroyed. Your turret has been destroyed. Enemy rampage. Enemy double kill.
Their own evils. Eyes of heaven.
Your inhibitor has been destroyed.
Good has a way of winning out, even on the frontier.
You have slain an enemy.
I'm afraid with my heaven sentence. A fine day for atonement. Gentlemen, I advise you to quit jabbing at me with your little demon claws. Ain't proper. I can outdraw anyone, mechanical or otherwise.
Welcome back to the LEC ahead of G2 versus XL Esports. And there have been a lot of changes today, so before we hit the rift, I'm going to break down where everyone stands. There are 4 scenarios left. 4 scenarios. In 3 of those, the team that everyone seems to want to make playoffs, Schalke, actually makes it in. In 3 of those scenarios as well, Fnatic makes it into playoffs. In 2 of them.
But all my lifetimes would have brightened your day.
Now, Schalke have done their job. They've done everything they can do to lock a spot in playoffs. But they still have to hope results go their way. Let's have a look at the final 2 games of the day. We have G2 playing up against XL. If XL lose this game, Schalke are into playoffs. If Fnatic lose against SK later on, Schalke are into playoffs. However, if XL win, XL lock playoffs themselves. And if Fnatic win, Fnatic will lock playoffs. And if both of them win, then Schalke is actually locked out of playoffs. That's the only way this miraculous team, this 1-10 to 8-10, this epitome of underdog story, will not make it in. So we're actually going to have a look at why Schalke would qualify if they end in a 3-way tie with XL and Fnatic. So if XL lose and Fnatic lose. At the moment, you can see that XL have a 1-1 head-to-head versus Schalke. This is the wrong graph, so we're not going to talk about that one because that's got vitality on it. That is fine, guys. Look, you can trust me. If Schalke and Fnatic and XL 3-way tie at the end of the split, Schalke will go through in 5th place, Fnatic will go through in 6th place, and XL will be eliminated. I'll tweet it out. I'll make sure that you guys see the graph exactly. Remember, guys, if you don't make playoffs, you don't make worlds. And it looks like Schalke is about to make playoffs.
Come over here. Come over here. I feel so bad. Okay, everyone at home.
It happens.
Everyone at home, this has been, and I don't say this as a joke at all, but it has been quite stressful keeping up with all the possibilities. We have, of course, a stats team, but Medic is a guy that's
All
actually
the world
trying to
on
verbalize
one arrow.
everything as clear as possible.
I mean, that was...
And I think you will admit that that was not the best delivery of that and also the wrong graphic. But I think you all get the gist of it, right? And I do want to kind of steer us back in the direction of this matchup and also of XL, because we've been talking so much about the Schalke Miracle Run, but because it is so miraculous. But I think we also need to put some respect on the name of XL and how close they are to playoffs finally. They're up versus G2 and the reigning champions started the summer slow, but after a great comeback, they still have a chance to secure a 3rd place finish. XL, on the other hand, they're fighting for their lives in this game. If they lose here, Fnatic and Schalke will lock the last 2 playoff spots. So let's start with XL's opponents in G2, who also deserve a lot of respect to their name. In the last couple of weeks, they have really been ramping up.
Yeah, I think we've seen a lot of the pieces around Caps start to improve, because for so long it was just Caps running down at people trying to drag G2's cold body into a win. But yesterday, Mundo, this Wonder was playing the Mundo, doing some crazy things on that. And I think Mickey as well, maybe he's cheating with the Nautilus, but he's definitely something.
One thing I really liked about yesterday was G2 got quite far ahead in the early game. At 16 minutes, they were breaking inhibitor towers in the mid lane. And then they kind of played around a little bit, and they gave Misfits a few opportunities to get back into the game, but I never really had a doubt that G2 were going to be able to close it out. And it was so reminiscent to the G2 that we saw in spring. It was so reminiscent to the G2 that made it to the World Finals that it was really encouraging for me to see this team having fun on the Rift again.
Yeah, the important thing that I'm seeing from this team is, A, just a lot of the players, like, in their own right are stepping up, but also how they blow games wide open. You know, they'll take a lead from the early game, from the laning phase, and then through intelligent fights around objectives like the second Herald or, you know, those Drakes later on, like, they're approaching those fights so intelligently and remind me again of, like, why this team can be so good.
Absolutely, and that's why you do always keep saying you have it in the back of your head. What if those teams turn on, especially G2 Esports? What are our thoughts of them then going into playoffs, which they are now? And is this, have you seen enough to think that they'll make it all the way? They said yes.
I definitely think so.
Yeah,
I definitely think so. Sorry, go ahead.
No, and I think, like, you just heard Rogue as well. We're saying, like, G2 is one of the scariest teams, and we were sort of like, for a long time, it was like Mad Lions is the team that we thought were going to be probably the best team in our league going into playoffs. And now that Rogue have sort of pushed them down a bit, it does open up, I think, room for an improving G2 to threaten for the title.
Medic, when you talk about stakes for G2, what is at stake for G2 here?
So if G2 win this, they lock 3rd place in the regular season, which means because of the way our playoffs are seeded on championship points, with 1st place in spring and 3rd place in summer, they would get 2nd seed and they would be in the upper bracket and could not be selected by Rogue in our first round of playoffs.
All right, so that is very important for G2. They will want to win. They also said that on Twitter just a few moments ago. Both Perks and Grabs with some choice words. One, Perks, of course, you are going down. Young Buck to the ex-coach, and then also Grabs saying that it hurts him and it pains him to say it. I think because of his football affiliations. Für Königsblau natürlich. The Royal Blue, which is Schalke.
You have no idea what that means.
So yeah, they definitely want to win, and then we get to XL. And for XL, it is absolutely do or die. They said from the beginning, this is a 2-year plan. This is what we want to do. We want to make it to playoffs, and they are the only LEC team remaining that has never made it to those playoffs. It is do or die, but we have to be honest here, they had a do or die yesterday. Well, obviously it wasn't die, but they could have locked with a win versus Fnatic, and they couldn't show up to the plate. What does that mean for today?
Well, it was a little bit odd yesterday too, because I feel like they changed a lot of the pieces that worked so well. Like Kryze is all of a sudden playing the Scion instead of one of his classic carries that, while early in the split I think a lot of us were questioning, he's definitely stepped in and found some sort of rhythm and is performing on those. And on top of that, Patrick went to the Callista, which is a champion that needs to snowball through the laning phase through the early game, and I feel like that's not the signature style for Excel. I'd rather have a Patrick on something that can scale into later stages and always be the reliable carry threat for the team.
And because of the way they played yesterday, I'm actually really worried for them against G2, because I think Fnatic were a step below G2 in terms of overall performance, even though they had a good game yesterday. And I think you have to put Kryze back on a top lane carry. You know, the Vladimir is real, but I trust Wonder a lot to be able to shut that down. And when Kryze is not in the good Excel can be finished. We saw it yesterday with the Scion. We've seen it in past games when he, dies a few times in the early game, can't get good flanks off in teamfights, and then he just really struggles to actually have an impact, and XL can't play teamfights the way they want to.
And let's just take a second to think about the enormous pressure on the shoulders of XL now, their 2-year plan, their last chance to make it into those playoffs, the pressure they've been put under by the other teams, but also by themselves, by not doing it sooner. If they want to get to playoffs, they have to go through the reigning champions. The pressure is huge. XL have one last chance to secure those playoffs, but they have to beat G2.
Thank you very much, Shocks. Frosk and I are now joined by none other than Vedius.
Hello!
In his personal quadrant of desk.
I will never. I feel like I get less space every day, you know?
You do get like a nice...
Yeah, well, there's this
collage.
weird, like, Oro herder motif that conveniently blocks my ability to see anything that you're doing. But it is very nice, so thank you for that one.
Hey guys, if you've just joined us, Rogue just locked first seed going into playoffs, and with that, a guaranteed spot at Worlds. This also means that we will have no tiebreaker games today. You can watch PGL with a preview of playoffs after Fnatic versus SK. Back to you, Dracos.
Thank you, Froskarin. Back to you, Champion Select, as we get in. Remember, huge stakes for both teams. Excel hold their destiny in their hands. G2 can take it all away. G2 can decide everything right here with a win. And the worst news that Excel have had all day, G2 Esports, never passionate about anything except for facing teams at Worlds, suddenly very fired up for a regular season game versus you. Not how you want to go out. So spending absolutely everything Excel have here to find the win.
I mean, if XL win this game, they will definitely deserve a spot in playoffs. Let's see what they brought to the table. Karma immediately going to be taken off the board. Syndra, a big respect credit going towards Catch. He is probably our best Syndra player in the league.
He's probably our best player in the league.
Yeah, he's probably the best player in the league, so definitely worthy of that respect. And already we're starting to see the AD carry bans come through. My question is, will XL look to remove the Callista? Something that G2 will always look to grab if it is up animation.
That's the thing, when I see teams priority pick Callista, I just always think to myself, no. And then when I see G2 do it, I'm like, yes. It feels so good when G2 do it, but I hate when any other team does it with scaling, being so potent and powerful right now because of the power of those souls. So we will see that push themselves to grab as
well, Caitlyn is the other one that you kind of look at as the priority, because I think that both champions do the same thing in terms of generating so much really good pressure. They're very easy to play through. The Morgana ban is kind of where I ask questions, because if Caitlyn is the lock-in, what I think G2's actually saying here is, look, we banned
They want Kalista.
we banned Morgana, we can pick Caitlyn, Kalista, because whatever you pick Caitlyn with, we have a supporting answer.
Exactly, which is why I think Excel made the pick to ban the Kalista, but
Caitlyn's open.
that now means that the Caitlyn is open, so really fun strategy there from G2 to make sure that they got the most powerful pick that they wanted for that first pick inside. Do Jinx, please do Jinx.
But here's the thing. Volibear's still up and available, so G2 Esports are going to have to give up some power picks in exchange for this Caitlyn, but as you said, the trap match created there by G2 and Excel absolutely fall into it. But now Excel are going to get their hands on the Twisted Fate for special as well as the Volibear. Twisted Fate not nearly as powerful as he once was, but obviously still can have a huge impact.
Yeah, and it also just sets up really excellent gank access if you want to actually have that mid lane before you start moving the Twisted Fate around to those side lanes. Set up a gold card. We already saw how much damage Volibear did last game. He rocks up into your lane, takes 80% of your HP, so there is a lot of damage that can be done here.
Gentlemen, I
Taking champ so much away from us for a brief second, but the suspense is now we have the Camille locked in as well. So Wonder, after that immaculate performance yesterday, may struggle a little bit on the top side. A lot of potential gank pressure here with the Camille Volibear duo.
I think the Camille blind is pretty interesting because, of course, often when you pick your top laner blind like this, when you do have the counter pick available to you, you're worried about getting counterpicked yourself, but then you can actually ban away some of the big counters in the form of Mordekaiser is showing his respect. They may choose to ban the Renekton as well, but you've got to remember that Wonder has a very deep top lane champion pool, so you would imagine that he's got something prepared for this kind of matchup.
And of course, Kryze is a pretty historic Camille player. He is a hard carry player when he was back into the ERL, so this fits right to his wheelhouse and is a definitely big comfort pick for him. And I also like the fact that, personally for me, it feels like a lot of teams are missing parting gauge. And like, you can have a Volibear run at someone, you can throw a gold card, but just having that Camille ultimate to just be like, no, we are fighting here and now feels really good.
The power to turn on a dime, of course, very important.
Or Jinx.
Definitely the options are open. The Malphite's going to be banned away as well, which would imply that they want to limit some of the options up against immobile carries.
It's either Ashe or Jinx.
I think it has to be Ashe, because right now you have like zero engage, and a lot of the engaged supports have also been banned away. So I feel that if you don't lock it in, your actual ability to start fights along with the 2v2 matchup then becomes very limited.
Okay, or the Ezreal.
I mean, so the reason why you would do Ezreal here is because clearly Excel's plan is to play through the top side of the map with the Twisted Fate Volibear and the Camille.
So you just need something safe.
You need something safe. So the question is now, how do you round this out? Maybe you go Rakan if you're looking for something that can actually use to start off fights, but yeah, I'm a little concerned for Excel right now because the support pool is very pinched.
I just feel like I totally get it, and I agree with you, but you also gave Wonder options to counterpick, so if Excel's strategy is to try to attack the top side to get this Camille snowball to use the Twisted Fate up there, like Wonder has all the time in the world to decide how he's going to play with this, and then you put Patrick, yes, on the champion, like Ezreal, but...
It is very difficult, of course, a lot of pressure on Excel. Maybe Comfort reigns supreme there, not wanting to risk anything on the Ashe. Historically, abysmal win rate here in the OC, and not wanting to try something new on a pick like Jinx. So now, the final pick will show us a lot. Vegas, it looks like as predicted. Hold that thought for a second, but yes, the Rakan will be coming through for Excel, so offering even more engage options to build on what you said earlier, Oscar.
Well, I think that Excel's comp right now is very early game snowball focused. They want to have the Rakan leaving lane at level 4, looking for a roam, trying to time that up with the Twisted Fate level 6, try and get advantages in the top side of the map, get this Camille into a position where you can actually win the 1 versus 1. But it's such a difficult comp to play because what you're basically saying is we have to get an early game lead against G2, who in the last 2 weeks have actually been one of the best early game teams that we currently have in the league.
Yeah, I mean, that said, G2 are a composition that is a bit slower to start. Of course, Zoe needs more points before she can start just farm pushing wave, and while Caitlyn can be terror and lane, it's usually not until you get her out of the lane phase. So there are theoretical windows that maybe Excel beat G2 to the punch, and reminder, they have to. It is do or die for Excel. The org that has never made it before to the playoffs must beat the former LEC champion to make their first run.
An enemy has been slain.
I'm afraid with my heaven resistance. I can outlaw it, mechanical or otherwise.
Here we are. To the final impactful game of the day. Reminder, if G2 win here, they want Fnatic and Shulkin in the playoffs. Excel, hold their fate in their hands. They can try to win, they can try to turn this back, but it is, as said, monumental task for Excel. Early game focus, getting ahead, finding leads, finding advantages against 5 of the strongest players in LEC history.
There was good.
Can they do it?
G2 side, it's, do I want to make Fnatic sweat? Or do I want to win the game?
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot on the line in this game. That's why 3 of us are here, to add to the stakes.
Did you just intro yourself?
Hello, it is I, Vedius. You might know me from my appearances as Schalke's #1 fan. Now I will join the cast to also talk about Gilius.
I mean, he's a great jungler. But let's have a look at some of this early pathing from our 2 junglers in Caedrel and Jankos. I would typically expect Jankos to look for pathing towards bot side because you can actually look for an early invade when you have the early push that a Caitlyn or a Thresh can generate for you. You also just kind of want to hover around there at the risk of a potential early gank that XL may look to set up. Alternatively, if you know your bot side is going to get pushed and potentially invade on, often you'll see junglers starting that side so they can clear their camps and then avoid the risk of actually any of those camps being stolen. And I think that Caedrel's whole game plan anyway is to play towards the top side of the map, which we kind of talked about at length during the draft.
Yeah, and you can already see Jankos then goes red directly into his blue buff. Trying to cover the back of the Wonder, he's trying to get a bounce off of the tower there. If he is trying to, or suspects that Caedrel might be top side focused, Wonder would like to crash this wave, then have it recentered in the lane to make it feel much safer here. So you can already see building up multiple big waves. Jack's not necessarily the best champion against Camille to punish or deny CS as soon as this wave does crash. But there you go. Now getting a really nice
Is instead opting to stick around, see if Jankos wants to mirror that by continuing to stay on the top side here. Inspired just now, or not Inspired, well, I'm still in the last game. Caedrel just now finishing his red. Could look to go top side, could try to punish this, but for now it's just focus on clearing out as fast as possible. Prize now that he's level 3 is going to feel a lot better in this matchup, bone plating. As well as the adaptive defenses proc there, and Prize trying to get much.
And look at what is happening with the minion wave. The fact that the minions have been focus fire from Cries and then took out Wonder's cannon, that's what Wonder was trying to get. By slow stacking the wave into the tower, now all of those caster creeps are hitting the same minion, which means that they burn it very quickly and then create a numbers disadvantage for the minion wave, which means that Excel's wave is now slowly going to push back towards Wonder, allowing him to take the back, get what he wants, which is going to be a longsword, and now walk his little butt back from the top lane and not miss it.
He's going to have a pretty healthy item advantage, get that extra bit of AD. I'm kind of keeping track of the junglers right now, because as the wave is bouncing back from the top side of the map, this is going to give Caedrel the opportunity to take the top side scroll. Meanwhile, Jankos has taken the bot side one, so kind of both junglers respecting where they kind of have that push and pressure on the map right now.
Which now goes back to what we were talking about Vedius, which if Excel didn't get any cheeky early ganks off with this volley bear, that level 4 to level 6 window is kind of the next point of attack, unless maybe Caedrel can peek around with special and take a gold card into a volley bear.
So we're in a unique game where there is just actually a ton of setup CC in each lane. Trouble Bubble versus, of course, the gold card here. You've got traps and hooks on the bottom side for Pawn for Excel. So it feels kind of, there's no real, I feel like, wrong lane for junglers to use in terms of ease of access to games. That said, of course, personally, it will be very difficult to force out of lane at this point, as they're probably going to be able to sustain the push indefinitely, especially if they're forced to see us under tower.
I mean, basically, while nothing has happened for the first 5 minutes in the game, it's because G2 have actually done a really good job of wave management, making sure that on their side of the map, their wave just wouldn't be in a position where they can be unlike what we saw in the Origin versus Rogue game with Mario.
Quick trade coming out. Counter-Strike, obviously, the big changer here. Anytime. Very long cooldown. Shut down. Keep him healthy. And as said, kind of a slow game. Betty, level 6s, maybe some more explosive plays. Obviously, Excel has some good vision to track Jankos here, but it looks like we're, with the stakes on the line for both sides, neither side too aggressive at this point.
Well, ooh, okay, Jankos, I think he's looking to just cover here. I don't think that they can threaten any dive.
Also, he's been spotted by the vision, not just this vision that the observers are showing us, but the previous ward when he was taking the jump, and I agree with you, Vedius. He's literally just there to cover, and again, like, nothing is happening, but this is also why they're a strong team. And with the information that Jankos is top lane from Excel's deep vision, that's why Torre and Patrick choose to go really aggressive and hard trade right there.
But still a fantastic trade. Getting Caitlyn's flash out in exchange for the cleanse from Patrick is solid. Really going to put a target on the back of the G2 bot lane in the coming minutes. As Gadril setting his sights on the Infernal Drake, of course, saw Jankos top side, so feels relatively safe to do this one on defense. However, in the meantime, the TP optimization from Perks means that he goes back, gets a BF sword, and returns to lane for goodbye.
Ooh, good hook.
Trap
Into the trap,
up.
too.
That's massive damage. Oh, this is the perfect time to pick a fight for G2. First blood. Oh, Torre, the worst possible time to get aggressive.
And they just make it look so easy. You just talked about it, Dracos. You know, the teleport is there for Caitlyn. They know that they're not going to be pressured into the lane. This composition is pretty much designed to go topside from Excel, so he's able to take a TP instead of a combat summoner. Has the BF sword, then the classic hook into trap, multiple big chunking headshots, and first blood.
There's the level 6 play, though. TF coming up, Wonder trapped in. Stun coming in as well. Is using the ultimate for the extra resistances, but the flash now coming out as well, and Wonder will make it out.
And so this is why that Torre death was so devastating. Because the fact that XL were able to get that Infernal Drake was great. They got an early trade, and then either what XL want to do is push bot, allow Torre to reset, path towards top, and then he can make this down happen with Special. And then with the three of them together, that is how they kill Wonder. That's how they get the Camille snowball rolling. But because he's dead, and because everything gets delayed, the level 6 play still happens, but it's a 2 versus 1. And that gives that very small window where Wonder is actually able to assist.
And then the concern, though, is with G2's champions and their composition. You know, if you don't get that snowball going, it's not that there's no scaling for Excel, but their composition is more reliant on it. So now, kind of the win conditions for them at this current game state, they're looking at that Infernal and a potential for like early Elders or Dragon stacking, and they're like, okay, this really needs to work out.
And now Perks is going to get himself 2 plates in the bot lane because Torre did look for a bit of a roam around the mid. Notice Mickey's positioning here, staying relatively safe so that he can provide that lantern for Perks, but G2 can now swap up towards the top side. The Herald's about to spawn. They're going to grab that, funnel more gold into Caitlyn, and this is where you start to see the power of Caitlyn really come online because she's just going to constantly move around the map, threaten these towers, and with the waves stacking, G2 made themselves look for a dive onto Kryze.
I think it was actually really big that they delayed the Caitlyn back there. Sorry, Dracos.
No, you're absolutely right.
Oh, alright, yeah, I didn't notice it.
Torre, I think, threw his face into it.
The good news, however, is that on the top side now, that Wonder coming up, buying himself a little bit of time. TP now coming in. Looks like it's going to be from the Khan now trying to look for the bomb. Wonder dashing out to Jankos. Solid play. The fight continues to extend. Suplex back down. Good damage, but it doesn't look like they're going to be able to finish Torre quite yet. Jankos a bit over eager there with the ult, but here comes Caps. Looking to finish the job. He finds a single flash on the ground. He can instantly turn this. He can find so many kills, and now G2, they're stacking their CC. They're laying it beautifully, and there's absolutely nothing Excel can do. Caps found the flash on the ground, and it looks like he will be able to find the follow-up as well. Torre so incredibly well. Caps, will he overstep here?
Here comes Special.
Stepping forward, big risk here. One more Q he hits on Caps. Caps goes down, but the flash is available. Special can just point and click him, but Wonder stepping forward. Counter-strike up. We'll dodge that one. Gold card goes away. Flash forced out from Mickey. G2 walking away for now, but another TP coming out. Sleepy TF denies the re-engage. Camille top will go down, and G2 still pull off an incredible tower dive.
Well, after all of that, G2 still come out ahead in kills. The Caitlyn is going to be able to pick up so many plays in the bot lane as well. And I thought there could have been a brief window where XL actually could have traded that for a Rift Herald, but it looks like they're going to reset, and ultimately that gold deficit is getting bigger and bigger.
Yeah, and for me, that's huge credit to Wonder and Jankos in particular to outplay the force that Excel were trying to make. You know, Torre does a good job. He delays Caitlyn getting the reset, the snowball of moving Caitlyn around the map that Vedius was talking about. That means that Excel have this window where they can have a numbers advantage on the top side of the map, but it's just a huge breaking ankles moment here for the Jax and Set combo to drive Cadril and Kryze into circles. The TP comes through, it's 3v2, but it doesn't matter.
Yeah, huge props to Wonder. He played that really blocking the stun with his E, then using Jankos to escape danger. Torre's forced to flash. Caps is already rotating up. Special is just so late on the rotation that G2 already have 4 people here, and there's little XL can do.
Yeah, and then look at Caitlyn right now on the minimap. You know, G2 then just makes the call that, okay, XL are pretty much donezo, just mental boom topside. So I can actually just walk back bot lane, get massive tower plates, and then now slowly rotate to the Herald, G2 have picked up the Herald. You can see it's in the pocket of Jankos. Like, everything has gone right for G2, and it doesn't look like there's been a ton of action on the map, but just so many precise outplays as well as beautiful macro plays.
Well, and this is a very big deal, too, because Jax is starting to win this game maybe a little bit sooner than expected. Now, Caedrel's going to try to turn that around. Special running down. The Counter-Strike already gone, and Wonder doesn't look like he's going to be able to make it out of this one. Special will grab a kill in return as he try to pressure on the top side.
That was a good punish from XL. Wonder felt like he could go all in onto Prize right there, so he used the Counter-Strike early, but then that gave a window for Special to ult in. The stun came through from Caedrel, and even though they did have to set up the tower dive, it works out in their favor. So good response from XL. They will close that goal gap just a bit, and they'll get that first kill onto Special.
Now the big thing that they are looking for is, again, those Drakes.
Oh, Schalke.
Nice picture wave, guys. I know, it's tough.
Remember who is really, who the stakes really affect here, because G2's in playoffs. Remember, it's Fnatic and Schalke waiting for this win. Miracle Run is alive, and G2 winning over Schalke right here. So obviously hold their fate in their own hands, but yeah, you can see Schalke. I imagine a very tense day. What was it the Green said on Twitter? I'm not a religious man, but right now I'm praying.
It would be an amazing story, and not much closer right now is redirecting to this game. G2 currently hold the gold lead, but Caedrel looking to change that.
Corey going to be denied there by the Flay. Will not flame into the trap hours. Caedrel's now coming in. Mickey's going to be in trouble. Looks like he will go down. He'll go down. He's trying to buy a bit more space for Perks to work with, but in the meantime, the Herald's been summoned bottom as Jankos starts the Drake. Only 12 minutes in. Remember, the bot lane tower is incredibly low from the Kinglet, so they will get a tower in exchange, as well as the Dragon and Excel. Actually still not going to be happy with that one.
Yeah, you said it best, Dracos. It's the fact that you only get the Thresh for now delaying the potential Dragon stacking that Excel would have had, and also Wonder getting those plates. You thought that Camille matchup wasn't going well earlier than expected. Well, with Wonder getting more and more gold, it's just going to get more and more lopsided. It's Excel trying to hard force this dive.
Yeah, Perks maybe trying to give him one, because that TP topside was certainly questionable. Now Patrick almost dies there. Could have been disastrous, but it forces all of Excel to stick around topside, which means Prize could be in trouble. There's not really a big wave here. They continue to hit the tower anyway. Desperate to finish this one off. It's going to be enough. We'll grab a second tower on the bottom lane.
Definitely a mistake there by Perks. And the fact that he burnt his flash afterwards as well, you know, probably wasn't necessary. So XL are going to be quite happy with that one. But G2 constantly responding in kind on the other side of the map. They will secure themselves a team tower. XL not quite able to break into the top tier 1 yet. And G2 uses the window to push in mid to get that reset first. And right now, G2 just have so much time to set back.
They are setting up a play here for Special. Mickey used the Hex Slash over the wall.
A little bit early though. Special will flash out to safety. Nimbus close to make sure he makes it out.
Yeah, Mickey trying to predict the flash right there. Just slightly off, but meanwhile Cass is still hunting. And the game has been pretty chaotic, but G2 right now in full control over a lot of this map.
What I think is very cool right now is notice how far this bot wave has been pushed in against XL. Because the wave is so far up, this actually gives so much time for the G2 members to just threaten the enemy jungle as a 5-man unit where they can't be threatened on a cross map. This gives time for the Kinglet to keep pushing up top. And sure, while Wonder is arguably losing the farm because Price is setting up a bit of a freeze, G2 is getting so much more control over the rest of the map.
It's also going to start bleeding into the control as well as we continue to get farther and farther into this game. So Excel are going to have to be really creative about how they want to problem solve this. I think it's, you know, you're looking at any time that Destiny cooldown is available, you have to get something big off of it, because any more waste of time, this game is just getting farther and farther away from Excel as well as
that 20-stack Magi's in the back front line. So Torre, every single member of Excel has to be knowing right now that if you give a few kills to Caps, the game will fall away from you very quickly. So flawless play is absolutely needed.
And it's not like there's a ton of great weight here on the side of Excel. You know, like, obviously they can stand at their tower and throw cards and mystic shots with the Ezreal and the Twitch and Fate, but when they do get you under a tower, G2's composition, it really excels at sieging just like this, because you have the threat of the Sleepy Trouble Bubble, you have a threat of a Jax in a side lane.
That goes down, Destiny.
Get out!
Special will make it to safety.
And then you have the Caitlyn where you should just continue to chip away those towers.
We talked about it draft, XL have a pretty specific rotation. And again, it's not like they don't have late options, but this early game has not gone great for them. The bright side is that
You talked about it just a second before the play happens. XL obviously drafted the comp with very specific goals. Some of its specific goals were to find those picks, and Mickey overstepping, maybe underestimating how strong XL were.
I'm gonna say very much true because he died with flash up, so small win for XL.
I will say that this split, we've said, Patrick probably has one of the biggest backpacks that we've seen of an individual player. Like, XL have definitely been improving, but I think that he has showcased multiple instances of him solo carrying games. And if you were to ever do it, this would definitely be the game.
And it's not that you can't solo kill on Ezreal, because again, you always talk about this, Ezreal's scaling is basically in relation to the threat of champions against him, but when you have Set and Jax on the other team, like, yeah, he went Iceborne Gauntlet as opposed to the Trinity Force for pretty obvious reasons, that he needs to be able to stay alive as long as possible and then slowly kite out kind of those melee users that are going to be sprinting at the back of him. But this is still a very difficult task for Patrick.
Do you know what else was difficult for us?
What?
Carrying Origin.
Qualifying for playoffs as a 1-in-10 team. If anyone's going to do it, I believe in Patrick. He does lose half his health.
Poorly timed, Midian. Poorly timed.
Why did you curse him like this?
All right, goes golden. Final time. Sadly, stopwatch not very good against Cage.
He's out.
Still, Torre will make it out. Capture the stolen ignite is going to step forward. Will now back off. That's going to be a sleepy Cadril. Heal to follow up just to make sure that he's feeling nice and comfortable. Cadril's going to get hooked. Cadril's going to go down. Dunked back just to be certain, and G2 will grab another one.
Yeah, someone had to take the sense right there that Betty has cursed the team, and meanwhile, while all of that is happening, Wonder was left to his own devices up into the top side. Yeah, so was Cries on the Camille, but Wonder has created a pretty sizable lead for himself here. And this map is just getting so tiny for itself. This gold lead is spiraling more and more out of control.
When Grab said that he was going to do some things that he regretted, I thought he was referring to the Shaman champ, but it looks like absolutely demolishing himself. This is brutal. 3 to 4 is the kill score. Already look at the gold lead. Look at how far this Jax is. Of course, Camille finally starting to balance it out. Trinity Force. Wonder is not really a long time. That said, it looks like Excel may have got Wonder to punch him before he gets a tree. First strike comes out though, and Wonder says nope.
This Jax pick is proving to be very difficult for XL to be able to successfully punish.
Oh, I didn't even think about that. That's so bad. Oh no.
He's done it a few times this game as well, and the thing is, what makes it worse is it also blocks the volley bear stun with his Q as well. So like, every single gank attempt that XL have tried onto Wonder, he's just like, and so yeah.
Difficult. Of course, for those wondering, you saw Wonder flash a little bit early there for Cries. Cries could have flashed to extend the wall dive range. Essentially, Wonder gives him the respect, assuming that he's going to go for it, and flashes out what looks like a bit preemptively, but actually it's the right choice.
Checking in on itemization and builds, as you can see that Excel are trying a thematic approach where, okay, we missed all of our big windows, so we should catch someone face checking. Shout out to Perks. He went for the Infinity Edge into the Strong Raiders, the optimal taking damage build.
Mickey might be in trouble though. He is going to be the sacrificial Thresh. Tries to walk this one out, but Jack on the man still alive. The initial jump retarded Wonder immediately in the mid speed higher. Big damage, big dunk, and dropped just like that.
And what looked like a promising pick for XL ends up backfiring. G2 quickly find 2 kills with the jungler still alive. And the Baron not spawned yet. I don't imagine G2 going for that objective.
I know, I thought it was too early.
But here we can see XL looking for that collapse. I think the collapse was good onto Mickey, and the fact that they killed him fast enough while avoiding the Caitlyn traps means that they can, in theory, get out without losing too much. But here we see Patrick doesn't have the flash. E not quite off cooldown yet, and that's all G2 need to commit to the play, find that kill, and chase down the rest of it.
That's actually effectively the Ezreal nurse right there, because you can see he eat away just basically to die, so...
Yeah, we've been there. That's how we feel at MSI when G2 qualifies for finals, by the way. I wonder what it's like. A little louder, to be fair, but I imagine Schalke will get there. if this game continues to go in G2's favor. Now checking in, of course, is 4K gold lead. They're 2 Drakes up, but they're also 4 towers up, which might be the more pressing number here. And concerning that the whole team is getting stronger. We're at 2.5 items, so that Caitlyn power trough that we talk about, we're not going to get to see it this game, which is bad news for Excel.
Well, I think one of the great things about this build is you never really fall into a power trough with the Caitlyn. And I think one of the best examples is when we got to see it, I think it was from Kobe yesterday, showcasing that even in a team fight where Misfits was so far behind, he was still able to dish out so much damage. And I think that Perks is in a similar position as he's just hit that level 12 mark. 2.5 items, G2 doesn't move in the mid. It's like excellent.
Yeah, the only window that Excel has here is the fact that Perks just used his flash in the last exchange, so he is pretty vulnerable, and there's the net, and there, yep.
Forward, Perk's not going to be in trouble. Lantern coming out, Perk's going to get pulled back, and the flay comes in as well. So makes it hard. Can't do anything else. Perfect kill comes in from Mickey. Patrick is taking out the exhaust of the shield, but it's too little too late. Wonder's still alive for now. Next ultimatum comes in, but Cries, he can't get anything done. Nobody's going to drop. That's 3 for G2 in exchange for nothing.
Beautiful play from Mickey to keep his AD carry alive after what was a very aggressive play coming out from Perks, almost punished him, but it ends up being a punishment on Excel. 3 members now dead. Caps has his eyes set on trying to kill them. Will be able to do it.
Minions stopping it. He really wanted to just quite have enough range there. But in the meantime, the rest of the team is starting to fair. They feel that they have certainly more than enough damage and more than enough players to make it happen. And Wonder in the meantime has been pushing into mid lane. And for Excel, we've officially hit Miracle territory. Why just shout for Miracle? Why not just Excel Miracle? Certainly would be one.
Yeah, it is very unfortunate stats right now for Excel, as you can see what the plan was as soon as they saw the net come out from Caitlyn, but gorgeous peel from Mickey. Great choke point, he used the thresh ultimate to slow down the volley bear, then also hits the hook, had a really nice flay, just like beautifully done from the support to keep Perks alive without flash and without net.
And while it
is it the same clip? We'll never know.
They can't help but feel bad for themselves. They are the only team in this season to ever qualify for playoffs. This has been their split. They were so close, but with how competitive our league has been. And the fact that they have to fight G2 is their very right now it looks like that they are not able to.
What's crazy is so often we have a game where you're playing someone who you are contesting in playoffs, but it is brutal to end your split not only on one of the greatest European teams ever, which is call it, that's what G2 is, and for this game they're playing like it. You could say whatever you want about the rest of their split, but to also...
As you say that.
Yeah.
No, you done?
No, I'm done.
Okay.
I've lost it.
Well, as you were calling them the greatest European team ever,
that's where I lost it, yeah.
Walked away a little bit too early to take down the Inhib.
Sure.
But I think the sentiment that we're trying to get at is that, like, this is very unfortunate for Excel. I think that they've had, you know, they came into the split with a bunch of changes. They were looking pretty promising. They showcased strong performances pretty much throughout the split. Again, their record is 8 and 9 right now. And now they're on their last legs as Cries goes in.
Cries goes in, but Wonder's still alive, still tanky, but not nearly enough. Yanko's on the backside trying to get something done, but Caps, Mickey, Perks, they're not in the area. Yanko's now running right back in. Big damage there. Oh, a sleepy Cries is going to go night-night there, and now the follow-up coming in from Caps. The heal jumping forward, the trouble bubble going in, but will not connect. The stun for the disengages. G2 are going to look to grab another inhibitor here with the power of this Baron buff.
And there was the attempt to force Excel saw the tiny window where they might have a numbers advantage as G2 are walking towards the topside minion wave, but the gold lead is speaking for itself. G2 are smacking them with their wallets.
Alright, leaping in, not going to get anything. Perks remains in the base, stunned, should go down. Oh my god! Into the lantern, and Perks will walk away. Patrick desperately trying to land Qs to get that cooldown as low as humanly possible. Twisted Fate, where is he going to go? Traps everywhere. Traps as many as you can get. All of G2 is waiting. Where's he going to go? The shield. Whoa, Perks! Playing with fire. Stun card lands. Mickey trying to body block, but you can't do it. Patrick, though, is going to be the one who's now in trouble as he flashes out to safety. Mickey hunting for the kill here. The flash forward, the flay. Support versus mid laner. Who comes down on top? Wonder with the ward hop over the wall special. Desperate to get the gold card. The flash forward. The glance a little bit too early, and still Excel find themselves in trouble. Yanko's fishing for the suplex here. The pull back, the face breaker, the hook for the follow-up. They're now trying to make their way out. Wonder jumps to the back to finish off Cadril, but Caps is still alive, still uncontested here to throw down some damage. Torre now in trouble. Caps sweeps face first. The Cries left double to the fight that you wanted. Sleepy Camille, and she will drop. One auto from Mickey will solve that one.
And it looks like G2 is just cleaning up. They're looking for kills. They're looking for picks. Still 4 members of XL dead. I'm not sure if G2 can actually end off the peak of this because Patrick is still alive. But it looks like they're going for it.
And with this, and G2 closing the game, XL's playoff hopes will die. But Fnatic and Schalke have done it.
G2 paving the way for other teams in the league, denying XL their space in playoffs, but not quite yet. XL on just the time to deny it.
Classic.
Well, I'm just going to repeat what you said right here. I want to say that for the record.
Now we can workshop. We can come up with a better one.
We can take turns.
Yeah.
And G2 totally ruined Young Bucks' day.
You got one ready? Would you like to start?
No, I just like it. I'm very
It does feel insurmountable, but there's no soul yet. The Baron buff is gone. Maybe, just maybe it can happen, but it will be incredibly difficult. Because that is a death cap on cap, as well as double flat items. That's 3 items coming in for Perk, as well as the QSS. And, well, we're running a PGL lower third, which is definitely a sign that the team might be.
The performance from G2, I think that when you look at G2, obviously it's been very difficult. You know, this will be a 3-0 week for them, and the fact that they've come in well prepared, it feels like that they've showcased that they're much more up to date on the meta. Coming into playoffs, we heard it from Proxy himself, he says when we play on one patch, we feel like we play better because we get to refine our strategies, focus on one thing, and that's where we really start to get become a very scary team.
And not just this week either. The G2 I believe were on a 5-1 streak this week. There's 6 wins behind Excel at this point. So massive turnaround. All split. The top end is all fine. We're going to see that. There, but the support is definitely not the priority target you want to hit. Torrey drops. And goes down to the follow. Meanwhile, on the mid lane, Wonder just looking to end the game. Patrick has to run for his life. Wonder just going to run are just going to close this one out in style. And just like that, Fnatic will be locked into playoffs. Schalke as well. Will be able to lead things themselves.
Congratulations, of course, to XL Esports. It has been a challenging split for so many teams, but they will be eliminated from playoffs. The miracle run did happen for Schalke, and they will take that spot alongside Fnatic.
And it's really heartbreaking there for Cell on your screen. This is the 2-year plan. They wanted to make Worlds, they wanted to make playoffs, they would peace, and on the other side.
Has to feel good. Obviously, one of the most incredible stories we've seen in the OEC, probably in League of Legends, to go from 1-10 qualifying for playoffs. So many things had to go right. Not just Schalke's performance. It had to be this close in the league for the entire season for that team to even have a shot.
Here's the thing. I was talking about this backstage with Trevor. Is this the craziest comeback story in esports?
I mean, so the Roccat one was nearly there because Roccat, all they had to do was beat Fnatic and they would have done a very similar thing, but they failed to.
Kingslayer era, I remember.
Yeah, and
the words came from somewhere, Frost.
Definitely in Europe, this is exactly the one where it's probably the craziest comeback we've ever had in Europe. So huge props to Schalke. They made it happen. Again, huge commiserations to XL. I think that they did have a very solid split, and hopefully coming into next year,
and of course, you saw it, Key Player of the Game. You guys can vote on Twitter, but after the break, we're going to hear from Gilius himself, as Schalke has just completed their miracle run.
Congratulations!
Starts to chuck out the flamethrower, and Baron is so low. Melita almost stole that one away. Puepo's going to be able to use a showstopper, but he does get burned down and destroyed by Cop. Cabochon slides in, glides out.
I have to step up and do something differently. If I just keep going down the same road as I've always gone down, I don't think we're going to make it out of playoffs. Maybe we can get like some magic back in the team.
Jax on the flank, Shadow diving forward, but he's exhausted straight away and he's already dead. Limit's going to take him out. Humanoid gets one, but Jax is going to answer it. And this is it. The show has been stopped for Mad Lions. They were on their way to burst in the league, but SK.
our performance this split is better than it was in spring. My teammates play a huge part in why we are successful now.
You don't have a chance against me. I can calculate 90 trillion moves in advance. Not fair. Not fair.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Welcome back, everyone, to the LEC Summer and the last game of the regular season. Myself and Medic are also joined by G2's Jankos. Hello, Jankos.
Hello, mate.
Hello.
Hi. So we had to... Yeah, I mean, crazy. This game is now irrelevant in the battle for playoff seeding, but Fnatic and SK do have a chance to make a statement before the postseason. Before we get there, though, let's just wrap up the whole Schalke thing.
Yeah, one thing I want to just make sure everyone is clear on is Schalke and XL will actually be tied on win-loss at the end of the season. They also have a 1-1 in their head-to-head, so a lot of people are saying, why aren't they playing a tiebreaker game? Well, we have a second tiebreaker rule where we look at
all my light ones would have
the team
brightened your
has in
day.
the second half of the split. And of course, because Schalke went from 1-10 to 8-10, they have more wins than any other team in the second half of the split. So they break the tie and they get placed into playoffs. And XL, sadly, unfortunately, are knocked out.
Thank you for clarifying that, but it is what it is, of course, for XL and for Schalke. Jankos, let's focus in on this game a little bit. I want to get your take on SK, a team for which summer has been a huge redemption arc. I mean, they were 9th in spring, and now they're in playoffs and in those playoffs. What do you think has made SK so much better this summer?
Well, it's very hard to say. I think all of them are low-key stepping up. Trig is playing very well. I think their bot lane is playing much better than last split as well. So they did get some wins, but I would not be too afraid of them in playoffs.
Okay, I mean, that makes a lot of sense to me. And I think, as you say, everyone on SK is starting to perform better. But as a cohesive unit, when I compare them with teams like Schalke, with teams like Fnatic, with teams like yourself, Jankos, SK do not worry me as much as the rest of the teams that we're going to see in playoffs.
I think that makes sense. I mean, maybe they could be underestimated then. And like, you brought up Trick as well, because Trick was a guy who got flamed so much also when it wasn't going well for SK. But could you describe kind of what you think he brings to that team, which we don't always talk about, Janko?
Well, I do think that Trig is the ultimate.
All the world on
so most
one
of the times
arrow.
he's doing very well on set, and he's very consistent in every single win that they are doing right now. Trig is playing very well. He's ganking where he has to, and he is also where he has to be. So I think he's just playing overall a very consistent game, and even though we don't see a lot of huge plays from him, like we, for example, see from Shadow Leeson, then he has to do everything. He's doing everything himself again.
So it's kind of the opposite of you, because you hate being on Sejuani duty, but Trick would love being on Sejuani duty because he's like the best tank player, right?
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't know that, right? Maybe he doesn't like what he's playing, but he's really good at it, so probably his team likes it. It's kind of the same as us. Like, I maybe don't like playing Sejuani, maybe I don't like playing Zed or Volibear, but my team probably likes it.
Exactly, you got to do what's necessary for the team. I think SK also did that. Of course, Gen X swapped to the top lane. Crownshot had a breakout split, and everyone on that team were vibing. Why, that's a really bad way to say that.
I actually think a lot of people overlook Zazie on that team, because we always talk about Crownie, you know, we all get white people happy. Zazie, Gen X with the role swap and Trick playing well, but Zazie, to me, was probably one of the best performing rookies, perhaps the best performing rookie this split.
And we'll see how they do in the playoffs. If I gather from Jankos, he's not too afraid of this SK roster. Then what about Fnatic, who, you know, in comparison to you guys, for instance, it took a while, but now it seems like you guys have really found your zone. How dangerous does Fnatic look to you, Jankos?
Well, I think Fnatic is definitely the team to look at in playoffs, since I think they have very good players and their coaching staff is good too, so it's surprising to me that they're doing so bad. But if they find their way back, I think they're like probably the scariest team in playoffs right after us. As we all know, G2 and Fnatic always meet in the final, and I would not be surprised if that would be the case again, since I think Fnatic will play much better in playoffs, and now that they qualified, we helped them as well, beating XL. I think they'll be pretty happy heading into playoffs, and maybe we'll even see G2 against Fnatic in the first round, right? That depends, like, who Rogue chooses.
That was going to be my question. Like, Rogue have the option to choose between Mad Lions and Fnatic. Are you saying now you would prefer to play Mad Lions in the first round, or that you prefer to play Fnatic?
Not at all.
Okay.
I don't really care. Like, I don't want
you can lose to either of them in the first round, right?
leave
Yeah,
them
I
on
mean,
the
don't
frontier.
misunderstand me. I think it's pre-win, you know? Doesn't matter who we play against, I think G2 will win playoffs. So, be it Mad Lions, be it Fnatic in the first round, we don't really care. But yeah, I mean, it could happen, right? And I think that Rogue most likely will choose Mad Lions, because even though Fnatic
Ain't I a sight
lately
for
hasn't been
sore
doing
eyes?
very well, then I would still assume they will do better in playoffs than Mad would.
Small question, because I just talked to you a couple of weeks ago on PGL, and there was a whole different story in terms of confidence. Of course, the results weren't there. What is it that's changed that made you so, I want to say, cocky?
I kind of gave up on life and I'm just playing League of Legends only. Okay, well, maybe I think that everyone in the team is stepping up a lot. And even Wunder played some solo queue games, and of course his Jax today was pretty disgusting, but he still didn't practice his Jax, so I'm happy he didn't need too much. And right now we also have more time to actually play our champions and figure out the meta, and the patch won't change that much. Even though there's a lot of champion changes, I don't think it will influence the meta a lot for playoffs. So I feel like we have things figured out, and we also know how we want to play. And maybe we'll still pick up 2 champions heading to playoffs, but I'm feeling very, very confident to see how much we improved throughout the last 2 weeks, and I know that we can keep doing so. And of course, if a team proves us wrong in the first round, be it Fnatic or Mad Lions, I'm not too worried that we can again pick up the slack. But I don't think this playoffs is going to be the same case as Spring Split playoffs. I think this time we will not lose, and be it Fnatic or Mad Lions, I'm super confident.
Okay. What I gathered from that is your confidence and not anything else. All right, quick prediction then, Fnatic or SK in this one, although it is not for that much.
Yeah, I mean, probably Fnatic, because at this point I don't think they will troll. They will just kind of try their best since they barely go into playoffs, so they try wanna get like as much stage practice with the comp they want to play as they can. So I'd assume that if they got a little bit of confidence back yesterday, they'll play it all over SK, because they have very good players, and then we will see a strong Fnatic in playoffs.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you so much, Jankos. Good luck in those playoffs.
Thank you very much. You don't really need to do track to all the other teams. Thank you.
Wow. You're digging your own grave.
Well, now we have to win or it's lost.
I gotta say, I love it. This is what G2 does best, being confident. If they lose, they troll, it doesn't matter. But congratulations on a fantastic ending with Hakuna Matata. Let's see what happens on the rest as Fnatic and SK close out the regular season.
Wow. Turns out the only difference between Hakuna Matata and, you know, Flame, literally everything that moves is a 6-game streak. Who would have thought? Obviously, congrats to G2 for making it, which is, however, SK Gaming versus Fnatic. This is a weird game for us. I'm going to lie to you because of the way final seeding is decided in our playoffs. We're not really playing for much here, but there's pride on the line. And so we're going to take this as the teams take it. If the teams want to play it serious, if they want to draft serious, we will cast it serious. We will give it all of the attention and love that it deserves. If they want to play it like it means nothing, we're going to cast it like it means nothing. So buckle up. Draft's going to show us a lot.
Oh boy. I'm sure our executive producer is really happy that we're the 2 casters on this last game. This is a real big gamble.
It's been a loose day.
Man, you were running it down on that inhib.
That's true. Today, hold together though in the final game as the tense music begins.
Reminder, this game means nothing, absolutely nothing. Every single team has been locked in. If you have somehow slept through or not checked Twitter or not read Reddit, I'm assuming it's on Reddit, Schalke made a miracle one. Congratulations, Schalke. But so far, our playoff teams are Rogue, Mad Lions, G2, SK, Fnatic, and Schalke. So, this match, as Dracos just said, El Clasico, have to throw that one in there, just for pride, if anything.
Right, good shout. El Clasico, good. Classic, bring
Got
it
it,
back.
yeah.
And so far, the bands look serious, Frostguard. So it looks like we are going to have full on. Of course, confidence coming into playoffs is always a big deal. We'll see if Fnatic can keep that momentum going, or if SK can start themselves off on the right foot before heading into best of 5. First, it's going to be a break week before playoffs, and then we are going to get things started in full force.
You'd expect to see the Senna pick up here. Fnatic are a big Senna team, and they don't normally blind pick either the Orianna or the Azir. However, Volibear is also still available, and they will potentially give away a Senna, although Crown Shot not necessarily one to play it, likes to be on more of those carry-oriented. So Fnatic might get it in second rotation anyway.
It Gen X playing with our hearts a little bit here. We'll see what direction he wants to go on this one. But the Ezreal first pick would make a lot of sense for SK Gaming. Obviously, they're safe, reliable, maybe not quite as powerful, all things considered in the meta as Senna is in a lot of circumstances, but obviously much more versatile.
I would also expect an Azir lock-in for Zazie here. Now, Nemesis does still have his Twisted Fate available if it is going to be an Azir matchup, or he can go to the Corki, which is usually the go-to for a lot of European mid laners, as there is a nice little hover to remind Crown Shot of the Twitch that he gave up.
An enemy has been slain.
Could Reckless lock it in? That would be some confidence. But the Senate would...
is banned, is the issue.
That's very true.
And it's banned to dissuade Crown Shot from going for that Twitch.
And every single hover would appear to be baiting us into thinking this might be a troll. Everything so far has been very serious. Senna locked in, of course, could round it out with... Tom Cantor could round it out with a defensive support option or something a bit more aggressive, something a bit new. The Thresh will be the option. As far as fade away, he was the last remaining S-tier support option. With more safety for the Senna in lane.
Yeah, it looks like we're going to be full serious, Rokos. As you would expect that this would be the Azir for Zazie. If he doesn't pick it up here, it would no doubt be pinched in the secondary ban phase. So there you go. Now Fnaticers are going to pinch and use for probably the top like other big champions that are available. If they like the Ornn, there's that Corki that we were talking about. All things going according to plan.
Absolutely are. Limiting for now the control mage options from Fnatic as they getting banning away that first. We'll see exactly how Fnatic want to approach this one. Set, of course, a flex pick here, but expected to go into the hands of Trick because it's a champion that he's been incredibly comfortable on. Gen X, of course, with a very unique top lane champion pool as they played a ton of different champions this split. They will opt to take the Shen away from him. We've seen what Ottawamna can do with the champion. Very high base champion. Very strong with Titanic Hydra. A champion like Senna would certainly be in trouble up against the Shen in team fights.
Wonder if this means that Bwipo will go for more of a hard carry style champion rather than his Ornn or his Cho'Gath that he's kind of been opting into.
I'd be interested to see what priorities now looks like. Ornn is available. It feels like the get out of jail free card when it comes to top lane decision making, because it's never really that bad. Would of course feel very bad to pick it with the set flex up and available, but as mentioned, until they put it in the top lane, I'm pretty much always going to believe the set belongs to Trick.
I just think that when you see a Malphite ban and a Shen ban, you kind of want to play something like a Jax or like a Camille maybe. You want to play something that's like fights, because like Shen and Malphite can be super obnoxious for those champions.
Definitely can. Interestingly, both of the champions very good at taking out immobile carries, so maybe going to see something immobile in the mid lane.
I like this.
Could we see a Kog'Maw mid from Nemesis? Because Shen Malphite would kind of obliterate that champion in team fights. That's kind of what would make sense. But as mentioned, yeah, the Blitzcrank now locked in, so limiting some of the safety that they have. Obviously, a lot of pressure on Limit to find the hooks, but a champion with a very high output ceiling and a very low floor.
If it is Kog'Maw, I would like to see the Gangplank being picked up by Bwipo, because I think that's another champion that could give Kog'Maw a little bit of a hard time right there. And you called it Dracos. Kog'Maw certainly fits into the pool for a Nemesis-style champion. I understand wanting to go for, because you feel like you need hard engage, but I feel like Gen X is just going to grab the Gangplank here, but it is going to be Camille. Okay.
I like this a lot. Of course, you've already got Powerhouse in the jungle, so it's going to be very difficult for whatever Gen X wants to opt to take on the top side of the map, as we saw in the previous game. The more setup CC that you have, the easier it is to pull off these early plays. Gen X covered the Jax earlier on. One can supply, one can take the game here. As we also saw in the previous game, Jax pretty good at anyone who has auto-attack base CC, but instead it's going to be the Renekton.
So obviously not the best case scenario for Gen X. I think that his fantasy pool isn't as wide as other top laners, which makes sense because he is a full swap mid laner to top lane. And Renekton's not going to be terrible, but obviously is going to get hard outscaled by Camille later on. So there is a bit of a timer for what Gen X can do on this champion. And before the rest of his team needs to take over for him. On the other side, we finally get to see another AP Kog'Maw. So far, it's been Caps and Humanoid that have pulled out this champion in the LEC. Now Nemesis is joining that rank. And obviously, when you're against something like an Azir, it makes pretty big sense. You can outrange it, you can attack it from afar, and you don't really get zoned away from fights.
And I want to bring it back to why this game can be important, and a lot of that is momentum, a lot of that is like just feeling good about yourself before you go to playoffs. The other thing is either high getting extra top can be the concern here in a game that doesn't have high stakes, but the other thing is showing picks that people need to be scared of. This is a chance for Nemesis to put his Kog'Maw on the map. Now it is time, the final game of the regular season, Fnatic versus SK. Here we are, and SK certainly have a plan for themselves. Moving into the bottom side of the map, of course, getting Blitzcrank ahead in the early game could be devastating. Think of him like a melee range Zoe. If you have wards and the enemy team has to walk into Fog of War, they will die 100 times. If you don't, well,
at least one
does about as good as melee range Zoe would expect to do.
I like Blitzcrank because he feels like one of those few champions that can brute force great lanes. Now, something to discuss and talk about is how the Sona bot lane seems to be missing from both repertoire as it slipped through entirely the bands. Now, we haven't seen a ton of people focus on Uber as we are going into playoffs, and it looks like Fnatic are using the Yango strategy that we just talked about in that interview. They're trying to practice a comp that they'll probably show in playoffs. Make sure that they get staged.
We are
See, I like that SK are showing us a little bit in the level 1 department. Fnatic this time. I'm ready to see exactly what the AP Cogmark looks like. Because as you said, humanoid in the hands of Caps, humanoid, even though he didn't win the game, you did see the raw power that kind of came out from the pick. You have to see if this is going to be a meta staple or if this is just a French pick that maybe half of our playoff teams are going to be pulling out.
So the strength that AP Kog'Maw has is obviously the wave clear at later states when you can use an R, so the little bonnet, and then an E to instantly clear waves. But then also the range increase every time you put a point into your R in 6, 11, and 16. Means that champions like Azir are never really going to threaten you. That Kog'Maw can get zoned entirely away from a fight, be a screen away, and still be participating and do pretty significant damage. And so I think it's going to be about problem solving how you threaten this pick if he does become kind of the stable pick or the pick that people are really working around in playoffs meta.
And it's interesting then that we see the Renekton locked in so late, because while it may be a comfortable lane matchup for Gen X, although not at this point, as he has been pushed in by Bwipo. That is a champion who has very poor target access later on in the game. He's not really going to be able to get on top of the Kog'Maw, especially the Kog'Maw with Phase Rush. Of course, that's very different if he gets snowballed, if he gets very fed, but we'll have to see if that can happen. Selfmade going in, committing for the trade. Zazie here as well. Big Haymaker going to take his health bar down, but one amount. Phase Rush gets a bit of poke and waddles out.
And we do actually need to keep kind of a pulse on things like that for both these teams, but especially for Fnatic, because they're always going to be under a pretty intense magnifying glass whenever they take the rift due to their fan base. You know, the fact that Selfmade phase checks into a Raptor camp and then just gets hard chunked out by Collapses and Gear and Set when
Reckless takes a hook, also big.
He didn't take the tower aggro right there. But, you know, while we are just maybe even getting stage experience with some of these champions, some of these compositions, it is also a temperature check on the individual performance of these players.
Absolutely is. And as you speak of that, it appears that Bwipo is really smashing his top lane. Pushing in, forcing his TP, of course, still has his TP, running low on mana. But for now, even at a 9 disadvantage, he's feeling very confident in continuing straight into Gen X here. Gen X doesn't appear super comfortable in this matchup. Can't say I have the most experience with it, but generally expect Renekton to play a bit more aggressive, trade a bit more, try to maximize the value on sustain. And for now, it just feels like because the wave is pushed in, he's just last hitting and trading really only when necessary.
It feels like Bwipo's just been slowly chipping him out, and then, like you're saying, usually you would expect Renekton to back, but probably found himself on the losing end of pretty significant trade, trying to see us under the tower. Hard chunk Gen X out and deny him CS and force back here. Or even get a wave in a really nice state.
Seems an angel.
One of the things I love about what he's doing is walking up and just autoing the block meal passive just to immediately get the shield and just say to Gen X, like, if you continue to trade into me, you will lose this because I am using purely temporary stats. And Gen X absolutely getting destroyed in this 1v1. Of course, has an XP advantage for now, but one more rotation from Bwipo and Gen X will be a...
I mean, that trade's not so bad, just because Gen X knew that he had to get the wave to shove in and reset, otherwise he was going to be in a really bad spot. So that's why Jin X continued to force it there, and of course that trade's going to look really bad because you can look at the item difference. The fact was is that Renekton hadn't gotten to take his back yet, so it shouldn't look like that now that he's kind of refreshed and walked back into lane, but the wave state isn't still isn't perfect for Jin X, but at least it's better than it was. It will slowly crash back in and end up on his side of the lane.
The concern here for me is if Selfmade makes a journey into the top side of the map as he is clearing out the Raptors here, could Jin X potentially find himself in trouble? But of course, in the meantime, from the perspective of SK, Zazie being shadowed here by Trick. Nemesis on his phase run for an escape, but maybe hoping to force a summon around. The flash up and available has not been a man to hesitate because the phase breaker will miss the pullback though on a Nemesis, and now Selfmade is coming. Zazie's going to be in trouble here. Trying to find the stun instead. Big push back into the tower though. Selfmade's been here before. The instant flash out, looking just like the Kha'Zix game, but this time, Selfmade.
Whoa, no. Flashing before their eyes again, a little bit too much force right there. Now that said, they do trade Selfmade's flash. I believe Nemesis, oh no, he did flash early. So 2 flash for 2 flashes. Now the next attempted gank here from either member, you expect the agency would be with the Set and the Azir to punish that one.
Selfmade falling down there, of course, a lot smaller health pool, but Camille on the roam down means the Trick can't really afford to contest there, and as well as sustained fights, always going to feel pretty favorable for the Volibear. Finally, the wave crashing back. Whipple could opt to back here on a pretty significant CS advantage. Obviously, a lot of that is going to be mitigated by the fact that Jin X has grabbed this wave under tower.
But my attention kind of goes back again to the mid lane, because now we have no flashes on just for mid laners, but again, you're basically waiting for Zazie to have access to that ultimate again and try to really punish Nemesis. Now, that said, Kog'Maw shouldn't be caught by it, does also have access to his R, so we'll see how carefully Nemesis is going to play this so that he isn't on the receiving end of that attempted, what's what I want to call it. It wasn't necessarily a bait, though Selfmade was kind of waiting in the wings. It did feel like they were trying to catch Zazie and Trick being really aggressive in that mid lane.
And the good news for Nemesis and for Fnatic in general is that, that dodge hook is going to connect onto the Blitzcrank. He's going to get knocked back, pulled back, and knocked down. Limit running for the hills. Trying to put his face between himself and the team. Not going to make it out there, but quite close to being.
That moment you think that you're ganking mid lane and then you're doing by 3 people.
Yeah, good roam from Fnatic, good roam from Hillsang as well. Crown Shot, of course, sitting comfortable on the bottom side of the map. 44 CS to 70. Would have to watch this laning phase back to understand exactly what happened there, but Crown Shot monstering in terms of individual CS.
I'm going to assume that Reckless found himself in a position where the wave got away from him and Crown Shot and Limit really punished with the Blitzcrank, and then maybe Reckless also had just like a bad CSing time underneath tower and just missed like some CS that should have been his.
Pretty difficult too. 2 champions who are going to build very similar itemization. Now, Reckless immediately has a head start on the Cole, which is the less important of the 2 items I'm going to talk about here, whereas Crown Shot has a head start on the tier, and is also just a much better champion at stacking it, so early Moromon Power Spike potentially could be a big benefit to SK.
This is to be expected, however, SK having control over the initial first dragons. Again, Fnatic aren't going to feel a lot of pressure because they outscale into the side lane. You can see that Whippo, as we've been talking about, is already getting the better of a lot of these trades versus Jin X, or laning much stronger than he has. But also, they're just going to chill until Nemesis gets access to ultimate, and then they start these trades. So everything's kind of going on the plan for both teams. They're really good that Crown Shot's in a nice position. They got early Drake stacks, and Fnatic are feeling good that Nemesis is just chilling in the lane, hasn't really been punished, and Whippo's having
He's really not the one under pressure. Yeah, levels Kog'Maw roams are not we talk about Kog'Maw. Azir, however, does have the potential to roam. He's going to get spotted out here, and you can see that now the Renekton has a few more points in his abilities.
And Vamp Scepter.
And a Vamp Scepter. It's a bit easier for him to start the pressure on this lane. That said, Zazie on the way in. Whippo going to backstep here. Selfmade going unstoppable. Fantastic use of the ultimate as Reckless is going to provide a shield for the entire team. Nemesis TPing in. Starting to chase down Zazie, but the range on the ultimate not quite there. Really needs level 11 before SK have to be scared.
But did get the teleport from Nemesis, so maybe there's an opportunity that SK when they have the advantage or Zazie's TP over Nemesis, that they maybe try to attack both while now we're going to back timer for Zazie around an objective setup like Drake or Herald. So that is something to watch, but good defensive maneuver from Fnatic to protect Whippo and Die.
Obviously very, very strong. Gets a lot more base stats. Fury, whereas Camille obviously scales much better. Really was out trading that Bilgewater Cutlass is going to quite difficult. Potentially could see SK look for another dive top side, depending on how Whippo manages the wave, but Selfmade already in the area, ready to make sure that that can happen.
It's also the fact that, you know, if Jinax just wants to spec entirely for lane, like has access to the Cutlass, like track his build back, maybe he does just try to match Camille to the side lane.
I mean, additionally, you're against a Volibear, right? So the beefy front line that you're going to have the easiest access to in the fight is really going to suffer from you building Blade of the Rune King, as now we start to see a good amount of damage coming out. We're trading into the wave, though, but we'll get the Grass proc to mitigate any of the poke, and is now set up to freeze. Potentially if he wants to, but all Fnatic descending to the side, saying roaming, leaving Reckless off, going back to the canceled by Crown Shot. And of course, tonight, after this game, playoffs bracket revealed. If you want to know who is playing who, stick around. Flash in from Hylissang, looking for the setup. Selfmade now going to try to fight. Smite, that's the hook. Jinax, oh no, gonna get taken out here. Whippo gonna grab that one, but Trick now looking for the suplex, dunking down. Pulling backwards, the face break gonna go. Just grabbing Selfmade. Dazi's here, but he has to be careful. CC hits, he's gonna be in trouble. Whippo finds the stun. Hylissang now gonna fish for the hook in a moment here. Throws it out, will not connect. The minion there to body block, but Hylissang still gonna grab the kill in the end. That's gonna be the trade kill back for SK. Trick now in trouble. The Haymaker will not come through, but he still will make it out safe.
Almost potentially a double kill for Hilly before Trick decided to flash away to Sneaky. Now, meanwhile, Crownshot has had all of this time with this tower. Thank you, observers. As Reckless needs to back up because Blitzcrank is also on the way, or maybe Crownshot just gets the 1v1 before he even arrives.
Crownshot just dodging out of tower.
Kill the minions as fast as possible.
Limit coming in. TP on the way down, though. Classic Fnatic move here. TP bot comes in from Whippo, waiting on the hook shot wall off. Wants to force Crownshot to leap out. Will still connect, though. Crownshot goes down. Limit uses the ultimate. Ignite down on Reckless, but not nearly enough. Limit gonna have to try to walk this one out, but there's no hope here. Whippo on the chase. The flash now burn Reckless.
He has ult.
Ooh, nice ward to try to set up the piercing light there, the piercing darkness rather. Hookshot wall dive, the flash to extend, pulled back under the tower, ult comes in, and that's gonna do it.
Whippo gives him the teleport, gives him the flash, but doesn't give him the kill. Reckless was trying to line it up there for the snipe, but now this Camille is going to be a very big problem. Now, good news for SK, they do manage to keep Rift Herald, but all of this is just on the bottom side of the map. So as I say, that Fnatic are actually sprinting towards it, and Zazi's about to be caught out. They don't get Herald.
Good damage to come in, that's the ball, gonna kill the Nemesis, and now they have to be scared. Nemesis starting to scale up.
Oh no!
One Selfmade walking in, but who actually got it? Looks like Trick will grab the Herald there. Now on the retreat here, Nemesis slowly but surely going to walk him down. Haymaker going to come out. No, not available, and Nemesis will find the kill. Boop, boop. There, will not connect though. Crownshot running for the hill. G2 is still really good right now, but not nearly good enough. Whippo on a killing spree.
I mean, every kill just kind of exploded across the map. All of the key members of the two kills. Camille has 3 kills and 5 assists for Volibear. Like, it doesn't get better from here.
No, most certainly not. And thank you, observers, for highlighting the individual goal. Despite Crownshot doing very well in CS, goal still in favor. Nemesis is going to flash out, though. He's going to be the one in trouble. Cutlass proc, but here comes the power. The Nimbus float. Really not power, though. Limit there, makes sure he does go down. Shut down, going over here as well.
Yeah, well done there for SK to pull out on Nemesis. Also, Nemesis very overextended. There's no reason for him to be that aggressive. He really should just wait for Hilly to walk up behind him. The dark asset. But now that Nemesis has died, he potentially gives away this Drake for his team. And
Trick does here. Smite, and meanwhile, top lane, Whippo going to have a second plate here. Will be Infernal Rift. Will make it a lot harder for Limit to sneak around in the jungle on this Blitzcrank or find off angles to hook from.
do you think that Infernal Rift is a nerf to Camille because she doesn't get more walls to bounce off of?
Yeah, I'd say technically so. Although maybe it clears up more space for melee champions to chase down their targets.
I think this is the discussion.
Yeah, I think that anytime you're taking walls away from the champion or next to walls, like on paper, it should just absolutely be a nerf.
Like,
any champion who wants to hide in fog of war as well is really going to suffer.
Mountain Rift, huge nerf to Nautilus. Just like ruins his day.
Oh yeah. Does your champion want a wall to exist? Why end? That's the big question you gotta ask yourself. Okay, Whippo.
There was never going to be a wall.
Trying to hookshot the Renekton. Not watched enough Attack on Titan for that one. Gen X will still go down. Whippo now on a rampage, and oh man, shell-shocked. Which, if you don't know, fun fact, Mithy's favorite emo, which we learned on Euphoria last year. So, there you go.
It is a good one.
Beautiful country.
So as you can tell from the cast, things have gone definitely very sideways for SK.
Damage going down, but sadly not nearly enough as the Aftershock is there, and Limit now in trouble, running for the hills, the will drop, and Nemesis joining the party, but also a threat coming in from the AP Kog'Maw at this point. Slowly but surely you see that ground shot, but there's no real follow-up. I take it back, you're right. AP Kog'Maw's disgusting. There you go, Nemesis finds a kill.
Look at this. Limit got one, and then he decided that he didn't actually want it. And you can see the damage in that because he Nemesis teleport down. While AP Kog'Maw is slow to ramp, the more ultimates that he puts into it, you can see the more devastating he can become. So, I quickly got very much out of control. I didn't like forces. I got Hilly. Oh god, it's a Senna. It's really hard to just burst these champions.
Oh, observers, you are ruthless today. I respect it. And as you mentioned, the lower the target of your health with Kog'Maw ultimate, the more it does. So those first two look like they're tickling. That last one is obliterating, and that's just how it is.
Oh, Zazie.
All you had to do was scoop the puppy up. Couldn't do it. I guess he's not a puppy on this one. Lizard?
A little gecko.
Little gecko.
Selling car insurance.
Reach out. We got options. And then he's got State Farm. We could have Geico. I'm not opposed.
The Geico Karma skin.
Whippo, though. Getting bullied out by Gen X. Hookshot wall dive, though. We'll take him out to safety.
No set.
Not quite enough. Keep your eye on the Ezreal ult, though. Where's it going to go? Not nearly close, though. Is Crown Shot going to get out over the wall? Limit 2. Selfmade will not follow, but Whippo, the great escape. Wow. What? Wow.
Turn away.
Oh, no! All right, here's the deal. This is what y'all need to remember. This is still the LEC, which means in any given game, you're getting one of two things. And that is top-tier, world-class League of Legends, or top-tier clowning. And right now, we're clowning. And Zazie, clowning. Can he kill Nemesis? Yes, he can. Moving forward.
Here we go.
There you go, Gen X going in, another stun to follow up, play back, along with the Facebreaker. Timed pretty well at the same time. Of course, Blitzcrank can take away the shield from the Senna, but won't need to. Crown Shot now gets the kill, and I believe the shutdown onto Whippo. That's a big shutdown. 500 more gold into the pocket of Crown Shot. He's got to be loving that.
Yeah, we actually just spoon-fed that into Ezreal. You weren't kidding when you said, like, between high-class League of Legends to straight clown school, we turned on a dime.
We got it all. Actually, that's not true. We've got nothing in the middle. We've got both ends of the spectrum.
Sometimes with the same game with the same team.
Very polarizing.
G2 dominated for a long time.
And obviously, yeah, we've as you said, we've seen both in this game. We've seen immaculate plays, really clever roams. We've seen...
I will say this. It wasn't outplay by Whippo. Like, it started with a misplay by Trick, but then definitely was an outplay by Whippo.
Yeah, towards the end there, for sure. And Zazie got a little redemption on the scoop, hit Nemesis this time around, and managed to kill him on the way out with the Conquering Sands, the little throw the Sand Soldier forward move.
Okay, Infernal's about to spawn. This is the third Drake, so this is obviously the one that you want to fight so you can deny the soul. Check that, Fnatic in the area. Already got Crab. At this point, SK are like, almost said a curse word there. Didn't say it live on air. Nailed it.
Got him. Crown Shot could TP behind the Drake and go for a super sneaky play here. Can't imagine that he will, though. So SK just a bit behind on this one means that Fnatic will grab their first Drake of the game, denying SK a little bit longer if they want to focus on that soul. And now suddenly it's the blue buff being contested, but Zazie will grab that too.
And for now, SK get a little bit of room to breathe here. Now, Rift Herald should kind of be the next thing that we're looking at, although Fnatic may actually run out of time to siege this one. If I were them, I'd actually just sprint towards it. Use it to crack an inner turret, or maybe even kill top lane. Nope, they're running out of time. Trick's gonna grab someone.
X-Flash, Nemesis, now gonna be in trouble. Pulled back,
See
dunked
ya.
back. Oh, Nemesis, still so much health, but will drop in the end. Now running forward, looking for a bit of true damage. They're gonna be in trouble. Hillsang's already in the midst of the entire team. Flank Trick back. Now landing the hook to follow up. Limit gonna go down too. Zazie going for the scoop, but Reckless is having none of it. Gen X now trying to come in off to the side. Reckless running for the hills. The Sand Soldier's gonna finish him up, but Selfmade manages to take down Zazie. Gen X on the chase. Blade of the Rune King proc. Selfmade gonna be in trouble. Calls down the storm. Hillsang will retreat. Meanwhile, Bwipo pushing in on the bottom side.
It was just a disaster. Everyone was fighting everyone. It looked like a bar fight. Meanwhile, like you said, Bwipo's just like chilling out into a side lane. Like, what is happening over there? Like, why?
Also, just like quietly, Reckless has become 5-1 and 5 over the last few fights. He was down 30 CS the first time we checked on him, and now he's 5-1 and 5. So that has to feel pretty nice.
Okay, let's see what happened here. So we're just hard pushing up mid lane.
Boop, boop.
Boop.
Yep. So pretty much as expected, the Kog'Maw will get suplexed down when he doesn't have flanking vision.
I mean, I understand all of this, and also credit to Hilly. I actually think it was quite funny to watch Thresh just like slowly walk out to the middle lane and like throw down the aggressive, like starting a fight box. Like Hilly, the only guy who will ever use Thresh ultimate like offensively rather than defensively.
Yeah. Hilly's got one mode.
But also, why were we there?
I don't know. Why does Zazie not have passive? I would have expected the Zir turret. I guess it's kind of a long animation to throw it up.
I mean, the thing was, is up the minion wave. He'd have to like really walk up onto it, but like, you know, Fnatic, why did you have to push up that far?
I mean, well, Trick, why'd you have to stand in that brush? Haymaker is going to come out. Obviously, a massive shield. He's going to run out to safety. Reckless will not be able to finish the job there, but Limit can continue to step forward. Level 13 now coming in for Nemesis on the way to level 16. Big power spike for the Kog'Maw. Not quite level 16 casting him, but in the right hands, it's pretty damn close. And Renekton now as strong as he will get in terms of raw levels. 2 maxed abilities is really where you want to be. So Bwipo, the matchup really only gets easier from here. That said, Gen X is still quite strong for now.
Yeah, Bwipo has actually been denying a lot on that other side. He's been feeding waves in while there was all that chaos that was happening into the mid lane. So quietly trying to catch up.
Scooped! Invisible, can't be auto, but still, Soldiers are going to do it. And now Hylissang is running in and out and in again. And now the hook, and he will connect the hook, but there is no one in the area. But Hylissang did hit the hook. Double kill coming in. Oh boy, here we go. Trick going to dunk back down. All of SK collapsing. But really, it's Fnatic collapsing. As
What?
What the hell? Frost, what are these games? We've had the weirdest day of games.
Yeah, all I wanted was 3 really good games of League of Legends.
We've been taking turns running it down. OG ran it down in game 3. I ran it down in game 4.
I was really happy
Fnatic
to cast
down in game
Rogue
5.
potentially making Worlds, but then Origin were just a broken shell of a man.
Yep, true.
Okay.
Here we go. What happens here? Zazie makes a great play.
Yeah, so what's going to happen here is Hilly's going to go like this, and then he's going to go like this, and then he's going to go back up like this, because meanwhile, the rest of Fnatic he thinks are going to go like that.
It's like when you take a bite of food and you can't decide if you like it. Like, oh, did getting stabbed in the face by those soldiers feel good? I'm going back. I gotta try one more time.
The thing was is he was gonna die anyway, so I think he was thinking like, if I just land the hook, maybe we can trade 1 for 1. But instead it just looked ridiculous.
Yeah. Probably true, probably fair. Give the benefit of the doubt on that one. But now as a result, Zazie goes back, buys a death cap, has 10k gold, is now past Nemesis and effective gold value. And that's a very, very strong Azir, and Reckless has to be careful, because most certainly Zazie can just one-shot him again, even easier this time around.
And with how careless Nemesis has been with his positioning, even the range advantage that Kog'Maw would have against a very fed Azir might not matter very much. So Zazie, full potential to actually just hard carry this game.
Now we see the setup, though, both teams getting ready. Limit running forward. Once the hook cooldown is down, though, Fnatic can really step forward without much fear of response. Trick's flash is the big thing that they have to worry about. No vision into the brush, however, until that control ward was thrown down. SK will take it away, but now Fnatic know that all 5 members of SK are here and that they have priority access into the mid lane. They know SK has to come all the way in.
Hilly standing back for Dark Passage here.
Crown shot going with the wall, turning. Still Trick in the middle of everyone, but he doesn't really have any fall damage. Suplex back across. Big shield across the middle of the team, but Limit has used his ultimate, so will mitigate most of that. Fnatic now going to step back, grabbing Gen X, losing no one in the process. Bwipo incredibly low, but no real tools to snipe him out.
But now you just play really slow and you wait for Reckless to just get everyone back up to where they're healthy. Since we're fighting.
Ignite Trick. You like to see it.
Well, the second Infernal now for Fnatic here, as the teams clearly want to kill each other, but normally where you expect to be fighting, which is, you know, like over Dragon setup, I don't blame Fnatic there. They were slow to the Drake setup. They didn't want to just check into Fog of War, so they decided to threaten the tower, and then SK were like, let's just murder them. And then what Gen X did virtually nothing in that fight from what I saw.
Yeah, he's officially in the very difficult to do anything on stage of the game. Like 1v1, I think he can still sometimes do stuff. 2v1, when he has a jungler supporting him. Can't do a lot, still does a lot of damage, but yeah, not really going to be able to get on top of that Kog'Maw unless Trick really body throws him into you.
It is a rough day for SK on this composition, in my opinion. As we were saying, that, you know, maybe Fnatic just misplay and Tazazi, who is powerful enough to carry, maybe Crown Shot puts on his hyper carry stance. But otherwise, from this game state, I just think that Fnatic's composition should just win the game.
Yeah, and as you said, Tazazi obviously the big talking point for the side of SK, but Nemesis is really the man that I want to keep my eyes on. You can see from the gold graph that, yes, he's trailing behind a few other members in this game, but he's about to hit level 16, and that's a big deal. That turret following, not so big, but thank you for the highlight.
We got an observance. The tower is going down.
All right, now I got to see the next big fight. Of course, setup is huge. The thing about Blitzcrank is mid to late game, if you're not ahead, he's often not very good. He doesn't offer you anything very strong on paper reliably. That said, you can always bet on a Miracle Hook. And a Miracle Hook on a Senna, on a Kog'Maw is an instantly won team fight. These champions, once they're caught out, have a very hard time surviving. A bit harder to kill Nemesis because of the Seraphs, but Reckless goes down easy peasy at this point if you do land that hook.
But you can just see what hell this little Kog'Maw can rain from the skies, especially when he has access to blue buff. Nemesis is a tiny terror right now, and as long as he's shadowed underneath by Selfmade and Hylissang, he can feel really confident to continue to abuse any of these matchups. He's also that much closer to level 16.
Have to see if he wants to opt for Morello's. I kind of doubt it. Landry's obviously a very insane item on AP Kog'Maw. There is a decent amount of healing on the enemy team between all the items that are now coming out as Crown Shot gets closer and closer to the death stance, but with two, not mortal reminders, what is that? Two anti-healing swords on the side of Fnatic.
Executioner's Calling.
Thank you. Executioner's Calling, so they don't really need any more. As now Zazi's gonna be in trouble. He built himself a tower. Selfmade said, no, shut it down. And that's bad news, because that was the man who was supposed to carry for SK, folks. And he's dead for 40 seconds, which means that Fnatic are going to make a beeline for the Baron. Limit's going to lay what vision down he can, but still, we might be seeing ourselves betting on a 50-50 here any moment.
No, there's no way.
You say that, they're going to do it.
No.
There it is. They absolutely murder this. AP Kog'Maw does a ton of on-hit damage, even when he doesn't have very much attack speed. Crown Shot gonna throw the ulti across, but SK are just nowhere nearby.
Yeah, there's
not even a little bit. Whippo's gonna go try to solo kill Crown Shot in the meantime. Oh, Hextech on the main, Limit. Just gonna go for a big hook, Trick gonna pull him back. Whippo buying space for the team that wasn't really contested anyway. He's having fun with that one.
Yeah, that was clearly a zoning ultimate.
So when we talk about running it down mid, very rarely do people actually go mid when they run it down, but there you go. There you see it. A little bit of run in it there from our boy Whippo.
We're just doing a little bit of limit testing.
Limit testing. Speaking of, trying to find a hook here on the bottom side jungle. It's so strange. The draft told us one story. The game has told us another.
At different moments, the game is telling me.
Flash hook. Find Reckless. Big punch onto Hylissang. Limit waiting on the hook though. Has not used it quite yet. Trying to find Reckless, potentially trying to zone him out of the fight with the threat of the hook. They pull back Selfmade, maybe they can get one more, but now Nemesis is coming to the fight. Look at that damage, it's disgusting. Zazi though with the throwback. Nemesis now gonna be in trouble. Zazi now wants to turn on to Reckless. Big DPS, but not enough to finish the job.
Oh, Zazi with the hero play. Does manage to find Nemesis, also burns his flash. Very critical because it makes it that much easier the next time around.
Yeah.
That's now multiple Barons taken off of Fnatic, and they don't get to use this Baron offensively then.
Very true. Let's take a look back at how this happened. It begins with a Hex Flash.
It begins with Limit testing. Limit goes over the wall.
Boom.
Immediately catches out Hilly.
Zones Reckless by just having hook available. It means that Reckless can't really step forward.
Also, Selfmade just kind of face-checking into that one into his death. And there's the flash, but not quite far enough for Nemesis right there.
Ooh.
Still almost trades on Zazi.
And here's the thing. Part of the reason why they have to go for plays like that where they Hex Flash is because they're just going to get outranged by Fnatic. Despite Azir being one of the longest mages in the game, AP Kog'Maw, longer range. Senna with enough stacks, longer range. So very difficult for SK to play this one out comfortably. And yes, that's right, folks. This game, not the only thing that you're going to witness that's going to bring you so much joy today. Also, the playoffs bracket. Who will play who? Find out after this game.
This ward being used as bait will Limit grab whoever's going to decide that they want to take the ward out. Nope.
Nope.
We're fighting for a potential setup for Soul here.
Self-made coming in. Soul will go down. Trick's going to grab that one. Limit flashing forward, finding Reckless, but there's not really a lot of follow-up there. Trick now onto the backside, but Nemesis untouched. Keep your eyes on the Kog'Maw. What can he do? Trying to shut down the team. They're grouping up. They're getting absolutely murdered here. There is nothing you can do against this AP Kog'Maw. Self-made's going to finish 1 kill, but the Kog'Maw just raining down hell from the back lines, and now the TP coming in as well. Fnatic could potentially just look to end it here. No creep wave to back them up, so they might have to wait a bit longer, but absolute domination in that fight.
I think they've got a creep wave coming up behind them, so while it will slow down this tower, you also have so much health onto Self-made that it's not going to harm at all, and now they've got a fresh creep wave ready to go.
Ooh, 500 damage off a classic old meme. Here we go, Fnatic pushing in for the win. Final game of the season. What a turnaround here in the final week for Fnatic. It already qualified to playoffs before hitting this one, but they're going to end the season 9-9, tied with SK, secured in playoffs. Limits have been tested. Limit will not go down, and Fnatic will end the game.
And of course, it didn't mean anything. Nothing has changed. Fnatic were already locked for playoffs, but we now did get a look at Nemesis's AP Kog'Maw. We now are aware that Fnatic have this tool that they can bring into playoffs. So just one more thing to be afraid of.
And that was kind of the big betting point, because when you reveal picks like this in a game where the stakes are low, usually the message you're trying to send is, hey, enemy teams, ban this, or this is ban worthy, this is something we can play. Sometimes teams want to hide the pick, sometimes you want to show them to potentially give you a bit of an edge in draft, maybe try to bait out a ban from the enemy team. But yeah, weird way to end a day, or a week rather, full of incredibly meaningful games with a game that means very little. That said, key player of the game. You guys can still vote. At LEC on Twitter. Whippo, Self-made, Reckless. That's fair. Nemesis like did the most, but also just kind of chilled for like 70% of the game, so that was fair contestant.
I'm going to say Reckless, still quietly just having an amazing split. I think, in my opinion, the strongest AD carry still in the LEC, despite the fact that you have, you know, guys like Carzzy really popping off. Reckless on Senna always looks phenomenal, so that's what I would say.
There's no wrong choice, but Frost says Reckless, so why not vote Reckless? We're soon going to hear from SK's Jezz before Whippo joins us for PGL and a playoffs preview. Woo!
Congrats on reaching playoffs.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, how do you reflect on the last week for SK and what led to your qualification here?
I was actually feeling confident about going 3-0. I did not expect to lose the Friday game, and obviously today was not as serious because it didn't mean much, right? So it became kind of a scrim game, and yeah, we were kind of inting, so it is what it is. It wasn't my ideal 3-0 week, but yeah, still I think we felt pretty good going into this week, and I think we'll feel hopefully even better going into playoffs.
I'm super excited to see you guys in playoffs.
Welcome back to the LEC. We're here for...
I wanted to be as cute as the Poros.
You're cuter.
Aw, thanks. Anyway.
We're here for Misfits versus G2. Misfits already eliminated from playoffs. And you might wonder, does this game really matter for G2?
Wait, the music's going to ruin it for you.
You're so good at this, thank you. We're waiting, guys. We're waiting. Playoff race. We have 4 teams locked in. Mad, Rogue, G2, and SK.
But Schalke's... we'll get into that later. Let's not talk about Schalke now. Yeah, G2 versus Misfits.
There are some stakes, although this is much less intense than the other games we've had today.
Yes. Now, I do imagine both these teams to still take this very seriously. Of course, G2 can put themselves in a much better position when it comes to playoffs, and it feels to me that with the amount of prep that so many of these teams have done coming to the end of this final weekend, they want to put on a strong showing. So, Medic.
And Fiddlesticks taken away by G2. Of course, Razzle, well-known Fiddlesticks player after he brought it out against the Mad Lions.
Yeah, looks like G2 going to showcase that respect. But of course, with the Caitlyn open, Misfits going to grab that one up. She's the only team in the league so far to actually hand Caitlyn a loss, and they're going to answer with a Jhin as they did yesterday.
So I actually had a look at some of the stats across the leagues. Caitlyn has a positive win rate into Jhin in the LEC and in the LPL. However, in the LCK, Caitlyn has only won 2 of the 8 times she's played into a Jhin. And so I can understand, perhaps there is something in scrims that is happening that makes this Jhin a good Caitlyn counter. Just doesn't seem to be working out for LEC team.
We asked Perks last night about it on PGL, and he talked about how Jhin is just a very strong laning. And so when you pair it up with certain supports, you can just kind of force all ends and you can actually be a bit aggressive. So I think that it can work. The question is, how much do you invest into that lane and what support matchup you get? What I think is really interesting here is that Misfits have drafted the blind Cho'Gath. Now, they could be assuming that the set is going top lane, but I think that's a very bold assumption to me. They could also potentially put that Cho'Gath in mid lane, but I am quite surprised that you would just blind pick this champion, because I really don't think it's just blind pickable. So we'll have to wait and see how things pan out when you pair the Caitlyn up with the Bard. Of course, you do have a very powerful 2 versus 2, but then again, Bard really likes to roam.
All the world on one arrow.
Dominance, wants to play for that 2 versus 2, want to get those early towers as quickly as you can. So we'll see how this pairing matches up. Meanwhile, G2 going to answer with a very strong 2v2 in the form of the Jhin and the Nautilus. Extremely strong dueling prowess. We got to see it yesterday from Perks and Mickey. Even though they lost the level 1, though when they hit level 3, they immediately got a kill back in that 2 versus 2. So we'll see how they utilize that, as we see the set still very flexible, being able to put in both the jungle and the top and even support role.
Definitely can be there. Mordekaiser banned away by Misfits. They don't want anything good into that Cho'Gath in the top lane. It's the first time we've seen Misfits bring out Cho this split, either in the mid lane or in the top lane. I also want to just mention I really like the Bard pick into Jhin, because as soon as Jhin pops the curtain call, you're just like, hey, you want some golden bullets? Here we are. You're playing GoldenEye. It's one-shot headshot, but you only get one shot because the Tempered Fate will stop you. Lee Sin taken away from Razork. His most plays this split, so no real surprises there.
Looks like Misfits right now are just banning away some of the answers. The Lilia ban.
I see. I think, and I think you're the one that told me that Lilia hasn't really been popping up in scrims that much from what you've heard.
Yeah.
I think this is a Misfits Gaming saying, hey, G2, this is a slightly more for fun game for you, perhaps. Maybe you bring something out that we just haven't practiced against. We have no idea how to play against the deer, so we're just going to remove it.
Yeah. Yeah, I think good. Yeah. Anyway, Zoe gonna be logged in for caps of the. So Zoe doesn't have a great win rate in the LEC.
4 wins.
And Abadage and Caps are actually the only 2 mid laners in the league to win on this champion.
Correct.
So Caps may have felt threatened after seeing Abadage's godlike performance earlier in the day.
I mean, part of that was the fact that she had a cat on her shoulder, just being like, oh, you took some damage. Here, have a healing. Oh, you took some damage. Here, have a healing.
I also think Abadage also played that very well.
He did play it very well.
But Featherwing going to respond with the Orianna in the mid. I think this can be a pretty good matchup for the Orianna. You have a lot of agency. You can trade very effectively, but if you ever get hit by that trouble bubble, you are in danger. But a lot of pick potential right now on the roster of G2 Esports. Misfits going to round things out with Razork on the Olaf. All right, Misfits composition confuses me a little bit. They have like a lot of different things going on right now. We'll talk a little bit more about it when we get into game. Let's have a look at how G2 choose to round out their draft. They've known about this Cho'Gath for a while, and we can see quite a few hovers coming through from G2. Only a couple seconds left.
Fiora would be really interesting into the Cho in the top lane, but instead, we're calling for a Doctor. It's going to be Mundo in the top lane for Wonder. Gives you that beefy front line, you know, Set, Mundo, Nautilus.
Medic, why are you not more surprised about the fact that Dr. Mundo just got locked in?
G2.
It's Dr. Mundo.
Okay, yes. I should be more surprised about that. You are correct. I think I've reached my level of surprise with the LEC list. I've topped out. It was probably a couple of Schalke wins ago.
A Dr. Mundo. I'm pretty confident in saying that this will be our first Dr. Mundo of the year in the LEC. Could very well have been the first Dr. Mundo for a while in the LEC. I'm looking forward to seeing it does very well into AP champions in the top lane. Gets a lot of innate magic resistance. And the double AP threat on the side of Misfits. I think this window could be very good. We're going to see how it works out as we're going to be jumping into Misfits versus G2 Esports.
30 seconds until minions spawn.
Is that fireproof?
And on to Summoner's Rift we go. Vedius. Quick game before we get on into the action.
Quick game.
You just log into League. You play. No. When do you think the last time Mundo was played in the LEC?
Is that fireproof?
There's no way it was 2014 you ruined it. You're like, you wrecked the game. You're one of those people who's like, how much do you think some butter costs? £100! It's like, well, obviously it doesn't cost £100.
I mean, some butter probably costs £100.
Exactly. 2018, summer.
Oh.
Who do you think played it?
Was it Wonder?
If I could have a
Who do you think he
moment
was
of your
again?
trust,
Wonder.
I am looking for this here individual. Anybody see it?
Oh.
How far we won with Mundo. Last time it was played in the LEC against G2, and now they're here for revenge.
Right, so as a complete aside, do you know about the player that only plays Mundo? And he has the same build on Mundo every game. He has like over 10,000 Mundo games.
I do not know about this.
It's unbelievable. There's this one player, I'll just try and find it for you, but he builds the same build against He is immaculate. The reason why I bring that up is because while he's not the best League of Legends player, I have learned some things from him as about Mundo. Number one, you should always upgrade your boots. He never does. Never. Literally ever. But Mundo, really important that you upgrade your boots. The thing about Mundo is he doesn't have any innate gap closers, so you kind of want that early mobility fast. Speaking of mobility, Yanko's going to use his to try and set up a gank onto Febiven, going to force the flash out early from him.
Febiven saw that coming,
yes,
and was just
but
a little greedy.
Why? I just don't think he expected Yankos to be that fast from the Ripper, being honest, because I think his position was fine, the gap closed very, very quickly, and he realized, uh-oh, I'm But yeah, he's going to use this opportunity to steal away the red buff. I want to keep talking about Mundo though, because the thing about Mundo is he's like really strong when it comes to duels. Yeah. He gets so much AD from his E that like, it's ridiculous. You get so much innate magic resistance, you get so much additional attack damage whenever you activate it, and if you do land a cleaver, it becomes very difficult to escape from as well, because you can just keep utilizing it, and he also gets a heal off of it if he lands it as well, so while it does cost health, he also is able to get that back as soon as he's landing it. So, the thing is, again, he doesn't have any innate gap closes, so that's why boots and movement speed is very important. That's why you often see things like early Merc trends, because mitigating a lot of that early CC can be very valuable for you, and when you stack that with the ultimate, you are one speed boy. So you've got a Jin, you've got a Mundo, you've got a Set.
Okay.
You have a lot of champions that just really want to run back.
Okay.
So, what I want to see from Mickey, maybe a Shirelius? Maybe?
Yeah, I like it. I like Shirelius. I was wondering if perhaps you'd see Jankos going like Deadman's Plate as well for that extra movement speed, closing those gaps. Could of course get Righteous Glory. Early on, slight CS lead for Mickey in the bottom lane as Jankos went red to blue. So he's actually rebuffed Razork, as Razork takes the top side Scuttle Crab, but because of the speed that Olaf clears at, Razork is actually just ever so slightly ahead in terms of XP. Wait, you diving this?
Well, he has no flash, and there's 4 of them. Looks like they're going to die.
Oh my goodness gracious me, that means he's going to die. Mickey lands the hook, there's the root, the sleep comes. Wow.
Well done, that was a clean dive.
That was beautiful.
Yeah, very well done. They get the early flash, they look to punish it. Now Razor going to face check the
He's got Haymaker. Haymaker's going to come at Razor. Do you win
Razor
this?
wins this, yeah, Razor wins
The
this.
Jankos still has flash. Jankos could just flash across the wall, and Razor does not win this video.
Yeah, he wins the 1v1, doesn't win 3v1.
You just saw them tower dive your mid laner. You know it's not a 1v1.
Yeah, I'm not saying it was the right decision. You asked me if he wins that, and I'm saying he wins that 1v1. Doesn't win what just happened afterwards, okay? So,
they walked over.
Oh, no. Look at the dramatic zoom in where they get like, look, Misfits know this is happening, they see the rotation. The problem is, right, while this may be true observers, in a situation like this, Febiven basically has to run to his tit. Actually, no, you're right. No, observers, you know what? You're fair. He actually could have just left so much earlier than he actually did. And, probably
it's like, do you expect that to happen?
I mean, you should. I don't, especially with that flash, yeah. And so in this situation, like, I think Razor legitimately wins that 1v1. And of course, surprise! 4 members of G2 G2 just dive the tower, and 3 of them are still around there. So that's 2 quick kills going over to G2.
Was an honourable death though, surrounded by 4 foes, so he goes to can have a little bit of wine, a little bit of peace before he gets back onto Summoner's Rift. G2 with a 800 and 800 early on here, Vedius in a really strong position. What Summoners did they burn? I think he burned his flash and his ignite doesn't have the Hex Flash. Cap burned everything in the mid lane. And Jankos also burnt a flash of
Rory has a lost chapter. We have 5 minutes to the game, and Caps has a lost chapter. That's scary. That is very, very scary.
I wonder how far ahead is he in gold already of observers. About 500 gold. Okay, yeah.
He is the gold difference right now. Of course, Razor, because level 6, Mundo is gonna die.
Has the beast, that has the beast. No, Mundo survives! He dodges to the side, he's on 19 HP. And he actually manages to escape.
Slow.
Oh my god. Oh, Wonder, that was 19 HP.
Oh my word. Anyway, Hex Flash, Jankos looking for another.
Another sleepy trouble bubble lands there. Shockwave available now from Bevan as he hits level 6. Caps yet to get to that mark, so the Paddle Star did not do as much damage as he wanted.
Yes, you don't really get a huge amount of back favorable trade. Meanwhile, in the 2v2 down block, while Kobe does have the CS advantage. Very even. He actually has pressure here. So in the draft, what I was talking about as to why Misfits comps is a little wacky to me is that you're going to have a lot of different champions who want to do different things.
Heavy Frost going to land as well. Kobe able to get to the Caretaker Shrine. Heal up. Exhaust was used on perk.
Yeah, exactly. And I think that shows the 2v2 power of this lane. But also, this is why the support matchup is really important. Shield mitigates a lot of these all-in bot lanes, but try to prevent the Caitlyn from doing what she does. And so when you do pair it up with a Bard, while you can have some lane dominance, because of course you have 2 ranged champions, you don't have time those. Jankos flash, Hex Flash is in rather.
Bevan has flash. He uses it afterwards and cleanses away. Paddle Star doesn't quite connect there from Pabs, but he's going to flash forward and get the ignite down. Stole a flash, used his own ignite. And Bevan just... That felt a little like he just wasn't respecting the fact that Jankos could just...
Bevan is being attacked.
It was meant to
It's just one of those games where Jankos is like, you know what? I want to make Caps MVP of the game. And he's like, all right, whoever the enemy mid laner is, you will suffer. And so it's just gank after gank after gank. So Bevan, while sure, he could definitely do some things better, it feels like that a lot of G2's focus right now is trying to get really ahead. Doing a very good job of it. Probably trying to be obnoxious. That interrupt was actually very good because it's going to allow Misfits bot lane to actually get the base first, because G2's bot lane is going to be forced to clear this way. Now, going to go for a bit of trading.
Let's see what Mundo can do. Burning Agony ticking, Masochism already used, Infected Fever, Vet Jump, dodged to the side and saved it, popped. Benny, you think he's going to kill him? Yes, says he's dead on arrival. That goes down. Oh, Mundo. I wish there was more Mundo. I could use all my medical puns now.
Is he an actual doctor? Is he registered?
Isn't actually a doctor. Really? Yeah, it's
wait, are you one of those rude people that say people with a PhD on?
Oh, I'm not. No, I'm not a doctor gatekeeper. If I could be a doctor, anyone who's earned that right could be a doctor.
He's not a real doctor.
It says it in one of the tooltips. He's not a real doctor.
So don't trust his medical advice.
I think part of his lore is like he pretends to be a doctor but just accidentally hurts people all the time when he tries to heal them, and that's exactly what Razork is doing as he tries to chase down Jankos, gets the kill with the undertow. Perks will get, well, Mickey will get it in response, but Razork wins those. He wins those right now, Vedius. Gonna call Mickey out. No one's really that low, and of course more damage the lower you are, so end up with those mid.
Well, Misfits finally get themselves on the board. Razor very hard coming into that play. Does end up taking down Jankos for his first death of the game. But Misfits unfortunately not able to convert that into any real objective. The bright side always looks like it's... Yeah, it definitely should be pushing in their favor. So Kobe needs to sit back, wait for that wave to come closer to him. And And Misfits still doing fine in the farm department, but of course, their top laner died 1 versus 1. Their mid laner continuously gets attacked. G2 just slowly, but also, I say slowly, I was going to say slowly but quickly, building their gold lead.
Slowly?
I talk for a living, by the way.
This game, with it not having the stakes that every other game has had, where we're being a little bit more loose as Febiven always gets chucked out by Caps.
I just feel bad because, like, in all seriousness, when you just look at the stats, right, this split and last split, he's actually been very consistent, right? So even if he's not like a statistical standout, you have to appreciate the last split, when we spoke about him, he was someone that was in the conversation for Principal MVP, and he was regarded as one of the best mids in the league, and I think that one of the problems with Febiven is that although mids have been stepping up, and he's kind of been overshadowed by the fact that so many things have been going wrong for Misfits this split as well. But I also want to recognize that Febiven has played very well this split. And I think that he is still someone that, after coming back from North America, received a lot of criticism, a lot of scrutiny, because he wasn't playing at the level that we used to see from him. But I think that this year, especially, he's really been able to rebuild to that status. And it's just been unfortunate that he hasn't really been able to have the same success these last split. They were able to get 5th. Wait, no, 6th. Because they ended up losing the Rogue. So while they did qualify for the playoffs, they weren't really able to get that far. And for Misfits, like, it definitely hasn't been a promising one. So a lot of thinking to do, a lot of reevaluating, and we'll see how Misfits evolve into the next year. But I think that even though so much has happened around Misfits, Febiven has still been a very solid rock, very consistent performer.
I agree with you there. I think he is. The problem I always have with that is, even if he's playing well, there is a point at which you get into nuke duck territory. And it's kind of a, you are consistently good, but you are always average. He's not there, but I'm thinking you give him another year around here.
Straight under the bus there.
I think that's okay right now.
I mean, that's fair.
I think Nuke Duck is a consistently good player. I do not think he has the moments of greatness I expect from European top tier. And I think Febiven is starting to walk towards that as well. He has been better recently. But this split and a couple of last splits, he's struggled just a little bit.
Well, I'm still a bit of a Febiven
Did get the minions though.
Get the minions. G2 gonna secure in tier 1. 12.5 minutes in the game.
Yep. And Caps has got all of that gold.
There's also starts where it's like, this is why I feel bad for Feb, because while I feel like he's had a fine split, solid split, like he's just been attacked by G2, and you can see the gold gap between the two mid laners right now.
I do like the comparison between the junglers as well. Like Vazor's got the extra 500. Yankee's just been like, nah mate, give it all to Caps. He's at 6,200. The closest is Wonder at 4,800.
Already working towards the second item. We're 13 minutes into the game.
I'm interested by the hose build, the GLP 800, because I feel you could have just gone flat out damage here because you're so far ahead that you just burst people.
Me for any
See, now I regret not paying more attention to Ronaldo.
Did you not watch the episode? Because I was trying to set you up for this.
No, Chakras and I talked a lot about how, but also Ender, I've spoken a lot about this Ender, where things like Ludens, there's a debate around Ludens versus GLP, where you can actually get
more burst out of the
GLP. More burst out of the GLP than you actually can from the Ludens.
See, that was a level up, I believe.
It wasn't.
Meta was it? Yeah. Anyway, you guys should watch those videos, because we use it here, and they say it better than we do.
What it ultimately boils down to is that but when you look at itemization, it's always quite hard to pro players really optimize. If that is a fun one where it's like better in the situation.
Mathematically, it's just less efficient.
And this is one of those things where, by the numbers, it's seen that the Hextech GLP can in fact do more burst, but I can't remember if it's contextual depending on the champion.
I believe it is, and it's usually it's like cooldown gated and such as well. Like if you need to use multiple cooldowns, anyway.
either way, the point we want to get to is like, there's nothing wrong with Caps
GOP.
building this.
Yep.
He's thought about it, it makes sense. I think that the whole goal is to give you a little bit more burst, and we imagine he's going to go for the death cap next, which is then just going to even further.
A land awash in devils.
Ace in the hole used here.
Seems at
Perks
least
takes
one
about 200
angel.
HP damage. Looks like he's running overheal as well, so he's just shielded up on that Jhin with the fleet footwork. Curtain calls is going to open up. One shot connects. The second hit. The third. The paddle star.
What?
And the ignite is ticking. Stopwatch proc. Bebevan falls into the final tick of the fiery flames of his
Observers, I need a replay of that hook, please. Please give me that replay.
As a Nautilus main, I don't want to highlight.
I need that replay.
Okay, can we just ignore the hook as the mid-inhib? Oh, we can't do I'm hearing over my headset. We can't do replays because mid-inhibitor's down, and that's much more important. Totally agree with you there, Kevin. Great choice.
Alright, well, G2 gonna back off of that one. They now have a 5.5. Oh, we're getting the replay. Alright, thank you so much. Alright, so this sets up the slowest coming out of folks. He lands all 3 shots. Oh my, he bent it! He bent it around the turret!
You know who he's been watching? Angelina Jolie
Yes,
in
he
Wanted.
has.
Like, yeah, just if you add some spin on it, you know, like top spin. you press the keyboard, but then you rotate it at the same time.
Oh, no, bless you.
If anyone is wondering why that happens the way it does, the middle of the hook hitbox has a hit indicator, but then as it gets to the end, there's a lollipop around the tip of the hook, right? So it's like this extra circle of, oh, I've caught you, right at the end of the hook's range. And that's why you can miss the obstacle and catch someone who's standing behind you.
Has been slain.
Oh, no, Wallace. You're
Without
such
witness.
joy. In any case, G2 are dominating right now. And as a reminder, Misfits, of course, have been eliminated from playoff contention.
A mechanical
They
angel for
will
an
not
age
moving
of
on
gunslingers.
into postseason. Whereas G2 right now are fighting for
possibly second.
Of course, it's not in their control. They need Rogue to lose. And if Rogue lose both their games, G2 win both their games, then they can match them in score. And because G2 is ahead, they are 2-0 versus Rogue in this split, then they would take second place. Medic, maybe you can confirm for me, based on the points, would they actually secure first?
No, so G2 can actually no longer get first seed into play. Got it. Because they can't catch Mad Lions, and Mad Lions have enough points from Spring to get equal at least with G2. And because Mad Lions will have been higher in summer, that counts for them.
But by being second in playoffs, you can't get chosen by the first.
So G2, if the season ends right now, because of the way championship points work, we would have Mad Lions at first, seeded into playoffs, this is. G2 seeded into playoffs second, and Rogue seeded into playoffs third. Which means Rogue could be selected by Mad Lions, and of course G2 avoid the rematch of the first round of playoffs from last
And remember that Mad Lions were the team that actually delivered G2's first domestic best-of-5 loss with this roster.
Yeah.
So definitely an exciting team to watch. They're going to be playing next up against It's of course a very difficult split for Misfits. A lot of debate around the supports. Razork not really playing the same form that he was last split, where he had that same early game dominance. He had a couple of games, but not really being able to live up to it. Now G2, they're looking to force another fight.
Curtain call comes out, the sleep's gonna land onto Danik. Mickey in range for the hook, but there's minions in the way. The Facebreaker gonna come back. The Haymaker
Has been slain.
almost called him out. Shockwave used from Bebevan, as you say, it's really good, but even with the Temple Fake,
It's
can
gonna be
Misfits
good.
engage his copy? You need to get in position, put the traps down. Teleport coming in from Misfits as Dandan looks to join the fray, but can't get close enough. The GLP, the frozen hose, will slow up Misfits, even with a magical journey. Here comes the bubble as Eaton, and Caps goes on a killing spree. The Doctor is in the house, Vedius, and he is delivering instantly to his opponents. Misfits have to flash away from Wonders CPR, but it is bringing to them. You take an injection, you get an injection. And a final infected cleaver does just go wide, but the showstopper from Yankos will stop for Bivens on 35 seconds. You say that.
He's dead.
Oh,
Wow. G2 were able to turn that fight around pretty convincingly. Things were looking actually pretty positive for Misfits here. Notice that it's G2 that start this fight by committing once again onto poor Featherman. The ultimate comes through to apply that slow ground control, but Denick does body block it for Featherman. Then Jankos with the flash in, double stun. The minions get killed fast enough for Mickey to land the hook. And then the shockwave comes in from Featherman to group the two up, and then a lot of damage comes down onto Caps. And then this is where you're thinking, okay, Misfits, they can actually get a good fight here, but then the quick flashes come out from Caps and Mickey, and then a really good boost in the GOP here from Caps. Wide with the slow.
As soon as he goes through,
ends up walking through and allows Caps. Actually, the hook connects on the Caps as well.
It's just it only hits on the copy. Perk's gonna get chased down here. Ragnarok used. Flash forward.
Sidesteps.
I mean, can't sidestep all attack. That's the shame there. Misfits get their third kill of the game. They are 8,000 gold behind at 20 minutes.
Yeah, I'm surprised Caps doesn't have Medjite. Oh, he does have the ring though, so he's starting
the Dark
to
Seal,
build those.
yeah.
The Dark Seal.
One ring to rule them all. One ring to find them.
You know, I think one of them puts himself in a position to actually put a player of the game away from Caps.
Sons of men are relentless in their
So, who's doing player of the games? Ender, right?
Probably.
Ender, you listening? Don't put Wonder on them. There's only one doctor in the LEC.
Yeah.
Your team has destroyed a turret.
Thanks, mate.
Yeah. Wow. Okay, fair enough. They're trying to establish dominance over...
I don't think I can ever win. He's not a real doctor, Venius. You can't just go out there and lie. Why do you think I've never let you play Doctius?
I just thought that you were worried to be more accurate.
I mean, it's very true. Wonder is going to get chased down here in the bottom lane, but I don't through all of this. Sadism is just too darn strong, and Dennis like, hey, I'm out of here. Don't want any more of this action.
Oh, and now G2. Oh, I thought they would actually look for the collapse on this. They are definitely setting up for the next Drake. Oh, and of course it's the Cloud Soul. Cloud Soul for Mundo.
More ultimates every moment. Featherman caught out just a little bit. GLP into the hold the shot. They shot down and the Caps. By the Soul Stealer. The chase is still on. His tempered fate's going to hit Mickey. As you say, perhaps a little bit of an overstep from G2. Gargoyles on Mickey will keep him pretty tanky for the moment, but Caitlyn does a lot of work, and the shutdown comes out for Dan. And you're delaying the Cloud Soul as well. Like, a few of these moments could be really good for Misfits. Could mean they can turn
Okay, so G2 actually going to be forced to give this one away. Good punish there from Misfits. And as you rightly said, they will deny the soul. But the bonus is as well. How all this started. Perhaps good utilization of the ultimate flying good Featherman. I feel like Jin has only ulted Featherman this game. But really good use of the GOP then coming back from Featherman to land the shockwave into the kill. And with Caps there, this then makes the chase down for Misfits very easy. So what looked initially like a good flank actually ends up becoming a great collapse for Misfits to be able to reclaim some control over the game.
I will give credit to Denick as well. His Tempered Fates have been on point in the last couple of fights. Caught 3 in the bot lane, managed to catch out Mickey there. But, still a long road back. Having gone Storm Razor the Caitlyn alongside that Infinity Edge. I thought he went Storm Razor third, but it might be second. Anyway, he definitely has Storm Razor.
You prioritize Infinity Edge into Storm Razor.
Oh yes.
You get these two very early because the attack speed scaling of Caitlyn is really good in that house, so you're better off just getting the AD and then
third item you don't go back.
I know the point of this build is you don't then have that mid-game run 2 items. Caitlyn doesn't feel that good, but she should feel much stronger being this side of the network. So the idea behind it. Tempered Fate once again.
Looks for the shockwave, doesn't land. Walk out and Caps is able to flash. Pushed up the wave. He is level 15.
Well, I suppose with the shockwave gone, this one good control as well. But far side.
Dandan's kind of just in the wrong place, right? If Dandan was here, he could flash in Feast, but I think that's really the only way that Misfits could get this Baron away. Hook misses there from Mickey, not sure how he did that with the normal hitbox. Ragnarok does take a lot of damage as well as 3,000 HP left on the Baron. The Feast goes down, there's the Ragnarok. You can see the side steps coming out, but Caps just jumps forward, ignites, and kills Razzle. Caps is going to get feasted, though the Baron will go down in favor of G2, and now chases on. Wonder, level 16, 100%, max HP healing. He will not die. He will never die. His name is Wonder, and he will chase you down. He will stick cleavers in your face over and over, and he might die. He died, and so did Mickey. Good stuff, Misfits.
Died, Medic.
Oh, Chase is on.
Post looking to get revenge for the laner. Oh, Kobe!
Kobe's doing as much as he can. The red buff is taking away Pucks. Flash up in just a second. He doesn't need a double kill to Pucks. You will close your eyes and forget
Does that go into the bucket? 17 years old.
Some creative
Hang on, I'm gonna break this replay down perfectly. You're gonna love it. Now, I think that G2's goal here is to just try and force the fight. They know they're so much stronger. Good knockup from Dan to be able to get this initial kill into capture with the jungler gone. They can't really steal away the Baron. And one that's feeling himself here, as Bennett saying, like, he should die here. He's so strong, he has so much healing, and it's at this point that you can start to see the self-doubt that comes in for Medic. Dan dying down to the bot side, but as Wonder slowly gets lower, Medic's still thinking, no, it's fine. It doesn't matter how many crits he lands. It doesn't matter if the exhaust comes down. There's no way he could... Oh, wait, they're both in fact. Yeah.
If that had been Wonder 1v2, Wonder would have...
Don't think so. Really well played by Kobe.
That's some damage from Kobe right now. Has the match fight complete now.
In the end, Stormraiser does some damage at 2 items.
It also helps when someone is just running face first into your bullets.
I mean, that is part of, you know, the problem, right? 600 range versus, you know, a guy that's like, oh, I'm just going to lob things at you and hope for the best.
I mean, Pantheon does the same. Just with slightly sharper spears. Bevan, and once again, the target is turning full. Able to dodge out the back of it. One last shot being held by Power. That's about half. Good shockwave here from Bevan, though. Yeah, he's doing quite low. The Ragnarok goes out, but already Atlas is dead. Kobe's going forward once again. You can see here, Wonder will survive for a long time, but might die at some point. Kobe with a shutdown. G2 by Misfits, by Kobe. I'll be joking a little bit. After I saw the mid lane in his tower go down at 16 minutes, I wrote this game off. I've been having a bit of a laugh, but Misfits are having none of it.
I mean, Kobe is smurfing right now. His positioning is very clutch. Utilizing the traps, he's getting those headshots on. G2 will not hit the Dragon Soul once again. G2 needs to be careful with this aggression because it is consistently getting punished. And this is one of the things, this is why when we talked about the Cloud Soul, it was going to be very valuable for G2. And the more move speed, well, they don't get boost speed, they get the ult cooldown reduction. But if they do get the Cloud Soul, then like having that additional move speed will only make things harder for G2 to close the gap because they only really have Mickey as that primary source of crowd control, and there's enough on Misfit's side to actually be able to avoid that, disengage from that, and so it can be very difficult for G2's comp to actually get on top of an Orianna and a Caitlyn, which is why if they keep losing these fights, I actually think there's a world in which Misfits can actually turn this game around.
And it's why you see Curtin calling at the start of every fight, because it's like, if I can tag Vebivin, Capsa can then jump forward, land a sleepy trouble bubble, burst him out, but it hasn't worked these last couple of fights. 20% cooldown reduction on those 4 Misfits, that'll be so good for the Shockwave, so good for the Feast, so good for the Ragnarok, even the temp, like, I mean, cooldown reduction is always good for your ultimate. It just works really well for you.
Except for Zoe.
I mean, it's still good.
Well, once again.
Razzle. He's the guy that wants to be eating those up there. Let's just try and chase off Mickey here. Cap's gonna land the sleep on Dan. No, that choke Cap's gonna snap. Gets caught out. Showstopper going back. See Yanko's trying to get in. Another hook just slides his way around the obstacle. The Tempered Bait coming out. He's gonna catch on Perks. And Mickey, Forbidden's gonna do what he can with the shockwave. Dan almost dies, but he is still alive somehow. Misfits have been able to disengage the fight.
Featherville with some really clutch shockwaves this game. Kobe continuing to stay untouched. G2 invested a lot into trying to kill Dan, but this Cho'Gath, very tanky, going with the Titanic Hydra build, has the Righteous Glory as well. You can see how this game is slowly starting to get harder. As you rightly said, we'd pretty much written this game off. It looked like G2 are just going to look to close this one out. Proxy now sitting at the top of the
including, I think, a shutdown on Caps and one on Perks, but that is a huge gold swing.
Now that Caitlyn is, of course, still in favor of G2 for the time being. Set up for the Baron, but let's see if they can take challenge. They have Gambit's ultimate, they have the TP on the Cho'Gath as well. Featherman not running right now, obviously on cooldown, will have an exhaust.
See if they can survive through this. I mean, he's sitting at about 4,000 HP, so he's very tanky, very healthy Cho'Gath, even if he is a little bit susceptible to AP. Featherman into a flank position here, knocking the shockwave on Wonder, surprisingly. Doesn't only want to catch out the Mundo, has that sadism. Baron now, once again, the option for G2 as they reset, walk back through the river, have cleared out all of this vision that Misfits could have, and Misfits must know this is going on. They have the Tempered Fate for delay. They've got a couple of faster alterations. Here we go. There's one, 8,000 HP left on the Baron. Misfits come cascading through the river. Looking to see if they can find a catch. The root's going to land on Dan, and already the Baron is done. Mickey taken out with the Beast. Jankos jumping onto the backline. This Paddle Star could be everything, but doesn't quite land from Caps. Perks able to dodge to the side of the shockwave. Dan flashing away from Perks. Caps going in once again. The Paddle Star alongside the captive audiences gives Perks the double. Kobe flashes forward, misses the